Hey guys. This is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Harry Potter mastered ancient magic and transformed Hogwarts. Here is short summary. What if Harry uncovered the secrets of ancient magic, mastering its power to reshape Hogwarts and his destiny? Dive into a journey where magic evolves, relationships tangle, and Harry's legacy changes the wizarding world forever. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry woke when a bar of sunlight streamed in through a tower window and onto his face. The bright light penetrated his dreams and dragged him from sleep. His body felt stiff and he couldn't feel his left arm. Harry tried to block out the light by covering his face with his right hand, and was surprised to feel his glasses on his face. With a foggy brain, he tried to remember what had happened before falling asleep. All he could come up with were a few fuzzy images of a party. With some effort, he tried to sit up. It immediately became evident to Harry why he was so uncomfortable. Still in his now rumpled new robes, he had spent the night crowded up against the backrest of a couch in the common room. The couch was not the cause of discomfort, but rather the bodies on it. Cuddled up next to Harry and clinging to his left arm with a smile, slept Ginny. He was acutely aware of how his hand was trapped between her thighs. That alone was bad enough to make Harry want to escape from the couch. Unfortunately, Harry was also trapped by the body of a girl that was sleeping between Harry's legs and using his stomach for a pillow. Trying to find a way out, the situation pushed the fog from Harry's brain. First, he had to get the girl off of him. From somewhere, Harry remembered the girl was a second-year Gryffindor named Natalie MacDonald. With a levitation charm, Harry moved her to another couch as gently as he could. He was relieved when she didn't wake up from being moved. Escaping Ginny proved to be a difficult task by itself. Even fast asleep, she was apparently aware of who she was sleeping next to. Every attempt to pull his arm free was answered by her tightening her grip until Harry relaxed. Harry finally decided on a way to solve the problem. Instead of trying to leave Ginny undisturbed, he thought it would be more effective to disturb her a lot. Before he said anything, Harry gathered himself to make a quick escape. When he thought he was ready, he took a deep breath and spoke in a clear and firm voice. "Good morning, Mrs. Weasley." "Mum." Ginny came awake with a squeak and sat bolt upright. As soon as Ginny let go of him, Harry launched himself from the couch. He was halfway to the stars before Ginny realized what had happened. With a face turning a shade of red to match her hair, Ginny turned her attention to Harry's retreating back. "Harry Potter, you get back here." Ginny's indignant shout followed Harry up the stairs to the boys' dorms. The school was almost deserted for the Christmas holiday. With no big events happening this year, there was little reason for the students to want to stay. Parents also wanted to make sure their children were doing all right by having them come home. It doesn't matter how many letters are sent home, mothers always worry when they can't see their children. Harry managed to avoid everybody until he headed down to the Great Hall for lunch. Only one long table was in the Great Hall. So few students had stayed for the holiday, they could all share a single table with plenty of elbow room to spare. Counting heads, Harry slowly remembered who had said that they would be going home for the holiday. The Weasleys were all staying. Dean and Seamus had gone home for a few weeks of television and comic books. Neville had stayed and was grateful to have escaped his grandmother. Hermione had had to go home because she had missed Christmas with her parents the last 3 years in a row. Harry wasn't sure who had stayed from the other houses. He did remember Cho saying last night she would be going home. It was, Harry realized, going to be a very quiet holiday. After lunch, Harry spent the day in the Gryffindor common room. With the same macabre fascination people have for tragic auto accidents, Harry and Ron were the center of attention as they played chess. Harry was soundly beaten 3 times before he gave up for the day. Shoving his chessmen into their box, Harry made room for the next person that wanted to have their ass whipped. "Hey George," Harry said as he stood up. "Anybody ever do anything with a chessboard?" Harry almost doubled over with the effort to suppress laughter. At Harry's words, the twins lit up like a Christmas tree. You could almost see the cogs and wheels spinning in their heads. The twins started brainstorming in hushed voices and headed for their dorm room. Harry decided that he should avoid any chess boards for a while. Harry was considering either going down to dinner or hitting the books for his report for McGonagall when an owl started tapping at a window of the common room. Neville let it in and it flew to Harry. The unremarkable brown owl dropped a note at Harry's feet and flew back out the window. Curious who would be sending an owl at this time of the evening, Harry picked up the note. Harry, the note was in an untidy scrawl of heavy blocky letters. Need to see you at my cabin. Come down when you get this. Hagrid. The note made Harry wonder what might be going on and decided it would be worth checking in with Hagrid. It must be important. The letter looked like Hagrid had made some effort to making his normally crude penmanship more readable. Hey, Ron. Harry looked to see where his friend was 3 moves into a chess match against his sister. I'm going down to Hagrid's. Right, fine. Ron's attention was on the chessboard with little interest for anything else. He waved absent-mindedly to Harry without ever taking his eyes from the it. Harry gave a little sigh as he crossed the common room to the portrait hole. Even though it was not very late, the castle was quiet. It wasn't until he reached the entry hall that Harry saw any other students. A handful of people in school robes were scattered along the table in the Great Hall. Without a backwards look, Harry set off across the grounds for Hagrid's. The sky was overcast with thin clouds that were backlit by the moon. The snow on the ground made the illusion of it being a bright night. Evening. Harry. Harry was almost to Hagrid's cabin when he heard his name called. Turning, he saw Gary and Hagrid walking towards him. I got your note, Hagrid. Harry called out as he started towards the 2 men. Wah. Note. Ari. Hagrid was close enough that Harry could see the puzzlement on his bearded face. I just got an owl with a note asking me down to your place. I thin somewhat as try and tear pull a fasses one on ye, Ari. Hagrid said. Well, as long as you're here, Gary began, but he was interrupted before he could finish the thought. Now, somebody yelled. Grab him. All 3 turned to see a mob rush out of the Forbidden Forest. Harry was stunned by what he saw. Because he was close to Hagrid's place, he was near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He knew the forest was filled with all kinds of dangerous creatures. Nothing in his experience could have prepared Harry for this. A full 2 score of men were rushing out of the Forbidden Forest right at him. They were all dressed in Muggle clothing. Ari. Hagrid yelled. Look out. Gary and Hagrid rushed past Harry to intercept the mob. The area was quickly covered with an amazing brawl. The Muggles trying for Harry wanted to avoid the giant figure of Hagrid. Hagrid, however, just reached out and grabbed them as they tried to pass. A single blow from his huge hands was enough to send a man sprawling across the ground. A few tried to attack Hagrid directly, and were left slumped in the snow for their trouble. Gary was not staying out of the fight either. The Muggles didn't see Gary as much of a threat, and he was happy to prove them wrong. The mild man Harry had come to know was in the middle of the brawl. It was almost like watching a child play with a stack of rag dolls. Gary didn't just fight, he had fun doing it. Morning. Gary greeted one man cheerfully as he tried to run past. Gary grabbed the front of the man's shirt and, there was no other way to describe it, chucked him back the way he had come. Catch. Gary yelled just as the man landed on top of some of his fellows. Gary was like a madman. He chuckled and joked as he fought. With what looked like no effort at all, he tossed Muggles around the way Harry had helped the Weasleys denome their garden. He even tossed a few towards Hagrid. Hagrid was more than a match for the Muggles he faced. He even had snatched one up by his ankles and was using him to knock down others. This became a very unfortunate arrangement for the man Hagrid was holding. Gary pitched a man in Hagrid's direction. Hagrid swung the man he was holding to knock away the one arching through the air. The 2 bodies met with a sickening crunch. Watching the brawl, Harry almost forgot how serious the situation was. Not wanting to abandon his friends, Harry twisted his hand and his wand whipped out. Stupefy. Harry yelled. Using magic, Harry stunned any of the Muggles that looked like they were going to get away from Hagrid and Gary. Stupefy. It was not a fair fight. Stupefy. Harry really felt sorry for the Muggles. Stupefy. Stupefy. A voice behind Harry said, and he felt his body fall to the ground. In a haze, Harry returned to conciseness as he traveled through the forbidden forest. Somebody was carrying him. Harry felt the arms around him and could hear their ragged breathing. As soon as he was aware of his surroundings, Harry started to squirm. He managed to get his feet to the ground where they caught on a tree root. The action surprised his captor and Harry fell from his grip. Harry! Somebody was yelling. Damn! The man that had been carrying Harry swore. It was too dark for Harry to see more than shadows and rough shapes. There was a crashing sound nearby and Harry had a glimpse something silver above him. His captor's voice was harsh as he spoke. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse turned into a blood-curdling scream as something flashed by Harry. Ari. Then Hagrid was there with Fang and a lantern. The lantern provided enough light to show the face of Harry's captor. The light lasted only as long as it took for the lantern to crash into the chest of Peter Pettigrew. The short exposure of light made the forest seem even darker once it was gone. Fang was barking, Hagrid was swearing, and Wormtail was screaming. Harry struggled to his feet and tried to look around. All right there, Harry. It was the voice of Gary. He was next to Harry and was pressing something into his hands. See if you can give us some light. It was a cigarette lighter. Gary moved away and Harry was left to fumble in the dark. After a moment of searching, Harry found Hagrid's lantern. The glass was shattered and the frame was bent. Shaking it, Harry could hear kerosene sloshing around in it. Careful not to burn himself or start a forest fire, Harry used the lighter to reignite the lantern. Fang was standing next to Hagrid and growling at the whimpering figure of Wormtail where he rolled on the ground. Gary was kneeling beside the Death Eater, wrapping a tight bandage around the ruined stump of an arm. Just below the shoulder, something had sheared off Wormtail's right arm. When Gary stood up, he was holding the detached limb. A wand was still held in the grasp of the silver hand Voldemort had given Wormtail. Harry stood looking at Wormtail. This was the man that had betrayed his parents to the Dark Lord. The creature that was responsible for returning Voldemort to power. Harry stepped carefully over to where he lay on the ground so that the lantern showed his face clearly. Wormtail lay whimpering in pain as he looked up at Harry. His eyes were filled with a silent plea for mercy. Don't worry, Peter, Harry said. I won't let anybody kill you. Wormtail's face looked calmer at those words. Harry smiled reassuringly at the man on the ground, then stomped his foot down. He smashed his shoe into Wormtail's crotch. You will clear my godfather. Harry stomped down again. You will confess to everything you did to help Voldemort. A third time Harry's foot landed. You will stand trial for the murder of my parents and for Cedric Diggory. A fourth impact hit Wormtail's groin. Then you will spend the rest of your life in a cage. With a last look at the creature that had once been Peter Pettigrew, Harry yelled. Stupefy. Harry could not imagine a better Christmas. He had finally collapsed into bed at 2:30 in the morning. After the capture of Wormtail, Harry, Hagrid, and Gary had brought him back to the castle. Harry had found his wand where he had dropped it next to a large number of beeping and unconscious muggles. With his own wand in his hand, Harry levitated the limp body of Wormtail. Harry had used his will to stun the Death Eater and he knew he could do it again, or worse, but he felt better feeling his wand in his hand. At the entrance to the castle, Dumbledore met Harry and his party. Peter Pettigrew was stored safely in a magic-proof cell in the dungeons under the guard of a pair of gargoyles and under the direct care of Madame Pomfrey. All of the heads of house had been notified of the capture of Wormtail. It was nearly midnight when a very upset Minister of Magic arrived at Hogwarts. With him came Cedric's father, Amos Diggory. Cornelius Fudge had not wanted to bring him along, but the headmaster had not asked before contacting him by flow. With Amos Diggory, the Minister of Magic, and the faculty of Hogwarts all as witness, Professor Snape gave Wormtail Veritaserum. The Truth Serum went to work instantly. Harry had not expected the minister to look so utterly defeated. 14 years ago Peter Pettigrew was counted as a hero. Now he was a prisoner, a confessed Death Eater, and under powerful Truth Serum provided proof of the return of Voldemort. To complicate matters, his testimony could condemn prominent members of the ministry and respected pure-blood families. The minister had been presented with proof of how foolish he had been and could see his position crumbling out from under his feet. Finally, Fudge left the school. He promised to send Aurors to collect Wormtail. He also said he would do what he had to do to set matters right. Harry accepted the vague promise with a triumphant smile. Then Professor McGonagall, at the headmaster's direction, escorted Harry up to his dorm. She spent the long walk impressing upon Harry how she felt about his actions that evening. The words, foolish, and rude, were the mildest she used. It was with a final order to think things through in the future, she watched Harry pass through the portrait hole. Nobody was in the common room when Harry came in. Everyone had long ago gone to bed. Harry made an attempt to clean the blood and mud away before going to bed himself. His last thought before falling asleep was that Sirius was in for a really big Christmas surprise. Exhaustion swept over Harry and he fell into the embrace of nightmares. Crucio. The voice of the Dark Lord rang out. Screams of pain filled the semi-darkness of the study. Master, the voice of Lucius Malfoy cried out, filled with pain. I don't understand. Voldemort released the curse and aimed his wand at another figure. Crucio. One after another, the assembled Death Eaters felt their master's displeasure. The voices of men and women screamed in pain. Trapped as an invisible witness, Harry could hear every cry for mercy. He could see each writhing shape on the floor. For over an hour Voldemort systematically tortured everybody present. Finally his temper cooled enough for him to speak. You lent your aid to him, Lucius, Voldemort hissed. I am disappointed in you. Crucio. Again the air was ripped by a scream of pain. You will find a way to resolve the problem. Voldemort released the curse and stormed out of the room. The vision faded into darkness. With a light swaying sensation, Harry became aware that he was in motion. Footsteps echoed off of stone walls and voices murmured too low to understand. Harry was aware that he was being moved on a stretcher. As he was carried through a doorway, the walls became white and the smell of antiseptic hit his nose. Damn, Harry groaned. Nobody commented on his choice of language as Harry was tucked into his usual bed in the hospital wing. It was lunchtime when Ron was finally allowed to visit Harry in the hospital wing. He found him wide awake and sitting up in bed, with an angry scowl on his face. Standing on a chair next to the bed, an anxious house elf was trying to feed Harry spoons full of chicken soup. Fighting heroically to keep from laughing, Ron rescued his friend. Master Potter must eat it all. Dobby's last order was nearly a shout, and then he disappeared with a pop. Harry sighed with relief. Thanks, Harry said to his friend. I've had 2 bowls of that already. Harry, what happened? Ron settled himself into the chair and set the soup on the nightstand. You didn't come to bed until after Mind Night. Only way I know you made it to bed at all is 'cause you started screaming. Ron looked concerned. Were you down at Hagrid's all night or something? I never made it to Hagrid's, Harry said. He went on to give an account of what had happened at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry was halfway through the story when Madame Pomfrey checked in on him. It looks like you are well enough to leave, the school nurse said after a brief examination. But you are to rest. Do I make myself clear? When both students promised to take it easy for the day Madame Pomfrey left them. Merry Christmas, she said in parting. The two made their way back to Gryffindor Tower. Harry finished his story before they reached the portrait of the fat lady. Ron started asking questions as soon as Harry finished his tale. Ron wanted to hear all the details about the fighting. The two went all the way up to the 5th year's boys' dorm. A pile of unopened presents was at the foot of Harry's bed. Ron had stopped asking for details just long enough for Harry to get dressed. Then it was time for Harry to sit down and open his presents. Harry was not a greedy person, and the idea of actually getting presents was new enough that he would never complain about not getting very many. This year, however, looked like a record haul. The traditional Weasley sweater always made Harry smile. Ron would help him with the traditional tin of fudge and other things meant to fatten Harry up. Mrs. Weasley just could not resist the urge to feed the people she cared about. There was nothing from the Dursleys and Harry was just fine with that. Dobby had given Harry a nice pair of mismatched socks. From Ron came a Quidditch book called Cloud Seeking, Weather and the Art of Flying. Hermione's gift was a Muggle book about how to write a successful school paper. Normally that would have been the lot, but this year was different. Harry was rather amused at the number of things left to open. There was an official office holiday card sent to every member of the ministry that looked like it was bought in bulk. Thomas Johnson had sent a nice set of pheasant quills. John Thompson had sent a spill-proof ink well. From Tiffany DeFay came a small nativity scene that glowed in the dark. From a number of people, including Ian Smith, there was a collection of holiday cards wishing Harry a happy Christmas. The last present, because Harry was dreading what might be in it, was from Terry Shire. In tiny writing on the wrapping paper were the words, "For your eyes only." With nervous fingers Harry unwrapped the gift. Inside was a small glass sphere 2 inches across. "Pretty," Ron commented in a clipped tone. Harry had to agree. Sitting in a nest of wrapping paper in his hand, the sphere was filled with soft swirls of color. Harry set it down, paper and all, on his bedside table. With the presents out of the way, the two headed down to the common room to relax until the Christmas feast. Harry spent the afternoon retelling his story of the night before. The Weasley twins wanted to hear it. Neville wanted to know what had made Harry wake up screaming. And anytime somebody new walked in, Harry would have to start from the beginning. Finally, it was time to head down to the Christmas feast in the Great Hall. The Gryffindors made their way in a loose, talkative pack. "I want to know how those muggles were involved," Ginny Weasley wondered aloud. "An excellent question, Miss Weasley." Everybody jumped when they heard the voice of their headmaster. None of the students had noticed that Professor Dumbledore had fallen into step behind them. It appears that Mr. Pettigrew recruited them with a few rounds in a pub while telling a tragic story. They were under the impression that they were helping rescue a boy from his estranged mother so that he could spend Christmas with his father. But how did they get here? Ginny pressed for information. "We are still investigating," Albus Dumbledore explained. "But it appears that some very creative use of portkeys to transport them. Each one was also carrying a charm to help them pass the anti-muggle protections around the school grounds." The group arrived at the Great Hall and conversation ended in favor of eating. One long table was being shared by the staff and all the students. As was to be expected, the Great Hall was decorated in holiday splendor. Food at Hogwarts was always delicious, but the feasts were the crowning glory of the households in the kitchens. With ravenous appetites, the students launched into their Christmas dinner. When the feast was over, Harry joined the other well-fed Gryffindors as they trudged their way back up to their common room. Harry was looking forward to a long night's sleep. With a full stomach and a feeling of accomplishment at Wormtail's capture, Harry was sure he would sleep well. When his head finally met his pillow, pleasant dreams were only moments away. "Mr. Potter," a stern voice cut through the darkness. A hand on his shoulder was shaking Harry gently. "The headmaster wishes to see you right away." Harry opened his eyes and fumbled for his glasses. When he could see, he was greeted by the sight of Professor McGonagall standing beside his bed. "Come with me," she instructed. Harry scrambled out of bed and pulled a school robe on over his pajamas. Professor McGonagall was carrying a lantern and walking brusquely out of the room. Harry followed her, his sleep-fogged brain trying to catch up. He suspected that she was not in the mood to answer any questions, so he decided to save them for later. Harry was sure his questions would be answered soon enough. His head of house was leading Harry to the headmaster's office. At this early hour it would not be for anything good. "Ah, come in." Albus Dumbledore greeted the new arrivals. Harry noticed that the headmaster's face had a tired expression that had little to do with the early hour. "Harry, I am sorry to have to get you up at this hour. I know you would rather be sleeping, but I believe that unfortunate news gets no better when left waiting. Please have a seat." He gestured to the vacant chairs in front of his desk, then sat down himself. "What has happened, Professor?" Harry asked as he sat down. His curiosity refused to wait any longer. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore sighed. "I have just been informed by the Ministry that Peter Pettigrew has escaped." "Escaped? When? How?" Harry was flustered and could feel his emotions starting to rise out of control. "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall started to rebuke Harry for his outburst. "It is all right, Minerva. He has some reason to be upset." Dumbledore turned his attention on Harry. "Just over an hour ago, 2 Aurors arrived and took custody of Peter Pettigrew. They were to take him to St. Mungo's and then to Azkaban. Unfortunately, they never arrived at the hospital. I personally escorted them to the edge of the school grounds and watched them apparate." It is apparent that one or both of the Aurors were either followers of Voldemort was or under his control. But what happens now? Harry wanted to know. Will Sirius be cleared? Will the Ministry stand up and admit Voldemort is back? Alas, Minister Fudge is using this complication to postpone taking any direct action. He has agreed to reinvestigate the events leading up to the imprisonment of your godfather. He has also agreed to put the Ministry on alert for Death Eater-type activities. Until he has some proof that he can display in front of the media, the minister has no intention of exposing himself to possible ridicule. But, we gave him names. Peter confessed and denounced Death Eaters by name. He confessed to helping commit murder and named the others that were there. Fudge has plenty of people he can bring in. What is the Great Git waiting for? Mr. Potter. You will remember you manners. Professor McGonagall was clearly upset. You will remember that the Great Git is the Minister of Magic. Just as clearly, she was not upset with Harry. Our minister is overly preoccupied with status and appearances. This tends to make him slow to act against people he feels are important to the wizarding community. Harry suppressed the urge to make a rude noise. As long as you are awake, the headmaster suddenly changed topics. Why don't you see if Mr. Weasley would be interested in joining us for breakfast? I have some business to attend to in Hogsmeade today. The two of you can come along if you like. Yes. Thank you, Professor. Harry left Dumbledore's office with his emotions tied in a knot. It took almost an hour to drag Ron out of bed and down to breakfast. The Great Hall was deserted with only the three of them eating a warm breakfast. The headmaster shared some witty stories about the history of Hogwarts as they ate. Harry tried to participate in the conversation, but he kept sinking back into dark thoughts. When they had finished eating, Dumbledore stood up from his place at the table. Come along, gentlemen, he said. We have things to do. Dutifully, Harry and Ron followed their headmaster. At the door to the castle they were met by one of the school's enchanted sleighs. The trip into Hogsmeade only took a few minutes because of the sleigh's fast trip over the snow. Once in the village, the sleigh slowed soon to a walking pace. Dumbledore made frequent stops to pick up packages which the boys carried out and loaded into their ride. Ron and Harry had to take 2 trips each to carry all of the headmaster's packages out of Honeydukes. Dumbledore carried a package personally out of Zonko's joke shop with a mischievous grin and a twinkle in his eye. They picked up books, potion supplies, and an assortment of things that Harry guessed that wizards used in their daily lives. As they made their way through the village, they stopped often to talk with the locals. There were people that wanted to be neighborly and exchange greetings. A few people wanted to complain about students' behavior on Hogsmeade weekends. Even some people that wanted there to be more Hogsmeade weekends, to help the economy of the town. For whatever reason, there appeared to be an endless stream of people that wanted a word with Albus Dumbledore. Good day to you, Headmaster. A balding, pot-bellied man in somber robes moved to walk along beside the enchanted sleigh when it started to pull away from Zonko's. Good morning, Mr. Clark. How is business? Albus said in return. Ah, me, not well, but I am sure it will pick up soon. 'Tis the slow season after all. I suppose it is. I know it is most irregular, but if I may ask, is young Master Potter spending the holidays at Hogwarts? I believe he is. At this point, Harry started to feel self-conscious. His celebrity status was something he was never very comfortable with. Ron looked like he wanted to say something, but he kept his mouth shut when Harry glared at him. Ah, that is. I have a niece visiting from Erie and she expressed an interest in seeing the young Master Potter. I see, Albus said noncommittally. Says she has even written the lad, and he answered. Mr. Clark chuckled in a way that sounded like the claim was a tall tale. It would make the season for her if she could meet with him. I reckon she fancies the lad, young Tiffany does. Harry realized that this must be the relative that his pen friend Tiffany DeFay said she would be visiting over the holidays. Trying not to give himself away to Mr. Clark, Harry tugged on Professor Dumbledore's cloak and nodded his head a fraction. I think that an introduction could be arranged, Mr. Clark. The headmaster gave Harry a wink. Why don't you bring your niece up to the castle for lunch tomorrow? I will let Mr. Potter know to expect a visitor. Smashing. Thank you. I am in your debt, Headmaster. Mr. Clark was beaming. Young Tiffany will be tickled when I tell her. Just tickled. I will let you share the good news with her then, Albus said, clearly bringing the conversation to you. Enjoy the holidays. Yes. Thank you. You too. Thank you and happy holidays to you. Mr. Clark fell behind as the sleigh picked up speed. Who's Tiffany? Ron asked as soon as Mr. Clark was out of hearing. Harry explained the story of how he and Tiffany had become pen friends over the summer. It was not a long story. Harry had reached the end of it as their sleigh turned the corner and speed along a narrow street. Harry wasn't sure where they were headed. He was about to ask when they started to slow down. The sleigh turned another corner and pulled into a neglected-looking carriage house that was connected to an equally dilapidated farmhouse. We have arrived, Albus Dumbledore said to nobody specific. He started to dismount from the sleigh as a pair of battered doors closed, cutting off the view of the street. Come with me. Ron and Harry followed their headmaster through a side door and into the farmhouse. The three made their way through the tiny kitchen and into the front room. The windows were shuttered and the curtains were drawn. The only light came from a pair of old lanterns and a merry fire in the fireplace. The furniture all looked like it had been bought by the original owner of the house and had been left behind when the house was abandoned. As the three from Hogwarts entered, the single occupant stood up to greet them. Sirius. Harry gave a hoot of joy and launched himself into his godfather's embrace. The last days of the winter holiday passed in lazy way that made it hard to keep track of time. The disappearance of Wormtail should have bothered Harry more, but he tried to not spend too much time thinking about it. The day he had spent with Sirius had made the holidays feel special. The time with his godfather had been just what Harry needed to escape the dark mood that Wormtail's escape and Minister Fudge's impotent leadership had caused. Harry even welcomed the teasing Sirius gave him about girl problems. Ron bringing up Tiffany DeFay didn't help. Before Harry knew it, it was time to return to the castle. I'll be in touch, Harry, Sirius said as they hugged goodbye. I've got some things to check out. If I hear anything about Peter the First, will let you know. Be careful, Sirius, Harry said. Nobody spoke during the trip back up to the school. Harry was glad to see his godfather. He had not had the time to really get to know him, but Sirius felt more like family to Harry than the Dursleys ever did. The next day was also special for Harry. Mr. Clark, his sister, and his niece Tiffany came up to the castle for lunch. Harry had felt nervous about meeting his pen friend. He couldn't sit still or concentrate on anything. At 11:30, Harry went down to wait in the front entryway. Looking out through peephole, Harry watched for the expected visitors. Mr. Clark was the first to come into view. Next to him was a tall, attractive woman with bright red hair and a blizzard of dark freckles on her fair skin. Finally, looking as nervous as Harry felt, came Tiffany. Welcome to Hogwarts, Harry said as he pulled the door open. I am glad you could make it today. Good day to you, young man, Mr. Clark said with cool civility. He reminded Harry of a manager from the market Aunt Petunia would send him to. I am Mr. John Clark. He shook hands briefly with Harry. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Clark. I'm Harry. Harry Potter. Mr. Clark's whole attitude changed. He instantly became cheerful and friendly. It wasn't an insincere attitude. Rather, he was a normal, reserved man that was genuinely pleased to meet someone of Harry's celebrity status. The honor is all mine, Master Potter. Please, call me Harry, Harry said, feeling slightly embarrassed. Yes. Well, let me introduce you to my sister Cheryl DeFay. Season's greetings. Welcome to Hogwarts, ma'am. And this is her daughter Tiffany. The girl had reached the end of her patience and gave a happy cheer. Harry. She leapt forward and grabbed Harry in a hug. She was a tiny thing with golden red hair that spilled over her shoulders and down her back. Her fair skin was flawless with only a light sprinkle of freckles across the bridge of her nose. Her face was fine-boned with well-defined features. Her large, almond-shaped eyes were sky blue and full of warmth and merriment. Young lady, Mrs. DeFay said in a stern voice of rebuke. What has gotten into you? It is good to see you too, Harry said a little awkwardly as he hugged her back. Thank you for your present, by the way. Your elixir was very useful. When he managed to pull free, Harry returned his attention to the adults. Please come in. I hope you are in good appetite. The food here is always excellent. With that, Harry led the visitors to the Great Hall for lunch. Harry explained about the normal seating arrangement for the 4 houses. There was still only the one long table in the hall, and it was likely to remain that way until the close of the holidays. Harry and his visitors sat halfway down one side of the table. As they ate lunch, Harry introduced them to the staff and his friends as they came in. Mr. Clark, Harry learned over lunch, owned and operated a small shop in Hogwarts. The shop was basically a wizarding hardware and houseware store. Obviously, the shop had very little to attract the students, so Harry had never before visited it. He promised to visit during the next Hogsmeade weekend. Soon lunch was over and so was the visit. Harry walked Tiffany and her family to the front door. Mr. Clark and his sister said their goodbyes and stepped outside. Tiffany lingered until the adults were several steps away. "It was good to see you, Harry," Tiffany said as she gave Harry a warm hug. "Yeah, it was good to meet you at last. Maybe you can come visit me during your summer holidays." "That would be nice," Harry said. He was always eager to escape from the Dursleys' house. "But I don't know if it would be allowed." Harry didn't think Professor Dumbledore would want him visiting too many people with Voldemort still on the loose. "Well, we will have to see." Tiffany gave Harry's body a squeeze and kissed him on the cheek. "See ya, Harry. Take care," Harry said as Tiffany suddenly let go and took off out of the castle. When his visitors were out of sight, Harry turned to go back to the Gryffindor common room. Before he could take a single step, his eyes fell on Ginny. "Who was that witch?" Ginny's voice made it clear that the word meant nothing complimentary. Harry enjoyed the rest of the winter holidays as best as he could. With a full schedule, time just vanished. Harry's time was divided between his assignments, his prefect duties, and studying his extra books. There was no schedule to follow except when to eat or sleep. Hermione had left plain charts for how and when Harry and Ron were to spend their time studying, but they had fallen into the fire as soon as she was gone. Ginny seemed to have a talent for finding Harry when his guard was down. Every time she would do or say something that would make him blush, then she would run off again. The Weasley twins also conspired to take up Harry's time. Fred wanted to get Harry involved in the prank business. He had an investment to protect after all. George had a contract he wanted Harry to sign. In effect, the contract would give Weasley Wizard Wheezes full rights to use the likeness of Harry Potter whole or in part in the production of their products. George even had a sample of products ready to market. There was the rub-on tattoo of a lightning bolt scar that would glow in the dark. He also had thick-framed Harry Potter glasses with the illusion of bright green eyes behind the lenses. There were other ideas as well, but Harry was having none of it. It didn't keep George from trying. It was late in the evening on December 30th when Harry discovered something fascinating. Harry was putting the finishing touches on his report for Professor McGonagall. With his nose in his books, Harry was searching for how to use the will on a person. He had been thinking of the way he had used it on Draco at the ball. By accident, Harry realized that the will could be directed inward. He could use it on himself. Harry finished his assignment for McGonagall in a rush to get it out of the way. Then, with his mind grappling with a new idea, Harry stayed up late that night studying and making notes. Ron was still sleeping when Harry got up for breakfast. After a hasty meal, Harry went up to the Ollery. Hedwig flew over to Harry as soon as he entered. "Morning, girl." Harry greeted her and stroked her feathers. She nipped at his fingers affectionately. "Can you show me your wings, girl?" Harry asked her. Hedwig obliged by spreading her wings. Harry held up his arms so he could examine her feathers and how she moved. For her part, Hedwig was no different from any other female and was not going to pass up a chance to show off. Harry repeated the process with Pig and an assortment of school owls. Hedwig rode on Harry's shoulder as he wandered the Ollery. After an hour, Harry decided he was ready. He knew what he was going to do was potentially dangerous, but he didn't let himself think about that. Harry set Hedwig on a perch and moved to stand in a clear section of the floor. Harry took a calming breath and tried to relax. Slowly at first, he started to draw in his will. He felt the energy of his will filling him and making him feel more alive. As his will gathered inside of himself, Harry thought he would start to glow from the power he was holding in. Next, he used his imagination to build the picture of an owl. Harry worked on every detail. When he was sure he had one part of the owl right, he would start on another. After a while, Harry had lost track of time. He had the image of a complete owl in his mind. Like the flower, Harry thought to himself as he tried to stay calm. Harry imagined the image of the owl in his mind surrounding his body. He imagined his school robes and unruly hair becoming plumage. Finally, Harry could hold the image without it wanting to slip out of shape. With a last calming breath, Harry directed his will in at the image in his mind, and at himself. Now, with a thought, Harry released his will. The world wavered and Harry could feel his insides twist. For a moment, Harry thought he was going to be sick. His vision blurred as everything seemed to move at once. Then the world settled down and it was over. The floorboards of the Ollery were cool under Harry's talons as he looked up at where Hedwig stood on her perch. It took Harry's mind a minute to process all the sensations and information that were flooding in. With a hoot of joy, Harry realized that he had done it. Letting the instincts of his new body guide him, Harry launched himself from the floor. Human reasoning and owl instinct fought for control of his body. With a lot of clumsy flapping and frustrated hooting, Harry managed to land on the perch beside Hedwig. The Ollery had become filled with noise. Harry gripped his perch and tried to catch his breath. As he reasoned through why the short flight had been so difficult, Harry became more aware of his surroundings. There was a lot of laughter. The owls were filled with mirth from watching him struggle. Harry was grateful then that owls cannot blush. Almost shyly, he looked towards Hedwig. As he looked, he observed tiny shifts in her face and posture. Slowly at first, the instincts of Harry's new body translated the hoots, screeches, and body language of the surrounding owls. Amusing, Hedwig seemed to be saying. You were trying too hard. Other owls were talking to Harry as well. You did it. You did it. You did it, you did it, you did it. Pig was practically yelling in his excitement. Long time, an old school owl swooped down to perch beside Harry opposite to Hedwig. Many seasons since the last human did this. Harry regarded the old owl. It was reasonable that in a school of wizardry that there would be more than one student that would think of an owl for an anime guy's form. If his research was right, this would not be the only form Harry was limited to. The old owl with Hedwig's help tried to coach Harry about how to be an owl. Under their instruction, Harry managed to fly around the loft without crashing. It was hunger that finally made Harry leave the Ollery. It was only by the desire to not show off this new talent that kept Harry from trying to fly down to the Great Hall for lunch. It was the beginning of a new year and of a new term at Hogwarts. Hermione had returned after the holidays with an abundance of energy and determination. She was ready to dedicate every free moment of her time to prepare for the OWL exams. She was just as ready to drag her friends by the hair into the library to make them study also. Ron groaned, whined, and dragged his feet every time Hermione insisted he study, but he always agreed in the end. He also made a point to appear unoccupied so that Hermione would drag him off for some studying. Harry knew his friends were finding time between studies for a little snogging, but he wasn't going to intrude. Cho had also returned from the holidays looking recharged and ready for the new term. Harry admitted to himself that he would like to find some quality snogging time with her, but he didn't know how to bring up the subject. Harry settled for enjoying whatever time he could manage to find with Cho. It was with a sense of irritation that his time with Cho was intruded on. Harry and Cho spent their time together wherever they could. While Harry could visit the Ravenclaw common room, he didn't want to spend too much time there. The advantage of Cho being a sixth-year Ravenclaw was that she had already taken her OWLs and had received high marks. She was more than willing to help Harry study for his exams. This meant time spent in the library. This meant that Harry and Cho were easy to find. Ginny Weasley managed with alarming frequency to arrive in the library while Harry and Cho were studying. She would sit as close to the pair as she could to do her own studying, sometimes with another student but most often alone. When she got stuck on some point, Ginny would politely ask Harry for help. Harry could never be sure if she really needed help or not. He would answer her questions and give careful explanations. When Ginny was satisfied, she would go back to her own studies until she had another question. No matter what she was studying, Ginny always had one question that would need a long explanation to answer. She would always ask Harry for help when he and Cho were about to leave the library together. Quidditch practice was back in full swing. The Gryffindor team was out 3 times a week as they worked to improve their skills. For the 7th years on, the team knew this would be their last season and wanted to go out with the cup firmly in their possession. The reserve roster knew that they had to train hard if they didn't want to lose the cup next year. 13 Quicksilvers and 1 Firebolt flew over the stadium with all the passion and determination of a World Cup game. Ron faced Quidditch with a nearly wood-like obsession. In the blinking of a busy eye, January sped away. Harry's after-class hours were filled with Quidditch, prefect duties, and books. Herbology and potions each brought their own special torment. Professor Binns droned on about every political event of the 16th century with as much excitement as a millstone grinding wheat. The biggest surprise of the new term came in care for magical creatures. When the students arrived at Hagrid's, they found the brownies, garden gnomes, and gremlins gone. The paddocks had been rebuilt and were partially roofed. In each fenced area a handful of horses stood. "Hello everyone," Hagrid greeted the class. "I hope you had a good holiday. This term we'll be starting on 3 new creatures." "What is so magical about horses?" demanded Draco right on cue. "You will all take turns feeding, grooming, and looking after these magnificent beasts." Hagrid had ignored Draco's question. "First, the middle corral here has some very fine animals. You will start with these." Hagrid directed everybody over to the center corral. A stallion and 4 mares stood under the roof at the end of the paddock. They had coats in shades of brown with lighter colored manes and tails. The horses were calm and looked right at home. It was impossible to see anything magical about them at all. Some of the girls didn't appear to care. They just stood at the fence rail and made appreciative comments. "They are just stupid animals," Draco drawled. A person that loved to complain, he didn't wait to hear Hagrid's explanation. "Why do we have bother with these filthy beasts? That is enough out of you, Mr. Malfoy," Hagrid said before he directed his attention back to the rest of the class. "Now, as I was saying, we will start with these fine horses here. It is important that you learn about these first because it will help you understand what comes next." Hagrid directed the class to the rightmost paddock with a gesture. "Mind you, stay clear of them there." The corral in question held 5 fierce-looking horses with blue-black coats, manes, and tails, and red eyes. They stood facing the students and digging at the ground with sharp hooves. "Them ain't horses. Least wise, they ain't like no horses you ever met. Them are demon steeds. It's creatures like them that are used by the Wild Hunt." "Wonderful," breathed Hermione. "Another dangerous creature. I thought maybe Hagrid had learned his lesson after the Skewerts. Now over here." Hagrid directed the class towards the last corral. There was an immediate chorus of appreciative sounds from all of the girls and a few of the boys in the class. 5 silver-white horses grazed inside the fence. They looked like they were made from moonlight and snow. Their coats, manes, and tails were silky and flawless. Watching them was relaxing and almost hypnotic. They are sometimes called elven or fairy steeds. They can run all day and night and never slow a step. Once you show me you know what you're doing with the horses, you will get a chance to work with the others." After searching his pockets for a minute, Hagrid pulled out a stack of papers. "I have schedules for you here." He handed the stack the closest student. "You will all get one so you know when you are expected to take your turns." The schedules were passed around and everybody took a moment to look it over. "Mind, Professor Snape asked that we save some of the hairs from the demon steeds, and Professor Sprout wants the manure from all 3 corrals." The class ended and the students went back to the castle. While still critical of the demon steeds, Hermione approved of Hagrid's plan. Starting with normal horses made sense. She did, however, skip past the part that she hoped they would get a chance to ride them. February arrived, heralded by the booming of thunder. A vicious storm crashed over Hogwarts. Lightning flashed in through the windows. The castle vibrated with the thunder. Ice and rain scoured the castle walls. Throughout the school, students flinched with every boom of thunder that echoed in the halls. It was the 3rd of February, Saturday. Harry sat on a windowsill in the Gryffindor common room after supper watching the storm through the window. Harry wasn't frightened by the fury of the storm. On the contrary, Harry found the storm comforting. Dudley was terrified of thunder and lightning. When trapped indoors by rain, Harry was commonly used by his fat cousin as entertainment, and as a punching bag. When the thunder shook number 4 Private Drive, Dudley was reduced to tears. In a storm like this, Dudley would be holed up in his room crying under the covers as his mother passed him sweets, trying to soothe him. Harry welcomed the storms growing up for the respite they brought. On this night, Harry was feeling restless. There was a week before the next Quidditch match, Ravenclaw vs. Hufflepuff. Then there was a month to the Gryffindor vs. Slytherin game. Thinking about, Harry hoped the storm wouldn't last long. He hated practicing in the rain. As he looked out the window, lightning flashed over the grounds. The flashes of lightning made dark shadows look like they were dancing. The thunder was the voice of a storm that roared with rage, or maybe it was laughing at the people hiding in the castle. "What are you doing, Harry?" Harry turned to see Ginny walking over to him. "Hi, Ginny. What are you looking at?" "Just looking." Something about Ginny tugged at Harry's mind. He took a long moment to look her over. Ginny was dressed in her Weasley sweater and a pair of baggy pants that were probably hand-me-downs. Her red Weasley hair was pulled back into a loose ponytail. It took Harry a few seconds to recognize what was different about Ginny. It was the light touch of makeup on her face. A little shadow and lip gloss made the youngest Weasley look different. Harry couldn't pin it down, but something about Ginny's new looks tugged at his thoughts. Ginny was well aware of Harry's examination of her. She tried with only partial success to keep a smile from her lips. Before either of them could say anything, there came a flash of an angry orange light through all the windows in the tower. Then a crashing boom that shook the castle. Ginny felt the castle sway and tremble under her feet. With a panicked cry, she launched herself into Harry's arms. Everybody had felt the castle shake. Students rushed into the common room from their dorms. Everybody wanted to know what had happened. A second flash of light was seen as another tremor passed through the castle. Ginny clung to Harry and screamed into his chest. She didn't see the look on Harry's face. If Ginny had looked up at that time, she would have been more terrified than ever. Harry was caught in a torrent of pain. When the first tremor shook Hogwarts, pain had exploded through Harry's lightning-shaped scar. Harry knew that it was not Voldemort that was causing this pain. Something wicked was loose that night. In some part of his soul, Harry felt the attack on Hogwarts. The scar on Harry's forehead was an angry, throbbing purple. His jaw was clenched against the screams of pain that threatened to escape from his throat. Harry's brow was pulled down into a frown. A feeling of icy cold hopelessness, like what came from a Dementor, but 10 times as bad, filled the air. Something was attacking the school, and Harry could do nothing about it. The common room was filled with noise. Every tremor that passed through the tower made the students cry out in alarm. Most of the girls and some of the boys were openly crying with fear. The Weasley twins, in a rare display of seriousness, were trying to keep the mob of students organized. Ron and Hermione stood in front of the portrait hole and refused to let anybody leave the tower. Prefect and Auror badges were thin shields holding back a potential stampede of students. The tremors and flashes of light continued. Angry orange light flashed with every tremor that shook the tower. After each tremor came a loud ringing boom that was accompanied by explosions of silver blue light in the windows. After the fourth tremor passed through the castle, Harry recognized the pattern. Attack and counter-attack. The tremors continued, but he noticed that they were becoming less violent. Then it was as if the thunderstorm outside spent itself in a final single moment. The entire castle vibrated like a struck gong. Silver blue light flooded through the windows with intensity to rival the noonday sun. A sound like a tortured scream filled the air. Harry felt an insides clench at that horrid sound. The sound was so vile and wretched that all around the common room people cringed and some vomited. The sound lasted only a few seconds before it faded. In its wake came silence. The castle was quiet. No more tremors could be felt. Warmth returned to the air and everybody felt calmer, if still a little shaken. Outside, the storm had passed and the sky was clearing. Harry felt the tension of the moment drain out of him and Ginny relax her grip on his aching ribs. "It's over," Harry said to her softly. "You are safe. Do you feel all right, Ginny?" Ginny sniffed a few times before she let go of Harry. Her face was a mess. Her tears had streaked her face and her makeup was smeared. "Ginny. I'm all right," she said in a strained voice. Thank you, Harry. Ginny slowly made her way across the common room to her dorm. Harry and the other prefects soon had the students under control. In pairs and small groups, everybody returned to their rooms or went back to studying. Most people wanted to forget the horror until they could talk about it in the comfort and security of a sunny day. Harry was ready to do the same. He had almost convinced himself that the whole thing had only been a minor disturbance. Then he saw Sir Nicholas. The Gryffindor ghost was floating outside the window Harry had been watching the storm through. Sir Nicholas was not dressed in his customary frills and lace. The ghost was clad in silvery armor and coif, and carried a long sword. Sir Nicholas looked every inch like the knight his title named him to be. Looking in through the window, Sir Nicholas nodded once to Harry, then drifted off into the night. February 10th arrived with an air of excitement. Quidditch is the great passion of the wizarding world and the students of Hogwarts. It was the day of the Ravenclaw-Hufflepuff match. Every house normally played 3 games per school year. While a team with 2 losses would be out of the running for the Quidditch Cup, it would still play for all the points it could get towards the House Cup. After breakfast, the student body made its collective way to the Quidditch Stadium. Eleanor Branstone felt her stomach turn to stone. She knew that her teammates were counting on her today. They still didn't know how Harry had helped her out in their match before the holidays. Today she was going up against Cho Chang. If Harry was the best seeker at Hogwarts, Cho was a very close second. Eleanor looked forward to the match the way she looked forward to an exam in potions. Just before she reached the changing rooms, she felt her heart sink down and settle beside the rock that had been her stomach. Cho and Harry were outside the changing rooms. Cho was already in her Quidditch robes and had her Comet 260 in her hand. Harry had his hand on top of Cho's, holding it as she held her broom. Eleanor wished she could turn invisible. She was seriously thinking of turning around and going back to the castle when the other 2 seekers spotted her. Harry waved with his free hand. He had not let go of Cho, and both of the girls were well aware of it. Good day for a match, Harry said in a friendly manner. How are you feeling, Eleanor? I'm fine, Eleanor said in a trembling voice. She felt like her stomach was about to make an undignified exit from her body. Don't worry, Eleanor, Harry was saying in that friendly way. You are a natural. You can call me Ellie, she said. Harry gave her a small smile. All right, he said. Then he turned his attention back to Cho. I'll be cheering for you. I know, Cho said softly. Using Harry's hand on hers, Cho drew Harry in for a soft key on the cheek. See you after the game. Harry headed for the stands and Cho turned to Eleanor. See you on the pitch, Cho said in a flat voice before leaving to join her team, leaving Eleanor Branstone to wonder if she should be afraid for her life. Eleanor tried to leave her fears and worries on the ground. It was a wonderful feeling to be flying over the Quidditch pitch. Even as the game started, she was trying to use every piece of advice that Harry had given her. This turned out to cause a small problem. Trying to remember Harry's advice made Eleanor think of Harry himself. This led her to seek out his face in the stands. He was easy to find because he was sitting with a cluster of Weasley redheads. Eleanor was surprised to see Harry looking up in her direction, one arm waving over his head. She gave a small wave back, and then a shadow fell across her. Cho Chang was just above Eleanor Branstone. Eleanor looked to see where the shadow had come from and saw Cho descending to be eye to eye with her. Cho's face was calm with no hint of being friendly. Just because you make a good seeker doesn't mean you can take what you want, Cho said in a chilly voice. What? Eleanor was feeling confused. Cho just called her a good seeker, but the rest just didn't make sense. Harry is with me, Cho said in a tone that was ice. If you try to touch him, you won't be able to grip a broom ever again. With that, Cho moved away. Eleanor tried to catch up to Cho. She wanted to explain that she wasn't interested in Harry that way. Cho never gave her a chance to explain. The Comet 310 was a better broom than Cho's 260, but Cho was a more experienced flyer. Eleanor kept chasing after Cho. After a few minutes of following, she tried to put herself in front of Cho. Eleanor wanted to make Cho understand. She wanted the older seeker to give her a chance. To Eleanor, Cho appeared to be doing everything she could to avoid her. What followed was 90 minutes of intense flying. Eleanor wasn't sure when things changed. She just became aware sometime after the fact. She and Cho were flying around each other with the intensity of a dogfight. Somewhere in the sky, the reason for it all became blurred. It was the flying that became important. Eleanor felt alive and free. She continued to dog Cho. She followed when she had to and cut the other seeker of when she could. Then the reason for being on a broom returned to her. Eleanor saw the snitch. It was low to the ground at midfield. She turned and made a dive for it. All of her attention was fixed on that bright spot of gold. Eleanor was 20 feet from the snitch when Cho suddenly appeared in front of her. The Ravenclaw seeker cut sideways across the Hufflepuff's flight path. It was only for an instant, but it was enough for Eleanor to lose track of the snitch. She couldn't see it anywhere. She looked around and saw Cho high above the action searching for the snitch also. Eleanor went into a climb to get herself above the area of space dominated by the chasers. She was aiming to put herself in front of Cho when her quarry turned towards her. Eleanor felt a moment of hesitation as Cho dived straight towards her. With the speed of reflexes, Eleanor dodged out of Cho's path. A second later, the crowd was on its feet and cheering. Cho has the golden snitch. He voice of the announcer reach Eleanor. Ravenclaw wins. 220 to 60. Eleanor felt her stomach sink. It was a tired and depressed Eleanor that left the changing rooms. She trudged her way back up to the castle, and hoped she wouldn't have to talk to her housemates. The team had felt the loss, but they were feeling good about the game. The score had been close until the end. The team credited Eleanor in keeping Cho from getting the snitch too soon for Hufflepuff to rack up a score. She didn't want to tell them she had forgotten about the match. She was almost to the castle doors and was still mentally flogging herself when she heard her name being called. Ellie, Harry called out. Reluctantly, she looked back over her shoulder. Harry Potter was coming up from the stadium. With him was the infamous Gryffindor brain Hermione and 4 red-headed Weasleys. The youngest was an energetic girl that was holding Harry's right hand innocently. On Harry's left, linked arm in arm with him, was a cheerful Cho Chang. That was some fantastic flying, Harry was complimenting Eleanor. It was a good game, Cho agreed. You are going to be a top-notch seeker, Ellie. There was no venom in Cho's voice. She was speaking honestly as one seeker to another. Eleanor was left bewildered by the exchange as Harry and his friends went into the castle. A few minutes later, a thoughtful Eleanor arrived at the Hufflepuff table to have lunch with her teammates. As she looked at the Hufflepuff students talking excitedly about the match, Eleanor remembered what Harry had said about considering the audience when she planned her strategies. Quidditch was the great passion that all of the wizarding world could share, and Eleanor Branstone was ready to do her part. School, for nearly every student, brings with it a monotonous consistency. Students can generally remember the start of a given year or term. They may be able to recall some particularly nasty test or momentous event that happened. School, magical or mundane, becomes a progression of classes, quizzes, assignment, and tests that just feel like they will grind on forever. Unless you were to talk to Hermione Granger, for Hogwarts, a break from classes and books is a thing to be treasured. This was true for students and staff alike. Such a break arrived on March 3rd. It was a Hogsmeade weekend and everybody from 3rd year and above was ready to escape from the castle. The sky was overcast and a cold wind was blowing, but imperfect weather was not about to keep people from a chance to relax. Harry Potter and his friends were eating breakfast in the Great Hall as they discussed their plans for the day. I want to see if the bookstore has any new titles, Hermione said between bites. OWLs are just months away. I'm for a break from books, Ron grumbled. What say you, Harry? The Quidditch supply store or Zonko's first? I promised Mr. Clark I would visit his store, Harry explained to his friends. Harry didn't expect Ron to understand his desire to explore a shop dedicated to magical housewares. Ron had grown up in a wizarding family. To Harry, however, what Ron thought of as ordinary and boring was as fascinating to Harry as Muggle things were to Ron's dad. Ron grimaced when Hermione said she would like to investigate the shop. We may not be allowed to use magic out of school, Hermione was saying. But if something is already enchanted, then it is all right. Maybe I can find something for mother and father. Yeah, fine. Ron knew he wouldn't escape unless he abandoned his friends. Then we can head over to Honeydukes. I have to see what Cho wants to do before I make too many plans, Harry said. Almost as if his words had summoned her, Cho Chang entered the great hall. Good morning, Harry, she said with a smile. Cho squeezed into a seat between Harry and Ron, and planted a key on Harry's cheek. What are we doing today? Harry explained the tentative plans as Cho ate her breakfast. When everybody had eaten their fill, it was time to head into the village. Harry expected some kind of trouble when he saw Draco Malfoy and his pet goons hanging around the front doors of the castle. Surprisingly, the one Slytherin just shot Harry and his friends a vicious smile. Harry found Mr. Clark's store after asking a few Hogsmeade residents for directions. Harry knew how to find the shop after specking with Mr. Clark over the holidays. He was asking directions from people that were likely to recognize him so word would spread that the famous Harry Potter was a customer of Mr. Clark. Harry didn't like his famous reputation and thought it was a lot of bother. But he figured this way it would do somebody some good. Mundane magical goods, the painted sign above the shop read. Only a block from Zonko's and one street over, the store was just outside the area frequented by the students from Hogwarts. The sound of chimes filled the store as Harry and his friends entered. Mr. Clark looked up from the counter where he was reading a copy of the Daily Prophet. Harry, Mr. Clark said with a firm and cheerful voice. I am so glad you could make it. Little Tiffany will be just tickled to hear you stopped in. Good morning, Mr. Clark. Harry greeted the shopkeeper and introduced his friends. Mr. Clark was courteous to the students and welcomed them to his store. Harry was fascinated by the assortment of magical wares in the shop. I am sorry there is nothing exciting to show you, Mr. Clark said. I carry the common things that make our lives comfortable, but nothing flashy or extravagant. Actually, Mr. Clark, Harry interjected. I live with Muggle relatives. I think your shop is fantastic. The shopkeeper beamed at Harry's words. Well, I am happy to be at your service then. Feel free to look around. Hermione started to examine the assorted merchandise like she was taking inventory. Ron looked bored as he tagged along at her side. Harry and Cho held hands as they browsed the shelves. Harry thought that the wares displayed in the store were marvelous. Cho looked equally enchanted by what she saw. There were goods for all parts of the wizarding home and garden. Harry saw self-cleaning shower curtains and automatic back scrubbers for the bathroom. Always warm changing robes and eternally fuzzy slippers looked like they would be perfect for a chilly winter morning. Harry nearly bought a self-propelled weeding trowel, but thought his Aunt Petunia would kill him if he let it near her garden. There was a chopping block that guaranteed to hold anything steady while the matching carving knife promised even, uniform slices. When Harry saw Cho's attention linger over the chopping block and other kitchen wares, he realized that he had never spoken to her about her family. Eventually Ron's boredom threatened to get the better of him. Harry promised Mr. Clark he would stop by another day. The shopkeeper smiled broadly and told Harry he was always welcome. While Harry and his friends had been browsing, the store had become quite full. Most of the witches and wizards in the shop were only going through the motions of shopping. They appeared to be preoccupied with trying to get a good look at Harry without being too obvious. With both Hermione and Cho present, a visit to the bookstore was unavoidable. Cho, Ron, and Harry all wanted to make a visit to the Quidditch shop. Harry watched Ron and Cho look longingly at the professional quality gear. Hermione was only mildly interested in the Quidditch books. Harry wrestled briefly with the urge to buy something for Cho and Ron, but decided against it. Ron was embarrassed about his family's poverty, and Harry also didn't want to embarrass Cho by being overgenerous. The gang finally left the Quidditch shop. Together, they chose to visit Honeydukes to round out their Hogsmeade trip before going to the Three Broomsticks for butterbeers. After a short visit to the sweet shop, everybody had gathered a selection of their favorites. With pockets filled with candy, Harry and his friends were ready for a round of butterbeers. Harry was crossing the main street of Hogsmeade when he spotted Hagrid and Gary Stone headed towards the Three Broomsticks Tavern. He was about to call out to his friends when a dozen figures appeared on the street. They arrived with the popping sound of displaced air as they materialized in Hogsmeade in concealing black cloaks and white masks. There was a moment of absolute silence in the village of Hogsmeade. A dozen figures had appeared along the main street of the village. Others were visible on adjoining side streets. It had been a long time since figures black robes and white masks had been seen. There was a moment of hesitation as people on the street took in the meaning of what they were seeing. Then somebody screamed. It was as if that one scream freed everyone from a spell of immobilization. More screams filled the air and people started running in every direction. Fear was like a stench hanging over the village. Screams and shouts drowned out any single voice. In an instant Harry could feel the hairs on his neck stand up. The air was filled with magic as curses started to fly. Harry knew he and his friends should take cover right away. Death Eaters were adult witches and wizards and they had never been known to be merciful. Harry also knew that there were students in the streets that had no way to protect themselves or even an understanding of what was going on. Knowing that it was the reborn Voldemort that the Death Eaters rallied to and obeyed, Harry felt that it was his responsibility to help protect the people that could not protect themselves. Ron! Harry shouted. Keep with me. Can count on me, Harry. Ron yelled back over the shouts and screams. Cho! Hermione! Stay right behind us. Harry, what are we doing? Hermione wanted to know. The 3 broomsticks, students and professors go there. It will be the safest place. I'm with you, Harry. Cho's voice was comforting to him. She trusted him to see her through the chaos. Let's go. Harry started to lead the way across the street. The 4 students moved together at a quick walk. Stupefy. Ron's voice cut the air and a Death Eater dropped into a limp heap. Something unimagined happened. Harry was in the lead and was using all his research and experience from the Triwizard Tournament, his run-ins with Voldemort, and his extra study and research of the past year to defend himself and his friends. He found the magical combat thrilling but mentally and physically exhausting. Ron at his side and Hermione and Cho behind him were throwing curses, counter-curses, and charms. Harry was like the bow of a ship cutting a path through a stormy sea. His friends added their strength to his. As they fought to reach the tavern, other students saw them. Harry's group soon had students, and a few adults traveling in their wake. As others fell in behind them, they added their magic to the defense of the group. Harry was unaware of the following he had collected. He only saw Death Eaters directing their attention towards him. He did not know that he had become a leader and therefore an important target. Not wanting to have Death Eaters at his back, or give them an opportunity to strike at his friends, Harry's attempt to reach the 3 broomsticks had turned into a slow march down the village street. The Death Eaters were also working together. 2 of them pointed their wands at the ground and summoned up a cloud of dark smoke. Out of the smoke came a huge ogre. The ogre was 10 feet tall with slate-gray skin. It rushed towards Harry with outstretched arms. Suddenly Hagrid was there. Hagrid tackled the ogre from the side and the 2 went sprawling on the ground. Hagrid wrestled with the ogre as some of Harry's followers struck it with an assortment of stunning spells. Harry didn't have the time to see how his giant friend was doing. The Death Eaters were gathering in knots and joining their magic together. Not all of the Death Eaters had their attention on Harry's group, however. A knot of 4 or 5 black-cloaked figures were dueling it out with Professors Flitwick and Fletcher. Another pack faced Professors Snape, McGonagall, and Sprout. A half-dozen were trying desperately to hold their ground against Professor Dumbledore. Looking along the street, Harry could see that there was indeed a chance for victory. The Death Eaters appeared committed to their battles and were unable to break off to support each other. Then a group of 3 Death Eaters stepped into a clear space amid the chaos. Harry didn't see what they did, but pain exploded from his scar as a huge column of dark fire and sulfur-yellow smoke appeared in front of them. Harry felt his heart go cold as something horrid appeared where the flames and smoke had been. It was a monster out of nightmares. Taller than a house, it stood on great cloven hooves of dark steel. Its blood-red hide was covered by grotesque ichors that dripped from the creature and turned the ground black where it fell in steaming blobs. The thing's head looked like it had come from a half-rotted bull. What little flesh remained hung in tatters from yellow skull bones. A huge pair of gleaming, dark, steel horns crowned the beast. Stretching out its massive arms and fierce claws, it threw back its head and gave a thunderous shout. It was a wordless roar filled with hatred and pain. The creature was a demon summoned from the darkness. The demon took a single step forward before a bolt of brilliant light was hurled into its chest with the force of a thunderbolt. The demon screamed with pain and hatred, and something new. The demon screamed with fear. A second bolt of light struck the monster. Then a third found its mark. The demon was forced back a step. Behind the demon were the three that had summoned it. They had their wands pointed at the creature. They were trying to compel the monster forward. Another bolt crashed into the demon's chest and sparks of light arched over its smoking flesh. One of the controlling Death Eaters collapsed because he had exhausted himself in trying to direct the demon. A fifth and sixth bolt struck the demon and it staggered back. One massive hoof collided with one of the wizards still standing behind the demon. The Death Eater was knocked to the ground. Before he could get away, the massive hoof descended, crushing his hip into the ground. Harry wished he could pay attention to the battles going on around him, but he had his own problems. The few Death Eaters still lashing out at Harry and the students that followed him were exhausted. While Harry had managed to deflect the curses aimed in his direction, his friends and the other students had thrown their own curses at the people in white masks. A massive explosion of light and fire erupted where the demon had last stood. The shockwave, like a giant thunderclap, washed over the village. Windows were shattered by the force. Harry felt himself stagger and only kept his feet because Cho was behind him. She supported him as he shielded her with his body. The demon had been vanquished. The Death Eaters still standing started to flee. The attackers vanished from the village street in ones and twos. The village had grown quiet. Only one Death Eater remained. With single-minded intensity, the figure faced Harry and raised his wand. Before anybody else had a chance to act, Gary Stone rushed towards the Death Eater. The Muggle Harry had come to count as a friend was charging a wizard. Gary was dressed in his long duster and wide-brimmed hat. Harry watched the man raise a seemingly empty hand. With a flick of the wrist, Gary was holding a long metal baton that he brought down in the head of the Death Eater. Without casting a single spell or saying a word, the Death Eater sank to the ground in an unconscious heap. Gary, with a twirl of his baton, smiled viciously at the crumpled figure. Stupefy. Hogsmeade was gripped by a moment of peace and silence. The fighting had stopped and the attackers had been beaten. No nightmare creatures were left to damage the village. Harry gave a heavy sigh of relief and turned to share the feeling with his friends. As Harry looked to Ron, Hermione, and Cho, he saw the small crowd that had followed him just as they let out a cheer. Everybody was excited. Relief rushed into them as fear drained away. All through Hogsmeade, people were cheering and shouting. Harry saw close to 30 students and adults gathered in a loose wedge. They were cheering and shouting and calling Harry's name. "You were fantastic," Neville Longbottom shouted as he pushed his way through the crowd to reach Harry. "You should have seen yourself." Neville was looked as excited as a kid in a toy store. Colin Creevey burst from the 3 broomsticks and rushed over to start taking pictures of Harry still in front of the formation of students and Hogsmeade residents. Other Gryffindors were coming forward to congratulate Harry. Before he knew it, Harry was surrounded by a happy crowd of admirers. More than a little overwhelmed, he took Cho's hand and held on for reassurance. Cho had known that others were following her and Harry and his friends. She had seen some of them move in behind her. She had not realized how many there had been until the fighting was over. As the crowd excitedly moved to surround Harry, his friends and herself, she felt reassured when Harry had taken a hold of her hand. People were coming out of the shops and other buildings of Hogsmeade. Residents and students filled the street. In moments, the throng of happy people was gathering around and Cho found herself pressed tightly against Harry. She didn't mind it one bit. Harry was trying to find a graceful escape from the crowd when Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape along with Hagrid and Gary Stone approached. The crowd parted for the headmaster and his party. "It seems that you have had an eventful day," Albus Dumbledore said to nobody specific. He stood looking at the merry crowd for a moment before he addressed Harry. "I am sure you and your friends would like to celebrate this victory, but I think it would be best if we all return to the school. Don't you agree, Mr. Potter?" "That sounds like an excellent idea to me, Professor," Harry agreed. Glad to escape the attentions of the crowd that was growing on the village's main street, Harry followed the headmaster. As they walked out of Hogsmeade, the other students were called by their heads of house to return to the castle. It was immediately obvious to Harry that there were no students from Slytherin to be seen anywhere in the village. People were already working to restore Hogsmeade to its normal state. Men and women with Auror badges were rounding up the attackers and whatever remained of summoned monsters and beasts. Residents of the village were setting their wands and backs into the work of repairing any damage that was found. Harry didn't miss the smoke rising, nor did he fail to notice the crying voices. Even if Harry didn't see the worst that had been done, he knew that there were things that could never be mended or replaced with the wave of a wand. The walk back up to the school felt longer than ever to Harry. He felt exhausted after the excitement of the battle drained away. He held on to Cho's hand as he walked. Beside him, Ron and Hermione were also holding hands as they walked quietly. Around them, students were talking excitedly. Harry tried not to listen, but the words reached him anyway. Harry had wanted to get his friends and himself to safety. What had started as a run for cover had turned into a counterattack. At first, Harry had just tried to put himself between his friends and the masked attackers. Then he took a few steps away from the safety offered by the door of the three broomsticks to avoid walking in a predictable line to keep from being an easy target. Then a few more steps along the street to better counter an attack by somebody crouching beside a house. Harry had only done what was necessary to protect the people he cared about. Harry had made decisions one step at a time. He had moved to the counter-attack one step at a time. Harry heard the words of the students around him and felt the burden of his reputation weigh him down. Harry Potter was a hero to his schoolmates. He had led them in a march against Death Eaters. Harry Potter had stood in front of them all as an example of Gryffindor courage. The students around him were describing him as a leader he knew he had never wanted to be. By the time he had returned to the castle, Harry was hoping to escape from the noise and commotion. Without really thinking, as soon as he was through the front entrance of the castle, Harry gave Cho a soft key on the cheek. "I'll see you later," he said with a last squeeze of her hand. Harry had taken 2 steps towards Gryffindor Tower when Professor Dumbledore spoke. "I know you have had your day in the village cut short," the headmaster was speaking to the students. "I ask that you bear with me while we get everything sorted out. For the time being, I ask that everybody retire to their common rooms. Your head of house will inform you of anything that is decided. Thank you." Harry trudged his way up to his common room. He wanted a little quiet time with his friends to talk about what had just happened. Harry's wish was not to be. Rumor and gossip have a magic all their own, and refuse to be bound any law of time or space. By the time Harry had reached the portrait hole, news of the Battle of Hogsmeade had reached every corner of the school. Harry entered the Gryffindor common room and was engulfed by a cheering crowd. Harry was enjoying the quiet of the Dada corridor. He had finally escaped the celebration in the Gryffindor common room by the excuse of having to attend to his responsibilities as a prefect. He now sat in an empty classroom with the door propped open so he could listen for anybody coming. He also had the Marauders map on the desk so he could watch the area for anybody moving around. Most of his attention was bent towards the task of filling out a report. Harry knew he had to face his responsibilities as an apprentice Auror as well as those of being a school prefect. He was spending his time carefully writing down every detail of the day's battle that he could remember. With his attention on his writing, Harry almost missed the warning of a dot moving across the Marauders map. Harry quickly tucked the map away and collected his things. He was standing beside the desk when the headmaster entered the room. "Good evening, Professor," Harry greeted. "Good evening, Harry. I was wondering if I might have a word with you." "Certainly, Professor," Harry answered. "I know you have a history of finding yourself in the most unenviable positions. I do not hold you at fault for anything you did today. I am quite confident that you did not intend to lead a band of students on a counter-offensive." "No, Professor." "Thank you, Professor." Harry wanted to be clear that it was not his wish to lead others into danger. "However, I fear that the events of today will be felt for some time to come." The headmaster stepped back out into the corridor. "Walk with me, Harry." Harry fell in beside Dumbledore and the headmaster resumed speaking. "Many members of the wizarding world look to you as a champion. I know that you are not always comfortable with the attention. What you have to be aware of, Harry, is that you are now even more of a celebrity than ever before." "What can I do, Professor?" Harry asked. "I don't want everybody looking to me." I understand your feelings, Harry. Unfortunately, the events of the world continue with very little regard for our feelings. The headmaster paused when they reached the end of the corridor. He turned to face Harry before saying anything. It was clear to Harry that there was some bad news coming. Harry, I wanted to tell you some of the things we discovered in the wake of today's attack. The ministry is going to try to contain and control the news as much as they can, but word is already spreading. We were able to capture several of the attackers and hold them for questioning. Everybody we apprehended had the dark mark on their arm. Today's attack, or so they say, was meant as a celebration. They had all received their dark mark in a ceremony last night. Our biggest trouble comes from the one that they all say is their leader. The same one that Mr. Stone was kind enough to subdue. The man is claiming to be Lucius Malfoy. Is he Professor? Harry asked in disbelief. No, Harry. He has been made to believe that he is who he claims. The others all say that is the only name he has ever used. But that doesn't make any sense, Professor. It makes perfect sense, Harry. The ministry is using this as an excuse to dismiss all the things Peter Pettigrew said. Minister Fudge will grab on to this with both hands and use it to hide from the truth of Voldemort's return. I am afraid, Harry, that our victory today will help the Death Eaters escape justice for a long time. Well, the Battle of Hogsmeade may have been led by a sham Lucius Malfoy, but it was a real battle, Harry said grimly. The ministry may want to hide from the truth, but I won't. I am glad to hear it, Harry. We won today. A little village stood up to an attack. All of us together can look at that as an example of how we can beat Voldemort. That is exactly what I want others to think, Harry. As long as we all stand together, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. The headmaster's face suddenly brightened. You should get some rest, Harry. You had a busy day. I will, Professor. Good night, Harry. Professor Dumbledore strode down the corridor and disappeared around a corner. Even after an exciting weekend, Mondays have a way of dragging people down. Everybody was still talking about the Battle of Hogsmeade and Harry's march. Harry, along with the rest of the students, trudged into the Great Hall for breakfast. Every time he overheard his name in conversation, he wanted to flinch. The best thing to happen that morning was an announcement that came from Professor Dumbledore. The headmaster appeared briefly in the Great Hall and his voice was carried to every corner of the castle. Students, if I may have your attention, the headmaster said in a calm voice. Because of the tiring and unfortunate events of this weekend, I have decided that classes will be suspended for today. Use your time to rest and prepare for classes that will resume tomorrow. Thank you. Harry was sure he could hear cheering coming from the whole castle. Harry was glad of the extra day off. He was looking forward to some quiet time to recover from all the excitement. Unfortunately for him, Mondays have a perversity to them that make them hard to enjoy. What little appetite he had nearly deserted him altogether when Hermione started to read aloud from the Daily Prophet. Hogsmeade was a village in chaos this weekend. Hermione read the story. The Ministry of Magic announced that an undisclosed number of people banded together for an attack against the Quiet Village. While the ministry is being restrictive with details about the attack, they are quick to point out that there was never any real danger and that Aurors were able to control the situation. Hermione had to pause as people that had been listening to her words made a racket of jeers, boos, complaints about the ministry, and an assortment of rude noises. Not satisfied with the statements provided by the ministry, your Daily Prophet reporter traveled to the village of Hogsmeade to learn more. After interviewing the residents of Hogsmeade, it is evident that the ministry has misinformed the wizarding community with its accustomed negligence. While the number of attackers is still unclear, some interesting facts were discovered. Everybody interviewed agreed that the attack was carried out by people that appeared to be Death Eaters. All of the attackers were dressed in black cloaks and concealed behind white masks. While the ministry denies any such activities by Death Eaters, it is doubtful that official sources can be trusted in this matter. This reporter, while conducting interviews in the village, could see the damage to numerous buildings. Witnesses to the attack had few kind words about the ministry. Aurors were only seen in the village after the battle was over. It is the faculty and staff of Hogwarts Academy for Witchcraft and Wizardry that is credited for containing the damage that the attackers could have inflicted on the village. The school's headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, is reported to have dueled against no less than 3 of the attackers at one time. The attackers apparently intended to destroy the village. Several monsters were collected by the ministry after the battle. Of all the interviews conducted, one event stands out. The attackers may very well have overpowered the defenders of Hogsmeade if help had not come from an unexpected source. Students from Hogwarts that had been enjoying a free day in the village lent their aid in the defense of Hogsmeade. A collection of students from different houses and different years banded together to fight the attackers. At the very front of the band of students and supported by his longtime friend Ronald Weasley, Hogwarts' own Harry Potter led the counter-offensive. Hermione had to stop reading again. This time she was drowned out by a loud cheer. Harry's appetite deserted him at last. His stomach felt like it was full of rocks that were slowly grinding together. Wanting to escape all the attention, Harry excused himself from the table as Hermione resumed reading. Without a specific destination in mind, he left the Great Hall. He wanted to gain some perspective about everything that had happened. Filled with doubts and questions, Harry did not pay attention to where his feet were taking him. He only looked around when he heard his name. "Morning, Harry." It was Gary Stone. The man was sitting at a table set beside the little house that had been set up on the grounds. Officially, Gary Stone had been hired to help the Muggle Studies students learn about how Muggle life worked. Harry knew there was a lot more to the man than anybody had admitted to. Now Harry saw him sitting in the morning sun. "Enjoying the free day, Harry?" "I guess," Harry answered in a mild tone. "Ah," Gary said in an ambiguous way. "Well, come on over and we'll see about making your time a little more interesting." Harry wandered over to where Gary was sitting and saw what he was working on. "Isn't that the ship that got in a fight with Malfoy?" Harry asked when he saw the model laying on the table. It was lying on top of an old newspaper and surrounded by small jars of paint, brushes and a handful of small tools. "Exactly right," Gary confirmed. "I decided to touch up the paint. That brat managed to mark up the hull a bit." Gary frowned at the model for a moment. "Can you lend me hand for a bit, Harry?" Sure." Harry looked at the table and tried to think of what he could do to help. "Good." Gary took hold of the model and lifted the top half off as if it was a lid. He carefully set it down beside where he was working. He produced a soft cloth which he handed to Harry. "Could you just clean this section up a bit? I need to check the interior for damage." Harry accepted the cloth and took a seat. With careful attention to the corners and contours of the model, Harry lightly cleaned the upper hull. He deftly cleaned away the fine coat of dust and soot that had collected on the model. Harry was used to simple labor and found the common act to be relaxing. Then Harry looked over to see what Gary was working on and found himself taken by surprise. The lower hull of the model was like nothing Harry had ever seen. There were compartments and partitions that were a part of the model itself. Between the little plastic bulkheads was a network of spidery glass fibers and brilliant crystals. As Harry watched, Gary was carefully checking every little detail. With a feather-like touch, the man was testing the fibrous connectors. He caressed each crystal to make sure it was securely in its place. Harry wasn't sure what he expected to be inside the model, but he felt himself gasping at what he saw now. What?" Harry finally managed to ask. Gary looked in Harry's direction and noticed the expression on the boy's face. "This is how the ship works," Gary explained. "Each crystal has a purpose and they work together to make the ship work." He traced a line with his finger over a set of 6 clear crystals set in an oval within the hull. "This set makes it fly. These 5, Gary indicated a set of smoky gray crystals, are the ones responsible for shielding the ship from attack." Gary touched one and it wiggled like a loose tooth. That one came loose, that is why Malfoy and his friends were able to score some hits against the hull. Gary paused his explanations to make sure the crystal in question was reseated tightly into its place. "The red and blue crystals," he resumed, "are the ones that power the weapons. The fiber lines connect the master reds and blues to the tiny crystals that actually fire on a target." "But how does this all work?" Harry interrupted. Well, Gary reached over and picked up the upper hull and turned it upside down. This revealed a whole new set of crystals and fibers. Gary pointed to a large, multifaceted crystal that was a deep purple. "That is the coordinator. That is what controls the ship and tells the different parts what to do and when." "But how does it do that?" Harry pressed. How do the crystals do any of it? Gary let out a sigh. Let's start with this. Gary reassembled the model, then rummaged around the tools on the table for a loose crystal. It was a milky white stone with 12 sides. Crystals are wonderful tools for working any kind of magic. This raw crystal has never been worked with, so we will start here. First, you have to know what you want to do. But you're a muggle, Harry protested. You can't do magic. I never said I couldn't do magic. Harry, you should not jump to conclusions. I just don't use magic the way you are familiar with. He held the crystal in front of Harry. The trick is to build an idea and set it into the crystal. Gary picked up a fine pointed tool and started to scratch a character into one of the facets of the crystal. Let's start with an easy one. This is the rune for the sun. As I work, I concentrate on the image, the idea, of sunlight. Gary continued to work as he talked. On each facet of the stone he carved in a rune. The character for golden sunlight. The symbol of eternity and infinity, for everlasting sunlight. Life, for the life-giving light of the sun. Gary was almost chanting as he worked. The stone was slowly changing from milky white to dark gold in Gary's hands. Harry watched in fascination. As each facet was marked, the crystal became clearer and brighter. When the last facet was inscribed, the stone looked like a flawless piece of amber. The runes were nearly invisible lines in the surface of the stone. And finally, Gary said as he laid the tool aside and held up the finished stone. We set the idea from out mind into the stone. Adoro. Harry felt the power of the word as it sent a ripple of magic through the air and sparked a light within the amber. A light at the heart of the stone started to glow like the bright spark from an arc welder. In a few moments the light grew until it was almost painful to look at. There you go, Harry. A sunstone, good for lighting a room or warding off vampires. To answer your question, the ship is filled with crystals that all work together. Each crystal was made for a specific job with a specific idea built into it. But I don't understand. Why haven't you used magic before now? Harry was puzzled about Gary's seemingly sudden ability to do magic. Harry, using magic is like any other tool. You have to know when it is appropriate to use any magic. Then you have to use the right magic. You don't use a bubbling cauldron to play Quidditch, do you? No, Harry agreed with a smile. Well, I guess I understand. A little anyway. Well, it's a place to start. Why don't you think on it for a while? I am sure you will see the reasoning behind some things that you had not considered before. Harry spent the morning with Gary working on models. First with the big Star Destroyer, and then with a smaller ship from another genre of science fiction. Harry felt a little strange to be doing such a mundane thing as building a model while talking about magic. He realized that there was a lot more to Gary Stone than he had ever imagined. Gary kept Harry engaged in a conversation about the mechanics of magic as the two of them worked. Harry knew he would never remember all the things the man said. It was clear that Gary was different from any witch or wizard that Harry had ever met. Harry's stomach reminded him that it was lunchtime with a noisy growl. Go ahead, Harry, Gary said. Go have lunch at the castle. I'll finish the model and clean up. Besides, your friends are going to wonder where you ran off to. Harry said his goodbyes and headed for the castle. With no classes today, the Great Hall was no more crowded than on a weekend. Harry took his accustomed place at the Gryffindor table and started in on lunch. He was not feeling very hungry, but his stomach was demanding some attention. With only a sliver of his attention on the food in front of him, Harry let his mind work on the problems likely to come out of the attack on Hogsmeade. It was in this distracted state that Cho Chang found him. Are you all right, Harry? She asked in a gentle voice. Harry looked up at her words and she saw his expression change when he made eye contact with her. There was a moment of doubt that was washed away with a soft smile and a brightening of those green eyes. Harry was happy to see her, and Cho felt a rush of warmth about it. Harry had not shown himself to be particularly expressive, but it was clear to Cho that he enjoyed her company. Without waiting for an invitation, she took a seat next to him. You have been awfully quiet, Harry. Is something wrong? I'm sorry, Cho, Harry said when he finally found his voice. I was just thinking about the attack. He paused for a moment as he tried to rearrange his thoughts. How are you doing, Cho? Are you all right after everything that happened? I'm fine, Harry. That's good. I don't want anything to happen to you. I mean that, well. I understand, Harry, she said softly, smiling. Cho, can I ask you something? Anything, Harry. Well, I was wondering about your family. Over the summer you wrote that they have their own business and that you live in London. I was wondering, I mean, if you don't mind telling me, if I could know a little more about your family. I don't mind. Cho was glad that Harry cared enough about her to ask about her family. My family lives over on the east side of London, in the Limehouse district. We have a small apothecary there. My family came to London about 100 years ago. There were a lot of Chinese immigrants in those days, including my grandfather. My family runs the shop. My parents and my brother and 2 sisters. And you help them over the summer? Harry asked. Yes. My brother and sisters help out after school and on weekends the rest of the year. Over the summer I have to do my share. Cho made a face and continued. My sisters don't think it is fair that I get to go away to school, so they keep trying to make me do their chores when I am home. So your family are muggles? Harry had a puzzled look on his face. How did you get to the Quidditch World Cup? My grandfather took me, Cho explained. When he first came to London he opened the apothecary. He was very popular with witches and wizards that didn't want to travel all the way to Diagon Alley. He didn't know what they were at first, but over time he became close friends with many of his regular customers. When one of them invited him to the World Cup, grandfather brought me with him. You are very close to your grandfather, Harry observed. It is because of grandfather that I am here. When I first got my Hogwarts letter, my parents wanted to apprentice me to a Wushu Si, a Chinese master of magic. But that would have meant sending me away, back to Hong Kong probably, for years. It would have been a formal apprenticeship and I would not be able to come home until I had finished my training. Grandfather had mentioned my Hogwarts letter to some of his old customers and they told him how respected the school is. He convinced my parents that it would be better to have me learn from an English school instead of sending me to live with some distant cousin in Hong Kong. Your family is from Hong Kong originally? Yes. We are Cantonese. Cho took some time to tell Harry a little about the Cantonese culture in comparison to the rest of mainland China. As they spoke, time passed in its own inevitable way. Harry and Cho were enjoying their time together. Hiya, Harry. The voice of Ginny Weasley gave Harry and Cho a start. What are you doing? Hello Ginny, Harry said. We were just talking. What about? Ginny sat down beside Harry, opposite to Cho, as close as she could manage without sitting in his lap. Nothing important, Cho said. She hoped that she kept the disappointment she felt about having her private time with Harry intruded on out of her voice. How are you doing, Ginny? I am fine. You? Fine. Harry, Cho, a cheerful voice made the pair look across the table. The Hufflepuff seeker Eleanor Branstone was taking a seat opposite from Harry. Congratulations, you two. What for? Harry wanted to know. Why? Cho asked at the same time. This. Eleanor pulled a magazine out from her robes. She laid it flat on the table so that they could see the cover. The title proclaimed, Witches Weekly, Extra. Over the caption, Hogwarts, Heroes of Hogsmeade, was a picture that could only have been taken by Colin Creevey. It was a picture of a determined Harry Potter with an equally determined Cho Chang by his right shoulder as they marched down Hogsmeade's main street. Harry looked at the picture and suppressed a groan. You two are famous, Eleanor said in an excited voice. There's Ron. Ginny pointed to the image of her brother that was a head taller than Harry. Ron would have been concealed by Harry's and Cho's images if he wasn't so tall. Hermione was only identifiable as a bushy head of hair between Cho and Ron. Isn't he your housekeeper, Harry? Eleanor asked. Yes, Harry agreed. Ginny is his sister. Oh, sorry. Ginny, this is Eleanor Branstone, Hufflepuff's seeker. Eleanor, this is Ginny Weasley, my reserve seeker. Nice to meet you. Eleanor offered her hand to Ginny. A pleasure, Ginny said as she accepted the hand. You are a great flyer, Ginny complimented. Thank you. Eleanor turned her attention back to Harry. Harry, can I have your autograph? You too, Cho. What's wrong? Harry had groaned out loud at the request. Excuse me, a new voice intruded. Everybody turned to see a young Slytherin approaching. He moved with a sense of purpose in spite of the nervousness on his face. Can I help you? Harry said. He didn't know the student but had little trust for anybody from Slytherin. I saw that there was an assembly of seekers and I wanted to introduce myself. The stranger stood a few feet from them. I am Scott Mitchell, 4th year. I was just selected as the new Slytherin seeker. Harry gave the Slytherin a quick once-over. He was a little shorter than average but had broad shoulders. His build was only a little heavier than Harry's own. Mindful of the courtesy extended to him by the Slytherin prefects at the start of the year, Harry stood. Cho and the others followed Harry's lead. Congratulations, Mr. Mitchell, Harry said in a level voice as he offered his hand. Thank you, Mr. Potter. The Slytherin seeker shook hands with Harry. It was a firm handshake from both seekers without any games or childish attempts to impress each other with a crushing grip. The others introduced themselves in turn. Take a seat, Mr. Mitchell, Harry said in a casual voice. Tell us a little about your Quidditch experience. Everybody sat down and together, witches and wizards, they talked Quidditch. The month on April arrived at Hogwarts to deliver a series of spring storms. It had taken a while, but the school had finally settled down after the Battle of Hogsmeade. Harry was glad to lose himself in the normalcy of school work. The plodding grind of classes continued as the OWLs drew closer. No matter how much he wanted to, however, Harry could not forget about the Battle of Hogsmeade. Professor Fletcher used Harry's actions during the battle as an example of how wizards could pool their abilities. He drilled the Dada students in teamwork and cooperative spell casting. Groups of students were paired off for team dueling practice. Whenever the professor called on Harry in class, he said, "Captain Potter." Professor Snape was not about to let Harry's heroism go unpunished. "Mr. Potter," the potions master would address Harry. "Because you are such a natural leader, perhaps you should be the first to." With Sever to help him, Harry was confident about the quality of his potions. In truth, he almost never asked the enchanted knife for help. The knowledge that Sever was available if he needed help was enough to bolster Harry's confidence and help him get through his potions classes. It was a wet Sunday afternoon when the next Quidditch match was held. The 17th was dark and windy with a drizzle that just hung in the air. Hufflepuff vs. Slytherin was a match to gather points for the House Cup only. Both houses were out of the running for the Quidditch Cup. All of these facts were of little importance to Hogwarts. What counted was that it was a Quidditch match. The sport of the wizarding world was all the reason people needed to trudge out into the weather. The atmosphere around Hogwarts was charged with tension. Nobody had even tried to forget Malfoy's last game. Slytherin's reputation had sunk to a new low and everybody was well aware of it. This was going to be the cleanest game in history, or it was going to end in a riot. Harry and Cho had both decided to sit with Hufflepuff as a show of support. Most of the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw teams had joined them. As Harry found a good seat, he noticed that nearly every student had their wands at the ready. If Slytherin played the least bit dirty, they would be in for a world of trouble. When the two teams came out on the field, the crowd cheered. The sections on the stands filled with the students from Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor raised a wild noise as Hufflepuff's team appeared. When the team for Slytherin came out onto the field, only their own house cheered. The rest of the stands had fallen silent. It was abundantly clear that there was little tolerance for the vaunted pure bloods. With a blast from Madame Hooch's whistle, the game was on. Both teams were in motion in an instant. Eleanor Branstone, the Hufflepuff seeker, rushed into a position above the center of the pitch. She held her position for just a moment, and then dived for a point in the middle of her team's chasers. Scott Mitchell had been climbing into position when Eleanor went into her dive. He turned to follow her in a dive that would cut across her path just below where the Hufflepuff chasers were turning towards the Slytherin end of the field. They had the quaffle and were eager to score. Eleanor was almost to her teammates when she pulled a sharp turn and headed towards the stands, flying level 30 feet above the ground. Scott swore as he tried to turn to catch her. He was sure she had seen the snitch. She wasn't looking anywhere but right where she was headed, so Scott was confident that she wasn't faking. Scott wasn't the only Slytherin flyer that was watching Eleanor. A bludger suddenly cut through the air in front of the Hufflepuff seeker and she flinched. Scott watched her do a braking turn up and to her right. She paused for a moment as she looked around, then she started a slow spiral ascent to get back above the action. While much of the attention was on the Seekers, the game had continued. Slytherin was playing rulebook perfect Quidditch. It was soon clear that they were out of their element. The Chasers were playing with such adherence to the rules that they held themselves with almost formal stiffness. The Beaters were trying to handicap the Hufflepuff team, but because they were acutely aware of the attitude in the stands, they were almost timid about possibly hitting a member of the other team. Slytherin had played dirty Quidditch for so long that they were hopeless when they had to follow the rules. There were lots of ways to play aggressively without cheating, but Slytherin couldn't try anything unless they wanted to risk provoking a crowd that knew how to use magic. All of this left Slytherin at a huge disadvantage. The best efforts of the Slytherin keeper only slowed the scoring success of the Hufflepuff team. In just minutes the score was 40 points to 0, in favor of Hufflepuff. Scott sat his broom above the action and suppressed the urge to shout obscenities at his teammates. He and Eleanor traded off in performing short feints without moving far from center pitch while the Chasers were a rolling cloud of action below them. The Seekers were having a wordless argument. It was a contest of facial expressions and body language. While being alert for any sign of the snitch, they watched each other like hawks. Scott would cast a squint in one direction and Eleanor would give a quick look that way for the snitch. She would tighten her grip and lean to a side and he would respond by drifting sideways to see around her. One or the other would make short dash just to see if the other would follow. Below them the game continued. Hufflepuff was soon ahead at 80-0. Scott felt the tension of the game. He was as tightly wound as a guitar string. He knew he had to get the snitch or his team was slowly going to be ground flat by Hufflepuff. Watching his opponent he suddenly felt a moment of panic. Eleanor wasn't scanning for the snitch. Her body was ridged and her eyes were locked on Scott's face. He instantly knew something had happened. She had seen the snitch, but she was refusing to give any indication that would tell her opponent where. After a long minute she yanked hard on the handle of her broom. He was sure that she was going to try to fly over his head. He yanked his broom up and started to turn around. It was then that Eleanor did something that Scott had never seen before. Eleanor had pulled her broom into a perfectly vertical position. Then it was as if the magic of the broom had just been switched off. As Scott was starting an ascent for where he was sure she had seen the snitch, Eleanor fell straight down. It was the look of conviction on her face that convinced Scott that she was doing this intentionally. Eleanor continued her backwards dive for only 3 seconds, but it was enough. Scott had hesitated. Now she let her broom swing around from a pivot point just behind her center of gravity. In an instant she was in a controlled power dive. A surprised Scott was seconds behind her. The stands were going wild. The crowd was on its feet, cheering and shouting. Scott tried to fly a path to cut off the Hufflepuff seeker. He was at a disadvantage. She had seen the snitch, but he had no idea where. All he could do was follow after and try to get between her and the snitch. The wind whistled in his ears as he gained speed. Then he heard himself swearing. He had misjudged Eleanor's flight path. Eleanor raced for the golden snitch. She had seen it flying a slow spiral along the edge of the pitch headed for the Slytherin end of the field. The dreary weather had prevented any bright light that would have normally glinted off of the snitch to give away its position. Now she had seen it and was ready to capture the win for her team. The stall maneuver had given her a lead that the Slytherin seeker would find hard to take away. To give herself a better shot at reaching the snitch, Eleanor wasn't flying straight for the snitch. She was flying for where she expected the thing to be in a few seconds. With a wide turn she prolonged her dive and changed her path into an arc that should end at the snitch. The longer dive gave her more speed. The arc of her dive meant that she was not flying in a straight path. A bludger cut through the spot she was expected to be in, and missed her left side by inches. Scott had started into a steep dive and found himself out of line with Eleanor's path. He was forced to lose speed as he corrected his direction of travel. Desperate to close in on her position, he cut a straight path that would intercept her arc. Laying flat along his broom's handle he urged it to give him all the speed it had to offer. His eyes were fixed on Eleanor so far ahead of him. Eleanor was a part of her broom. She held to the polished handle with her hands and knees as she stretched herself along its length. Ahead of her was the snitch. Its golden shape looked dull in the gloomy weather. It was, To Eleanor, a bright beacon of purpose. She was growing closer with every heartbeat. In seconds it would be hers. Then the realization hit her. She had to let go of her broom to catch it. She was flying faster than she ever had in her life. The arc of her turn was pressing her against the broom handle. Doubt filled her and made her heart skip a beat. Then it was there. The golden snitch was there in reach. With hands that suddenly felt numb, she reached out. The tiny wings brushed against her fingers and she fumbled for a grip in its smooth surface. In one instant she was filled with total panic and unbound hope. Then hope and panic were gone. The conflicting feelings were washed away as her right hand closed around the hard body of the snitch, by a rush of joy. Yes. Eleanor recklessly sat up and threw out her arms as she shouted with joy. She was filled with the rush of accomplishment and even victory. Then Scott was in front of her. They collided with a horrendous crash. The two seekers were thrown from their brooms. The impact had knocked the breath from them and they fell in a tangle limbs and robes. Scott was on the bottom when the pair struck the ground. There was an ominous crunching sound as they landed in the mud. The world seemed to swim around Scott as pain stabbed through the back of his head. The last thought before the darkness closed in was that he was being thoroughly keyed. Scott was only out for a minute before the pain in his head and right side dragged him back to consciousness. Eleanor was only a few meters away, surrounded by her teammates. The Slytherin team was landing around Scott, and Professor Snape was hurrying across the pitch. Scott's teammates were all grim-faced as they dismounted from their brooms. "Try to stay on your broom next time." The voice of Adrian Pusey, the Slytherin team captain, was followed by the captain himself coming into Scott's field of view. He was holding Scott's broom as well as his own. Not too bad for a first game. The team captain's voice was flat and unfriendly. For Slytherin it was high praise. Scott was still feeling good about his performance as he was carried to the hospital wing for fractured ribs. Eleanor was nearly crying with joy. It was only her third game and she had captured the snitch. The whole Hufflepuff team, regulars and reserves, were clustered around her. She was hugged again and again until she felt breathless. People were congratulating her and cheering for her. It was a total surprise to see Cho Chang among the Hufflepuffs. The Ravenclaw seeker also gave Eleanor a congratulatory hug. She wanted to scream with excitement at being recognized by an experienced seeker. When Harry Potter gave her short hug, she nearly fainted. Harry and Cho watched as the excited Hufflepuff team finally made its collective way to the changing rooms. "She is going to be a challenge to beat next year," Harry observed. "That new Slytherin seeker was a good flyer too. Better watch out for him," Cho said. "He's better than Malfoy ever was, and he will get better. He is going to be a tough seeker to play against. Just the way Quidditch should be." Harry smiled at Cho. "We wouldn't want it any other way, would we?" "No." She took his hand in hers as they started for the castle. "It is going just the way I like it." Harry had never been the model student in his classes. His high marks in defense against the dark arts had more to do with his practical experience than from his pat study habits. His desperate studying for the Triwizard Tournament had boosted his standing in charms. When it got right down to it, Harry Potter was an average student. Lately his professors had seen a change in him. He was not suddenly on a level with Hermione Granger. He was just more serious about what he was doing. The common opinion was that he was maturing. The truth was that he was frightened to the core by the idea of a vengeful Voldemort on the hunt for his head. Transfiguration had taken on a new level of complication for Harry. Professor McGonagall stressed the precise memorization of each incantation and each formula that she taught. When Harry found himself stumbling over the pronunciation of words, he had to fight the urge to skip the incantation and throw his will at the subject to be transfigured. There was a similar problem with charms. While talking with Cho about it, she was able to help him work through his frustration. "All magic is an act of the will," Cho explained. "It all started out as wand-less magic with no rules except that stronger the will the stronger the magic. It built up over the countless years to include all kinds of things. The wand started out as a stick to help aim the magic. By using the magical properties of special woods and other things, the wands were made to harmonize with the person that would use it. This made it easier to direct the magic. The incantations came from formulas. The formulas were created to make the casting of magic more predictable. Cho was in her element as a Ravenclaw. She and Harry spent hours talking about the mechanics of magic. Harry took their time together very seriously, and she loved him for it. With Cho's help, Harry was able to keep his independent studies from tangling up with his school work. Unfortunately, his time with Cho was dominated by studying. The OWLs were looming ever close, and Cho was not letting him forget how important those tests were. It was getting to the point that the only time he did not have a book in front of him was during Quidditch practice. March decided to go out with a show of force. It was raining heavily for the entire last week. Harry had trudged out to the greenhouses with his classmates for herbology. If potions with Professor Snape was a kind of hell, then to Harry herbology was a special kind of purgatory. Terry Shire had not stopped her pursuit of Harry, and his role in the Battle of Hogsmeade only inflamed her further. He had thought she had been bad before the holidays, but her Christmas present had just provided evidence that she had not reached the limits of her ardor. She had given Harry a simple-looking ball of crystal that was filled with soft, colorful wisps of light. To his dorm mates it was a pretty night light. When Harry touched the surface of the crystal it showed him, and only him, a naked image of Terry slowly moving between an assortment of cute and suggestive poses. Harry never looked forward to herbology. With the pouring rain there was very little he could do to avoid Terry Shire except stay out of the greenhouse and get soaked. That was not something he was looking forward to doing. With a sense of impending suffering, Harry trudged along in the rain. Once in the comparable comfort of the greenhouse, Harry, along with everybody else, cast a drying charm over himself. Neville Longbottom always had to use the charm twice because the first time always left him with one wet sock. As the students dried themselves they made their way to their assigned seats. Professor Sprout was at the front of the class area and looked like she is ready to give a lecture. Harry took his seat on, prepared to take notes. A lecture meant that Terry would have to restrain herself while the professor was talking. Harry was all in favor of anything that would force the girl to keep her hands to herself. When Terry arrived, Harry noticed some disappointment in her face when she saw everybody with quills at the ready to take notes. She took her seat beside Harry and set herself to make the most of the situation. Harry had learned a lot during his 5th year at Hogwarts. As he sat through herbology he exercised a level of concentration and self-control that would have been impossible for him just a few months ago. Without missing any of the important points of Professor Sprout's lecture, Harry calmly copied down notes while Terry kept stroking his thigh under the desk. No matter how she tried to provoke a reaction, Harry just sat stiffly at the desk with his attention on the lecture. Somewhere in the back of his mind he wondered if Terry would lose interest in him if he keyed Neville Longbottom. As March rolled over into April, the wet weather continued unabated. Everybody was starting to feel permanently soggy and waterlogged. As it happened every spring, students searched for a way to keep their feet from getting cold and soaked. A steady trickle of students passed through the hospital wing with burn blisters on their feet from misused warming charms. Students from every house muttered about the weather. Harry accepted the wetness with the same plodding endurance that had learned while growing up with Dudley. Quidditch practice was worth getting wet and muddy. Almost guiltily, Harry had to admit to himself that the depressing weather was a personal blessing. Gryffindor felt more like a family to Harry than the Dursleys ever did. With the wet and overcast weather, the Gryffindor common room was filled with students sharing the cozy warmth and cheery lights of the fireplace and lanterns. It was surrounded by his house that Harry felt comfortable and able to relax. Harry spared a moment to look up from the books in front of him. The 5th and 7th year students were all busy studying for the OWLs and NEWTs they would be taking at the end of the year. Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan were helping Neville with his potion studies. Hermione sat with the other 5th year girls around a table laden with books. Harry suspected that there was more than just studying going on from the occasional explosions of giggles that erupted from the group. The 7th year students were also studying in quiet groups, with the exception of the Weasley twins. Fred and George were sitting by themselves with a look on their faces that the other students had learned to be alert for. The twins were planning a new prank. Harry smiled to himself. For the time being, everything seemed right in the world. It was the 12th of April when the Battle of Hogsmeade had its next impact on the school. It was Friday and classes were over for the week. The great hall was almost completely full with students trying to fill their stomachs. Harry, along with all the other adolescents, had his attention focused on the food in front of him. It was this preoccupation with supper that made him unaware of when the headmaster stood up at the head table. Professor Dumbledore stood patiently as the great hall fell quiet. It took a few minutes for everybody to become aware of the growing quiet, but soon the entire student body had their attention on the headmaster. "If you will excuse my interruption of your dinner," the headmaster said with a small smile. "I promise that nobody will expire from hunger before I have finished my announcements." There was a brief chuckle from his audience. Tomorrow evening Hogwarts will be hosting a special dinner. All students are invited to attend, provided that you can promise to be on your best behavior. The entire staff was looking towards the Weasley twins at that point. This is not a formal occasion, however, a measure of glamour and preparation would be in order. "Thank you." Professor Dumbledore concluded his announcements and sat down. There was a moment's pause while silence held, then was washed away as excited voices erupted along the house tables. Within minutes, small packs of girls were leaving the Great Hall. In less than an hour, owls were being dispatched on urgent missions. Cosmetics and other necessities were needed, and there was only a little time. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were returning to Gryffindor Tower when Professor McGonagall approached them. "If I could have your attention for a moment," their head of house said to the three students. Harry felt his stomach drop all over again. "I expect the three of you to make your best effort to be presentable for tomorrow. You will be representing both Gryffindor and Hogwarts. This is a serious occasion and the headmaster is determined to make the most out of it. See to it that you do your part and are a credit to your house. Do you understand?" She gave them a look that threatened serious consequences if they fell even a fingernail's breadth below her expectations. "Yes, Professor McGonagall," the students murmured in unison. "Good," she said with no warmth in her voice. After a last penetrating gaze, Professor McGonagall made an abrupt departure. "Good evening." She left the three students to look after themselves. What was that all about? Ron was the first of the three to speak. "I think that somebody important must be coming tomorrow," ventured Hermione. "I can't imagine who it could be. What do you think, Harry?" "I think we should make sure we have a spotless set of robes for tomorrow evening." He started for their common room as he spoke. "We have to look sharp if we are going to be in front of the whole school." "In front of the whole school?" Ron squeaked. "What are you talking about, Harry?" Hermione wanted to know. "Why would we be in front of the whole school?" "Remember the attack on Hogsmeade," Harry said as his friends hurried to catch up to him. "It's not something I am likely to forget," Ron said in a heated tone. "We could have been killed. But we weren't killed," Harry explained. "We stood up to the attackers. Us, the professors, and the people of the village. We all fought back together and won. People need to be reminded that if we work together we can stop Voldemort." Hermione and Ron flinched involuntarily. "Tomorrow they are going to put us up in front of everybody and hold us up as heroes. All of us." Ron's eyes were wide at the thought of being singled out. He had always wanted attention, but this was different than being Quidditch captain or head boy. "But we didn't do anything, Harry. We just followed you." "That's right," Hermione agreed. "We were just trying to keep together, like you said to do. We were just following your lead, Harry. And about 30 people were following you." Harry looked at his friends and recognized the emotions on their faces. They were getting a small feeling for what he went through every time somebody held him up as the famous Harry Potter. "Look," he said patiently. "I know you don't want to go through this, but the wizarding community needs people that it can look up to. They need to be able to point to an event and say, if they could stand up to evil, so can I. When more people start to believe that Voldemort is back, they need to remember that they don't have to give in to evil out of fear." "That makes sense," Hermione said in reflective tone. "But why all of us? Why not just you?" "Because I'm the boy who lived. People need to see that I am not the only one that can stand up to Voldemort. If it is just me, then nobody will stand up for themselves. If they see other people standing against evil and winning, then they will believe that they can stand their ground too. Besides, if something happens to me, there has to be other heroes." Harry stopped when they reached the portrait of the fat lady. "Look, you guys. Everybody knows my name already. Ron, You knew who I was before my seat on the Hogwarts Express was even warm. Now think about who you are. Who we are. Ron looked at Harry as if his wits had fled. Harry, we're nobodies. No, you are everybody. Ron, you are from a pureblood family. Hermione, you are Muggle-born. You were both willing to stand up to Death Eaters and you lived. How many Muggle-born or half-blooded wizards are going to look at that and see that they are as powerful as some pure-blooded Death Eater? How many purebloods can look at what happened and see that just because they are purebloods they don't have to listen to somebody like Malfoy? Harry paused and looked at his friends. He watched their faces as his words sank in. Tomorrow is every bit as important in fighting evil as any battle of wands and magic. We did not start this fight, but it is too important to give up just because we don't like the attention. You are right, Harry, Hermione said in a soft voice. We are behind you. No. She was startled by the force of Harry's single refusal. Not behind me. You have to stand beside me. The wizarding world has to see we are all equals. Teamwork, Ron said suddenly. If we stand behind you, it makes you look stronger, but we look weaker. We have to stand together as a team with no one person more important than the rest. I get it, Harry. I'm with you. Me too, Harry, Hermione said with a determined expression. I am glad you guys are my friends, Harry said. The castle had been transformed overnight. The school had always looked a little worn and weathered. It was much like a favorite book or a comfortable chair by the fire. It was dependable and reassuring. When dawn touched the castle walls, they presented a different image. Hogwarts was a castle in full glory. Pennants and flags flew from the towers. The walls were strong and decorated with colorful banners. Suits of armor that had long decorated the corridors now marched in formation along the battlements, and gargoyles stood watch in all quarters. When Harry and his friends went down to breakfast, they saw evidence of Hogwarts' transformation. Sir Nicholas and the Bloody Baron were both encased in ghostly beak plates and carrying swords. The fat friar wore his modest robes but had added a wide-brimmed helmet and carried a stout staff. The martial trappings that now decorated the school had the look of formality and celebration. The students soon found themselves caught up in the mood of the castle. Prefects and staff were finding themselves being saluted. Some students even made an attempt to march in line rather than strolling in clumps. Harry understood the importance of what was happening. That did not mean that he had to enjoy it. The grand decorations and martial trappings helped to build people's confidence. People needed to see the school as a place of strength and courage and hope. Harry realized that it would only take a moment to turn the festive, traditional defenses of the castle into a very real means to defend the school and students. The trio ate their breakfast in silence. Hermione had her nose in a book titled Ceremony and Celebration. Wizarding Traditions of Honor. Ron pecked at his food in the same way he had approached breakfast on the morning of his first Quidditch match. Harry noticed that neither of his friends looked like that had slept well. Harry knew exactly how they felt. His own mind was twisting in knots as he tried to think of everything that could happen. He was even working up a short speech, in case he was asked to say something. Good morning, Harry, Cho said softly as she came up behind him. She wrapped her arms around him in a warm hug. G-morning, Cho, Harry returned her greeting and looked up into her face. The traded a gentle key, then Harry made room for her to sit next to him. Did you have a good night? I guess. Harry, Cho looked at his face as she gathered her thoughts. Do you know what is going on tonight? I have some idea, he admitted. I asked Professor Flitwick, but he just said that he was proud of me and that I should do my best to represent my house. That's what McGonagall said. Well, sort of anyway, Ron threw in. What is going on, Harry? Cho asked in a direct manner. Remember our picture on the cover of Witch Weekly? Well, I think they are going to have us up in front of the school as examples of heroes. Harry's words made the color drain from Cho's face. But Harry, Cho protested. I didn't do anything. I just stayed behind you and threw a few charms. I didn't know what we were doing. I was afraid of getting separated from you. But you did not panic. You did not give up or run away. I was too afraid to run. You stayed with me, and others saw us trying to defend ourselves. Because you didn't run, other people decided not to run. But, I was just doing what had to be done. What? Cho's voice faltered. Exactly. Harry said calmly. You did what had to be done. What anyone would have done. Cho. That is exactly what people have to do. People have to see that they need to stand together and fight evil any way they can. But then why do I have to stand up in front of everybody if I only did what anybody could have done? Because you were there, Cho. Because you did not run, others followed you. That makes you a leader. That makes people see you as a hero. Harry took Cho's hands in his and looked her in the eye. Cho saw the deep feelings and clear thinking in Harry's green eyes and felt his gaze reaching into her. Cho, people need you to be a hero so they can look up to you and find the strength to do the right thing. Think of Quidditch, Ron said suddenly. Everybody on the team works together. If the keeper doesn't do his best, it makes it harder for the others to do their own jobs. Just because we're heroes doesn't mean we have to do everything. We just get to help make sure everybody else remembers to do their part. Hermione nodded in agreement with what Ron had said. Ron smiled at Harry and Hermione as he accepted the value of his own words. Then he set to the business of eating breakfast with a vengeance. His appetite had returned and he was not going to let the food escape. Hermione smiled with a hint of pride about Ron's short display of maturity. Then she asked the question. What are you going to wear tonight, Cho? There was only a moment's hesitation before every female in hearing range burst into excited chatter about fashions, makeup and hairstyles. Harry and Ron escaped from the Great Hall as quickly as they could. As dinner approached, Gryffindor Tower was becoming increasingly chaotic. Owls were flying thick and fast as urgently requested parcels from home arrived. Harry had discovered that after spending time as an owl, he could understand them. Pressed into service to help with the girls' frantic preparations for tonight's dinner, the owls had a lot to say about the female humans. Harry listened to the owls gossiping as they flew in and out of the tower. Only Harry's close circle of friends had any warning about what the special dinner was about. He did admit to Ron that it was only speculation, but Harry's closest friend accepted it as the best possible explanation. Having some forewarning made it easier to deal with the excitement of the evening ahead. It had taken Harry and Ron less than an hour to get ready. They had started by each selecting their most worn-out school robe. Harry had summoned his will and released it to transform the old robes into new robes of fine black velvet with their house crest embroidered in fine thread of gold. At the end of their second year, Harry and Ron had been presented with a special award for services to the school. The awards were on display in the school trophy room, but the two boys had also received a pin that showed the Hogwarts crest surrounded by an olive wreath. Ron wore the pin on left beep above his Auror badge. Harry placed his Auror badge beside his prefect badge with the pin over them both. Ron and Harry enjoyed being spectators to the chaos. Girls were running in and out of the common room in every state of dress imaginable. Some boy would be lounging comfortably, wrinkling his normal school robes, only to have a half-dressed girl he hardly talked to rush over to demand, "Is that what you're wearing?" The confused boy would find himself being bullied into making an attempt at spiffing himself up. At one point, Hermione, clad in only a dressing gown, cut through the common room to where Ron was sitting with Harry. She froze when she saw the boys' enhanced and very formal-looking school robes. "Oh," she squeaked, before dashing back up to her dorm. "Mental," Ron said as he watched her run off. Harry remembered all of the excitement the girls had had for the formal dances. There was no month of advanced warning for this evening. Any boy sitting still found himself being consulted on issues outside of their capacity to give the right answers to. What kind of shoes? Is my makeup all right? There was even the dreaded question of, does this make me look? Harry and Ron avoided the questions by pretending to concentrate on a game of chess. When Ron and Harry had decided on what to wear, they had sent owls to Hermione and Cho. The girls were told to wear their oldest robes, and that Harry would take care of everything before they went into the Great Hall. Hermione had obviously not trusted her note from Ron. The next time she came downstairs, she was in her best school robe. Ron sent her back up to change after Harry and Ron explained what was going to be done. It only took her 20 minutes to exchange robes. Once Harry released his will on her robe, Hermione was dressed to match her two friends. Harry left Ron and Hermione in the Gryffindor common room after that. It was almost time for dinner and Harry wanted to speak with Cho. The Marauders map, Harry's ever-present companion, told him that Cho was still in the Ravenclaw dorms. He always knocked before entering the Ravenclaw common room, but this evening the passage was wide open. Just like his common room, this was a place of chaos. No sooner had Harry arrived in Ravenclaw territory than an excited second year sighted him. "You're here for Cho," the girl had said as a statement of fact. She then rushed off. A chorus of giggles echoed out of the girls' dorm a moment later. Cho came out to see Harry, dressed in a silk bath robe, with a stern expression on her face, and his note in her fist. "What do you mean by this?" she asked in a level voice. "I can dress myself, I will have you know." "I know you can, Cho," Harry said quickly. "And you always look beautiful no matter what you wear. I want all of us to match tonight is all. I want us to look like a team. We all stood together, and now I want everybody to see us as the same. This way," Harry gestured to his own enhanced robes. "We represent Hogwarts together instead of just our houses." "All right then," Cho said simply. "And thank you." Harry did not have a clue as to why she was thanking him. "I will be right down." Cho dashed back to her dorm. Harry was starting to get nervous. Dinner was scheduled to start in minutes. When Cho reappeared, her hair gathered up in a tight bun that was held in place by the red lacquered sticks that Harry had given her moths ago, and then it spilled down to her left shoulder in a dozen little waterfalls of silky black. Harry could not see any traces of makeup, but her face had a radiant glow. It was enough to leave Harry breathless. It took 2 tries to gather his will because he was so distracted by Cho's appearance. Finally, he managed to release his will and transform her robes. "Does my hair look all right, Harry?" Cho asked in a gentle voice. "Does it ever? I mean, Harry felt himself starting to blush. He took a deep, calming breath. "You look absolutely wonderful." Cho had smiled when Harry had been too flustered to make a whole sentence. He didn't notice, but she was pleased with the effect she had had on him. Harry may not be the smoothest talker, but his sincerity showed in his face and in his voice. Cho knew that he meant what he said, and that he thought she was beautiful. "May I walk you to the Great Hall, Miss Chong?" Harry offered his arm to Cho. "Yes," she answered in a soft tone as she took his arm. "Thank you, Mr. Potter." Arm in arm they headed for the Great Hall. Their departure was like a signal, and everybody in the Ravenclaw common room that had finished getting ready followed in their wake. Harry, Cho, Ron, and Hermione all came together outside the Great Hall. The doors to the hall were still closed, so the foyer was filled with people waiting to enter. When he arrived in the entryway, Harry saw Professor McGonagall. The head of Gryffindor House had apparently been waiting for him. She closed in on Harry and his friends as soon as she saw them. She gave the 4 students a critical once-over, then graced them with a tight smile and a brief nod. "Appropriate attire," she said in clipped tones. "Mr. Potter, a word." She drew Harry a few feet from his friends. "I wanted to advise you that you and your friends will be sitting at the center table for tonight. I should also warn you that you will be asked to say a few words tonight. Try to keep from tripping over your tongue." "Yes, Professor." Harry tried to sound confident. "I understand. Very well. Return to your friends. I will see you inside shortly." Harry was quick to rejoin the comforting presence of his friends. "What did she say?" Hermione wanted to know at once. "She said we will be sitting at the center table tonight, and to be ready to give speeches." Harry knew the others were not likely to be asked to speak, but he had every intention of sharing the spotlight as much as he could get away with. "If I may have your attention," the voice of the deputy headmistress cut through the chatter and noise of the waiting students. Professor McGonagall was standing on the steps to the side of the foyer so she could see over the crowd. "Tonight's seating is by assignment. Please look for your places where you see your house colors, and observe the name cards. 7th years and 1st years will be together towards the head of the hall. 6th and 2nd years will be closest to the doors. Please remember to be courteous to our guests and visitors. Each and every one of you represents your house in this school. I assure you that no foolishness that embarrasses either will be tolerated." Professor McGonagall lingered only a moment before giving a nod of her head. The doors to the Great Hall opened and the students started to file in. The tide of students started moving as soon as the doors opened. It was not a continuous flow. There were short stops and delays as the students took in the view of the Great Hall. When Harry and his friends finally passed into the Great Hall, he immediately wished he could turn back around again. What Harry saw went beyond any expectation he could have formed on his own. The Great Hall had been completely reorganized. The head table had been pushed back to make room for the addition of side wings so that an additional score of seats could be added. The house tables had been moved closer together and made narrower to make room for 3 additional tables. All of the tables were longer than normal to accommodate extra place settings. Each set of house colors decorated a table and a half apiece. The center table was decorated in Hogwarts crests but was not divided into houses. Harry immediately understood the demand for additional seating when he saw some familiar faces at the Gryffindor table. Molly and Arthur Weasley were standing to greet Ginny and the twins. Harry wished he could visit with them, but he and his friends were expected along the center table. Along the house tables there were parents and family of students. Most of the parents were Hogwarts alumni, and they showed their support by wearing their house colors or crests. As he walked along the center table, Harry saw faces he recognized from the village of Hogsmeade. "A good evening to you, Harry," Mr. Clark said as Harry passed. "Tiffany was right, sorry she missed your visit to the store." "Good evening, Mr. Clark," Harry said politely. Harry also exchanged greetings with Madame Rosmerta and other Hogsmeade business owners and their families. Nearly all of them were total strangers to him. It was with some relief that he finally found his seat and could sit down below the line of sight of most of the people in the hall. Unfortunately, that seat was at the head of the table, with the head table uncomfortably close to his right. Ron on the other side of the table was looking pink in the ears and green around the gills. Cho sat at Harry's left while Hermione sat opposite her at Ron's right. Harry tried not to let himself get too nervous and distracted himself by looking around the Great Hall. He was close enough to the head table to overhear bits of conversation. The school faculty was joined by the school's board of governors. The political value of the evening was not lost on Harry. Nor was it lost on the Minister of Magic. Cornelius Fudge was sitting next to Professor Dumbledore. The minister's face looked like it was caught somewhere between a pleasant smile and a sour scowl. The school governors were talking softly with the professors as the students continued to find their seats. As Harry was looking around, an elderly Chinese man approached Cho. "Grandfather." Cho nearly jumped out of her seat to hug the old man. What followed was a rapid-fire conversation in Cantonese. Harry heard names in their conversation that had to be an explanation of who was who. After a minute, Cho switched back to English and performed a round of introductions. "Everyone," she said in a proud voice. "This is my grandfather, Chong Zhong-hu. Grandfather, this is Hermione Granger, Ronald Weasley, and this is Harry Potter." Cho's grandfather gave a short bow to Hermione and Ron as they were introduced. To Harry he gave a deeper bow, then held out his hand. "Pleased to meet you," he said with a heavy accent. "Cho has said much in her letters about you." "It is an honor to meet you, sir." Harry stood to shake the old man's hand. "Cho has told me how much you mean to her. I am very glad you were able to help her come to Hogwarts." "That is nice of you," he said to Harry. When her grandfather sat down, he started speaking to her in Cantonese again. Harry did not know what they were talking about, and thought it might be best that way. He did hear his name a few times, and whatever the old man was saying, it was making Cho blush. Not wanting to stare at Cho, Harry returned to studying the Great Hall and the people gathered together. Some of the parents' faces he recognized from platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. One parent that Harry recognized instantly was Lucius Malfoy. He was sitting beside his son with an air of confidence and contempt that Draco fought a hopeless battle to duplicate. Harry hoped that he could avoid any confrontations with the Malfoys this evening. Harry continued to look around until a gentle chiming drew his attention to the head table. "Honored guests, students, and anybody that may be lurking under the tables," said Albus Dumbledore stood at the head table looking every bit the scholarly and noble wizard. "I am pleased to welcome you all to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I hope that you will all enjoy a pleasant evening. Before I ramble on excessively, might I suggest we attend to the first order of tonight's business." With a wave of his hand, the tables were suddenly laden with everything required for a fine feast. "I hope you all brought your appetites. Let us enjoy this meal as friends and equals." With that, The headmaster sat down and the feast began. Harry and his friends tried to enjoy the food, but they were too nervous to have much of an appetite. Around them, the great hall was filled with conversations. The warmth of the included parents added to the festive feel of the feast. Nobody noticed right away, but as everybody was eating, the hall was slowly dimming. There was plenty of light to see what was on the tables and to recognize the faces in sight. The ceiling and floor, however, were lost in thick shadows. Harry started to feel apprehensive about the enclosing darkness until a warm voice was heard over the talk and noise. "Friends and fellows, enjoy this feast." The voice was rich and strong. Harry saw a cloaked shape standing just inside the doors to the great hall. "Let your body take strength from the feast before you and lend me but an ear, and I will tell you a story of courage and valor." Conversations around the great hall tapered off as people became interested in the entertainment. Born into the world, we are granted strengths that will help us and weaknesses that test us. No child is born free from these truths. Once there was a boy born to a common family. He was the son of a farmer among a community of farmers. The lad was unremarkable in most ways. There was but one thing about the boy that made him different from those around him. He was curious about everything. His very first word was a question. "Why?" he said from his crib one morning. The years progressed and the boy grew. As was expected of him, the boy learned the ways of farm life. As he grew, his body became strong from the work he did. He performed each chore he was given, but insisted on trying to do it his own way. The curiosity he had been born with had never left him. As he grew, his curiosity made him stand out from the others in the community. The boy welcomed each day as a chance to learn. He took the time to learn the why behind everything that happened on the farm. When he was old enough, he would walk to the nearest village after his chores were done and look for new things to learn. Everybody thought the boy was strange. They wondered why the boy looked for more work to do. They wondered why the boy cared about why things were the way they had always been. One day, the boy, now having grown to be a young man, woke with the realization that there was nothing left to learn on the farm. He had been doing his chores in every way he could think of. In fact, his parents had the most prosperous farm in the region because of his experimenting to learn more and to find better ways of doing things. Finally, he had learned all he could on the farm. He spent more time in the village after that. He learned everything he could from the craftsmen. He learned everything he could from the village elders. Soon the young man had learned everything he could in his small corner of the world. The young man knew he had to leave home. The great hall was silent as everybody listened to the story. Around the listeners, the castle itself faded away. Harry Potter found himself alone, suspended in the morning sky above a medieval farm. The door to the farm yard opened below him and somebody stepped outside. It was a thin young man dressed in plain woolens and carrying a leather script and walking stick. His face was concealed by the wide brim of a hand-woven straw hat. The young man slowly closed the door behind him and started across the farm yard to the dirt road that stretched into the distance. The young man set out from the farm in search of new things to learn. The voice of the now invisible storyteller narrated the events Harry saw happening below him. For a long time the young man traveled. He walked until he reached the sea. He lived at the coast while he learned all that was known about the crafts of people who earned a living from the sea. He learned the weaving of nets and the building of boats with equal pleasure. As was his custom, the young man continued to ask, why? He experimented with everything he learned. He also found himself teaching the fisher folk about ways to farm. When the young man had learned all he could at the coast, he built himself a boat and sailed away. The fishing village was left to grow larger and more prosperous from what they had learned from the young man. As he sailed across the sea, he studied everything he saw. He observed and learned the ways of sea birds, waves, winds, and weather. When he arrived on the shore of a new land, the young man learned of the people he found there. He learned their lifestyle and language. He studied their arts and their crafts. As he continued to travel, the young man asked the people he encountered if they knew of any place where the wise would gather to share knowledge. Over time, the young man learned of a mountain. On top of the mountain, the young man was told, live people that are ancient and wise. The young man started to search for the mountain. In his searching, he learned all that he could from all that he met. As he journeyed, He helped strangers and made friends with the things he had learned so far. His quest for knowledge touched the people that passed through his life, leaving their lives a little improved. From a far-away place, the young man was being watched. The scene in the Great Hall changed. Harry found himself surrounded by marble pillars bathed in a soft golden light. People with calm faces and dressed in soft robes sat around a smooth pool of water. Like a reflection, the image of the young man could be seen. The wise and ancient people sat in their mountain home. Through mysterious arts they watched the young man as he continued his search for knowledge. "We should discourage this man," said one in firm voice. "He wants to know things men are not able to understand." "We should test him," said another. "I would like to see how dedicated he is." "I propose," said a stern-sounding woman. "We should lay trials before him. We shall make his path a labyrinth of hardship. We shall test his resolve. We should each lay a challenge in his path," another man spoke. "Let us learn his intentions." And so the ancient people of the mountain did plan to test the young man. He was tested with hardships meant to deter him from his quest. He was tested with rewards that might lure him from his goal. While he slept, the lands were changed so that his way was unclear. From land to land he was made to wander. In each land he was tested by the powers that ruled there. Strangers were sent against him as enemies are sent to him in search of his aid. He took joy in learning the healer's arts. With grim determination the young man learned the arts of war. The young man would not be swayed from his quest. In bitter weather he learned from the very rocks that gave him shelter. In the heat of summer he learned from the sun that sought to burn his skin. Undaunted, he continued his search. One day the young man awoke with the knowledge that his determination was to be rewarded. He set out on the path at first light. His feet carried him to the crest of a long ridge. The path he had chosen to follow stretched the length on the ridge line. As he reached the ridge a fierce wind built. The wind threatened to blow the young man from the ridge. He could have escaped the find by stepping down to the leeward side of the ridge, but that would mean leaving the path. The wind was too strong for the young man to stand against. Humbly, he lay down on the path and crawled on his stomach. The wind tore at his clothes and made his face and hands feel raw. Without leaving the path, the young man crawled to the end of the ridge line and descended out of the wind. The path wound a short way down from the ridge to the bank of a wide river. The young man could see the far side where it was partially concealed by the remains of the morning fog. There, across the river, the path continued. The young man knew he had to cross the river if he wanted to continue his quest. Carefully, he studied the river. The water was dark and deep. He watched the ripples and swirls of the surface of the river and learned how the currents ran. Leaving his pack and his walking stick behind, the young man waded into the river. With measured strokes, he swam into the current. The journey across the river was made many times longer by the need to quarter the current. The young man could have crossed the river with easy effort if he did not fight the currents. He could have been across in minutes if he did not care where he reached the far bank. The young man, however, refused to lose sight of the path. He quartered the current and fought for every foot he did not drift from his goal. With every stroke he battled his way across the river, until he felt the firm ground under him once more. With a sense of satisfaction he stood on the path and looked back across to where his pack lay beside the far bank. Turning to resume his journey, the young man saw that the path disappeared into the rocks. He stood at the foot of a stone mound. The morning fog and haze was gone and the young man could see the stone and rock rise up into a tall spire. At the very top, he could just see the edge of a large nest. The path had led the man to this place. His curiosity wanted to lead him to the top to see what kind of bird would nest in such a place. With a sense of purpose, the young man started up the stone mountain. The rocks were jumbled and weathered. As he climbed, the young man struggled for every inch. He had to find a way to grip stone worn as smooth as glass. He had to find support where the stone wanted to crumble at the slightest touch. There was the challenge of trying to grasp rock that offered only jagged edges that were as sharp as knives. Upward the young man climbed. The mountain was a place of nothing but stone. Not a single plant grew amid the rocks. Nowhere was there any hint of water. Not even the slightest breeze blew as the young man climbed. He kept his attention on the nest above him. If he looked down, the young man would have seen the red of his bloodied hands where he fought to gain holds on the stone. The day wore on. As the young man climbed higher, so did the sun. The stone was growing hot, and the young man had to force himself to grip the mountain firmly. At long last, as the sun was directly overhead, the young man reached the nest. Carefully, he looked into the nest to discover what would live in such a place. What he found were 3 unattended eggs. Each was a little larger than a grown man's fist and was a rich red gold color. As he saw the eggs, the young man marveled in their beauty. Then he noticed the nest. The nest was a collection of dry twigs and straw. Bits of golden feathers and silvery down padded the eggs where they lay in the nest. In the bright light of the hot sun, the young man noticed the thin wisps of smoke. The nest was about to catch fire like dried grass on a summer day. The eggs would be burned and whatever fantastic creature within would be destroyed. The young man only took a moment to consider his options. If he tried to take the eggs from the nest, the best he could hope to do was carry one away to safety. He could abandon the eggs to their fate and resume his quest, but he would have to let all 3 eggs die. No matter how badly he wanted to learn about the world, the young man could not surrender the helpless eggs to their destruction. The young man did the only thing he could think of. He climbed into the large nest and covered the eggs. He crouched over the eggs to protect them from the heat of the sun. He had chosen to protect the eggs with his own body. The nest on top of the spire of stone never had a chance. The dry twigs and straw were heated by the sun until they burst into flame. The young man was surrounded by smoke as the nest burned. First the nest, then his clothes, then finally his own flesh caught flame. Pain and bitter smoke blinded the young man as he gave his life to protect the new life held within those red gold eggs. Harry was filled with morbid fascination. Fire and smoke obscured the young man from sight, but Harry couldn't look away from the scene. The smoke continued to billow up from the stone spire until it surrounded Harry in endless white clouds. The young man felt the burning of his flesh as he tried to shelter the eggs from his own fate. Even as his body suffered, a corner of the young man's mind sorted through the experience. Even as his body was consumed by fire, the young man tried to learn from the experience. Then the pain started to fade. The heat subsided. In a sense of wonder, the young man looked around. The nest was surrounded by flames, but was completely untouched. The eggs were safe and unharmed. The flames died down and the clouds of smoke drifted away. The nest now rested on a raised dais at the head of a great marble hall. Bewildered, the young man slowly stood and stepped from the nest. When he found cool marble under his bare feet, the young man looked down on his own body. His clothes were gone. He now stood clad in a simple white tunic that hung to his knees. His attention was drawn back to his surroundings when a voice spoke to him. "Welcome." The voice was rich and powerful. "You have traveled long and hard to join us." All around the marble hall men and women were appearing. Their ageless eyes were welcomed the young man. The speaker was a man with a powerful build and a young face, in spite of a full silver beard that reached to his chest. "You have been forged from the elements and tested in the fires of life. Behold the fruits of your labor." A sharp cracking sound filled the hall. The young man turned to the nest to see the 3 eggs gently rocking as they started to hatch. The shells spit apart and liquid fire spilled forth. The nest was consumed by fire in an instant and 3 figures burst into the air. They were fantastic birds with plumage the color of flames. "From your hardship and trials, you are like the phoenix. You were born anew into a life of splendor and power." The speaker indicated the phoenix that now flew over the young man. "Know that you are of a new order. You have earned your place with us. You will dwell in this place and you shall learn all that has been, all that there is, and all that will be." And the young man did dwell on the mountain for a time, and he did learn the ways and customs of the people there. Then he decided to take his leave. When the people asked him why he would want to leave, he gave them the answer that was in his heart. "Like the phoenix, I have born into a new life. It is time for me to live again. There is no fire here to test me. There is no limit here to give meaning to what I learn. To be a phoenix is to live through the trials of life and to grow stronger. I must leave this nest and return to the world of fires and hardships." Harry watched as the scene faded around the man. The man spread his arms and a fire sprang up to engulf his body. The man was transformed into a golden phoenix and soared into a sky that was turning into a starry night. Harry watched the golden phoenix flight up into the sky where it was met by a red phoenix that Harry knew. Fox and the golden phoenix flew around each other in an aerial dance for a time. Then they flew together and Harry watched them pass over the staff tables. Fox landed on the back of the headmaster's chair. The golden phoenix then flew the length of the great hall that had reappeared, to come to rest on the shoulder of the storyteller. It is the custom. The voice of the storyteller was firm and strong and showed no sign of wear after talking for so long. That when an individual has demonstrated the courage and the determination to face the fires of hardship to do the right thing, that they should be recognized for their efforts. When a person is willing to risk themselves in the fires of life to save another, that person is reborn as a hero. The storyteller raised his head and cast back the hood of his cloak. Harry was stunned to see the face of Gary Stone. Tonight we are gathered to recognize the heroes of Hogsmeade. The voice of Albus Dumbledore brought everyone's attention back to the head table. As I call their names, they will please come up and receive this token of admiration. The headmaster held up a tightly rolled scroll that was tied by a red ribbon with a long golden quill passed through the bow. Professor Dumbledore started by calling off a list of the school staff. It was apparent that he had not shared his complete plans for the evening from the number of startled expressions from the professors. Harry realized that the headmaster was not being totally truthful in his presentation of honors. Harry knew that he had seen Professor Snape during the battle, but he was absent from the row of teachers called forward to be recognized. After the teachers had been presented their scrolls and quills, the headmaster thanked them again and they quickly returned to their seats. Next, Professor Dumbledore called out a list of Hogwarts residents to be recognized. Some were thanked for their courage and participation in the battle. Others, like the matron of the three broomsticks, were recognized for their calm thinking and their help for keeping students out of harm's way. When they returned to their seats, Harry knew his turn was coming soon. The headmaster started to call off the names of the students that had stood with Harry during the Battle of Hogsmeade. Every student called looked as nervous as a first year being called to put on the sorting hat. Ron had to prod Hermione in the ribs to get her into motion when her name was called. Cho stood when her name was called, but had to be given a little push by her grandfather. When Ron was called, he turned as white as a sheet as he stood up, only to blush sunset red when he heard his mother's voice. "Oh, my precious baby," Mrs. Weasley nearly cried. And finally, Professor Dumbledore said in a merry voice, "Hogwarts' own champion, Harry Potter." Trying not to look like a wood doll, Harry smiled weakly as he made his way up to the head table. When he reached his headmaster, he accepted the scroll and quill in his left hand and shook hands with his right. "You are doing fine, Harry," Professor Dumbledore said softly. "Feel up to saying a few words." Harry nodded and the headmaster gestured him to go ahead. Harry turned to face the filled tables of the Great Hall and took a small step forward. "Thank you all for honoring my fellow students and the other people that made victory in Hogsmeade possible." Harry tried to keep his voice level as he spoke, and very deliberately did not say anything that suggested he was enjoying the attention. "Remember, when there is a challenge in the future, there is no problem too big for us to solve together. Thank you." At the first clap, Harry started back to his seat. The other students followed a little slower. Once back in his seat, Harry felt that the worst was over for the night and was able to relax. As his friends returned to their seats, Harry took a moment to examine the scroll and quill. Engraved in silver letter along the spine of the quill was the message. When the last student had returned to their seat, the headmaster addressed the Great Hall once more. "Parents, students, and our distinguished guests," Professor Dumbledore spoke to everybody in the Great Hall with the warmth of addressing old friends. "Tonight we honor those that have shown courage when it would have been far too easy to give in to fear. Now that we have feasted in their honor, let us meet with them. These heroes are everyday members of our world, and should be accepted as our equals. Who knows which member of our world will become a hero next? Remember, any one of us may have to stand up for what is right and become a hero in our own way." The headmaster ended his speech by stepping back from the head table. He made his way around the table, exchanging pleasantries with the people he passed. Once he started down to mingle with the assembled students and guests, others started to follow his example. Soon the great hall was a crowded and noisy place. The heroes of Hogsmeade found themselves to be the center of attention. Harry knew he would not be allowed to escape from the great hall. It was comforting that the first people to meet Harry was Ron's family. "Oh, my darling Ronald," Mrs. Weasley gushed as she wrapped her youngest son in a smothering hug. "I am so proud of you." "Get off me, Mom," Ron protested and squirmed. Harry noticed that his best friend was not trying very hard to escape from his mother. Then Mr. Weasley approached Harry and took his hand. "We are right proud of you, Harry." Mr. Weasley was pumping Harry's hand. "Molly and I couldn't be more proud if you were one of our own boys." "It's not just us either, Harry. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement is bragging about you and Ron both. To hear them tell it, you two boys are special agents they have been grooming for top posts." "Oh, Harry," Mrs. Weasley was almost in tears. She had finally let go of Ron so she could come around the table and hug Harry. "We were so pleased when we received Dumbledore's owl." "And Hermione." Mrs. Weasley let go of Harry and rushed over to embrace Hermione. "I am very proud of you, son," Mr. Weasley was saying. Once he was released from his mother, Mr. Weasley shook his son's hand and congratulated him. "This is quite the year you are having. Apprentice Auror, a place on the house Quidditch team, and now a special honor," Arthur Weasley counted off. "I say, if this year continues as it has, you will outstrip all of your brothers." Ron, who was always frustrated by being clothed in hand-me-downs and being lost in the shadow of his older brothers, was now beamed at the idea of standing out among his siblings. Harry didn't have any more time to enjoy the company of the Weasleys. While he had been standing with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, the center table had been banished. The now open space was filled with people wanting to visit with the heroes of Hogsmeade. Harry was introduced to parents of some of his housemates, and a few siblings that were too young to attend Hogwarts yet. Professor McGonagall appeared and guided Harry through an introduction of the school's board of governors. Harry understood the importance of the evening, but he still did not like being made a spectacle. Between introductions and congratulations, Harry tried to edge his way to the doors. For most of the students, it was a generally festive evening. It was a party with the heroes of Hogsmeade, the guests of honor. While looking for an excuse to leave the Great Hall, Harry tried to direct attention towards the other heroes of the battle. "Thank you, Mrs. Taylor," Harry said to one of the Hogsmeade merchants when she congratulated Harry for his bravery. "But I was just caught out on the street." Neville Longbottom had the courage to take a stand when he could have kept himself safe. "It is friends like him that really made the difference." Harry said the same thing a few minutes later to Neville's grandmother. The intimidating woman favored her grandson with a beaming smile for almost a whole minute. Harry was edging towards the doors again when he felt a change in the atmosphere. With only an instant of premonition, Harry knew who he would meet next. "The famous Mr. Potter," Lucius Malfoy drawled. Harry looked into the face of the elder Malfoy and did what his guts told him would irritate the man the most. Harry smiled. "Master Malfoy," Harry said with all the warmth of a winter night. "I do so hope you are enjoying the evening. Everybody should be recognized for what they can do for the wizarding world. Look at what a few Muggle-born and half-bloods did to encourage hope and solidarity. Even the purebloods know that Death Eaters really cannot stand up to a united community." "I warned you before about meddling," Lucius Malfoy hissed. Harry forced himself to stay calm and continued to smile, as if he was patronizing a slow-minded child. "Have a good evening, sir," Harry said before he turned and walked away. Walking calmly away from Lucius Malfoy took a superhuman effort of self-control. Harry could feel the man's hate for him, and it made him itch between the shoulder blades. It was Harry's head of house that kept him from making his escape then and there. "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said as she approached Harry. "You handled that very well," she said in a barely audible whisper. "I am glad to see that you are finally learning some self-control." The professor returned to her normal tone of voice before continuing. "I understand that you do not wish any additional attention. That is very sensible of you. However, there are some people that could not be in attendance tonight that feel some further recognition for your actions is called for. Tomorrow afternoon you and the others will go to Hogsmeade for a brief ceremony with the mayor. After that, you will be transported to another celebration." Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He did not want everybody heaping honors on his all too recognizable head. I hope you will not let all of this distract you from your OWLs. I won't, Professor, Harry assured his head of house. Then an idea hit him. Professor, with so much scheduled for tomorrow, perhaps I should take some time now to study. As he spoke, Harry was already plotting a path for the doors. Professor McGonagall eyed Harry critically for a moment. Perhaps that would be a good idea. She considered the idea for a moment. Very well, you are excused. Thank you, Professor. Good night, Professor. Harry left the hall as quickly as polite etiquette allowed. Once outside of the great hall, he gave a heavy sigh of relief. He felt bad for not saying good night to Cho or his friends, but he was glad to have made his escape at last. With quick steps he returned to the comfort of the Gryffindor common room. Professor McGonagall would have been pleasantly surprised to learn that Harry had indeed spent as much time as he could that evening studying. Sunday started under a blanket of thick fog. Looking out from his dorm room window, Harry saw a sea of gray mist swirling around the castle. He was tempted to return to bed, but his stomach made it very clear that it was time for breakfast. Harry dragged himself out of bed and pulled a comfortable school robe over his head. Hey, Harry said as he kicked the corner of Ron's bed. A sleepy grunt came from inside the curtains. Breakfast. A second grunt said that Ron had heard. Harry headed to the loo to wash the sleep from his face, confident that the lure of food would bring Ron awake. When both boys were ready, they went down to the common room. Good morning, gentlemen, Professor McGonagall greeted Harry and Ron as they entered the Gryffindor common room. Behind her was a pair of unfamiliar house elves with a rack of black robes. The robes were almost identical to the ones Harry and his friends had worn the night before. The only difference was the Hogwarts crest on the beep instead of a house crest. With a wave of her wand, Professor McGonagall posted a diagram on the common room notice board. Mr. Potter, the display of solidarity exhibited by you and you companions last night struck the staff as an excellent idea. For the ceremony this afternoon, everybody from the school will be in matching robes. The head of Gryffindor House waved her wand and a second notice was posted to the board. Please make certain that the other members of Gryffindor who will be attendance this afternoon take notice of what has been posted. Yes, Professor, Harry said. I will. Professor McGonagall gave a brief nod, then left the common room. The house elves disappeared with sharp cracks of displaced air. Let's see what she put up, Ron said as he headed for the notice board. Harry followed him, also curious about what had been posted. The first notice was a diagram. It was a colorful picture of how awards, decorations, and badges were to be organized. All badges, awards, and pins were to be arranged under the Hogwarts crest. Hogwarts or house awards were to be displayed above any pins, badges, or awards that were granted or issued by organizations outside of the school. Harry thought the formality of it all was a little overdone. The second notice was a little more interesting. It stated that all students that had been among the heroes of Hogsmeade were awarded the Gryffindor Lion pin as a symbol of the courage that they had shown. In addition, the students had been awarded 30 points each. The students that had been awarded the Lion were listed at the bottom of the notice. With 6 students from Gryffindor and 5 each from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff each earning their house 30 points, Slytherin was already out of the running for the House Cup. While Harry and Ron were still reading the notices, their housemates stared to trickle down into the common room. Hermione had just entered the common room when a loud shout from Ron made her jump in surprise. What's got you so worked up, Ron? Hermione asked crossly. Hogsmeade weekend, he answered. There isn't a weekend in the village scheduled until next month, she said. A day in Hogsmeade was scheduled for today because we are having another award ceremony there this afternoon, Harry explained with his finger tracing the announcement on the bottom of the second notice. And we, that's the heroes of Hogsmeade, are to wear these matching robes. Hermione turned her attention to the rack of robes. She examined each robe briefly until she found her own. Each robe had a small note pinned to it with the individual person's name and 2 pins. One was a gold rampant lion on a Hogwarts shield. The second pin was a gold phoenix holding a quill. Hold on, Hermione said. I will be back down in a minute. She pulled her robe from the rack and rushed back up the stairs. Ron and Harry followed her example in less energetic style. They walked back up to their room to deposit the new robes on their beds. Harry took a moment to wake up Neville and tell him about the notices and the robes. All three boys returned to the common room together. While they were waiting for Hermione, Harry felt a sense of anticipation. It tickled at the back of his mind in a way that made him frown. Harry tried to figure out what he could possibly be looking forward to. Spending the day in front of strangers and friends as they made a big fuss gave Harry a feeling like a rock in his stomach. Spending a day with friends was always something he looked forward to, but this was a different kind of anticipation. Harry let his thoughts drift to Cho, and a warm sensation touched his chest. Almost absent-mindedly, Harry followed the others as they went down to the Great Hall for breakfast. At breakfast, the head of the Gryffindor table became the gathering place of the heroes of Hogsmeade. It started when Cho had sat down next to Harry. Hannah Abbott, who had been walking with Neville on the day of the attack and had stayed with him when he fell in behind Harry, was next to find her way to the Gryffindor table. That was enough to make the start of an informal gathering. The rest of the heroes just gravitated to the gathering as they entered the Great Hall. Harry was still surprised to see who some of the students that had followed him were. The Poddle twins, Parvati from Gryffindor and Padma from Ravenclaw, had fallen in behind Harry and his friends. With Padma had come fellow Ravenclaw Marcus Marshall, and Parvati had brought Justin Finch Fletchley from Hufflepuff. Another Hufflepuff, Sally Ann Perks, had been with 6th-year Gryffindor Richard Cooper. Three girls that had been close friends from their first encounter on the Hogwarts Express, Mandy Brocklehurst and Terry Boot from Ravenclaw and Susan Bones from Hufflepuff, had had their day of shopping interrupted and had fallen in with the seemingly organized band of students and villagers that were following Harry. The 16 student heroes of Hogsmeade sat around the head of the Gryffindor table. Harry was a little distracted by the sense of anticipation he was feeling. The others just took his silence as his normal manner of trying to keep a low profile. Ron and Hermione both spoke on Harry's behalf when anybody tried to suggest putting Harry in the center of the attention directed at the heroes of Hogsmeade. In general, it was a festive breakfast. Most of the heroes were looking forward to being lavished with attention. As more students arrived for breakfast, the news of an extra Hogsmeade weekend was enough to lift most people's spirits. It was in the middle of the breakfast gathering that the owl post arrived. There was usually very little mail on a Sunday morning. The rush of winged owls arrived in a flock. Most of the owls had similar letters clutched in their talons. Parents had learned about the ceremony to be held in Hogsmeade from the Daily Prophet early that very morning. With the exception of Harry, Hermione, and Justin Finch Fletchley, each of the student heroes had received a letter of congratulations, advice on how to behave and dress for the occasion, and some money. Even Ron had been sent some silver sickles so he could buy himself a treat. On the tail feathers of the first wave of post owls came a second. With news of the heroic students spreading, people were quick to recognize an opportunity. All of the heroes were receiving invitations. By whatever magic that powered the spread of gossip, the 16 students were celebrities throughout the wizarding community of the United Kingdom. Neville received letters of membership in 3 wizarding gardening clubs and an invitation to join the Magical Fellowship of Herbologists of the Royal Botanical Society. Ron was sent a letter signed by the captain of the Chudley Cannons that invited him to visit the Cannons summer training camp. A good time was spent sharing and comparing letters and invitation. There was also a good deal of talk about how to spend extra windfall of money. Everyone knows that time spent having fun has a way of passing quickly. Soon the student heroes had to return to their dorms to prepare for the afternoon in the village. For some of the students, the wave of letters had brought an assortment of extra pins to be added to their robes. Ron and Neville were still talking about the letters they had received as they reached the 5th year's dorm. Both of the boys were excited by the possibilities of how to spend the summer holidays. Summer with the Cannons, Ron said with a grin. I'll learn some new tricks to smash Slytherin next year. I am looking forward to the Aurors training, Harry said. Hey, Ron switched from Quidditch faster than he attacked food. Aurors training is paid, isn't it? He paused with his robes in his hands. I can be making real money before I even graduate. Wicked. With a gleam in his eyes, Ron continued to prepare for the festivities ahead of them. All 3 boys were making sure they were looking sharp. Living with his very strict grandmother, Neville had learned how to avoid as much admonishment as possible by at least looking like an accomplished wizard. With a quick flick of his wand, a stained rag leapt from his chest and polished the boy's shoes to a high shine. Harry, with his attention to details grilled into him by his aunt and uncle, made sure all of their pins and badges were spotless. Ron did his part by keeping them from being nervous about the plain ceremony, mostly by talking about the food that was likely to be served. After a final, futile attempt to straighten his hair, Harry said it was time to head downstairs. The heroes of Hogsmeade from Gryffindor House assembled in their common room. After a quick check to make sure everybody matched, they went as a group down to the main entrance to the castle. The other student heroes had already started to arrive in the foyer. Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout were also there, dressed to match the students. Professor Flitwick's short stature did not prevent him from looking dignified in his robes. The lack of height did make it difficult for him to display an impressive collection of pins, ribbons, badges, and other awards he had received in his life. Professor McGonagall had almost as many decorations upon her robes. When all of the students to be honored were present, Professor McGonagall directed them to the entrance. Cho, who Harry thought looked positively stunning, had just reached his side when the deputy headmistress had told everyone to move outside. Waiting in front of the main entrance to the castle was a line of 5 of the school carriages. The horseless transportation that carried Hogwarts students to and from the train had been pressed into service so that the students could arrive in an organized group. Step smartly, Professor McGonagall's voice instructed the students. 4 students to a carriage, please. She herself was standing beside the first carriage in the line. In contrast to the formality of the 5 carriages was the single horse cart that was reined in at the end of the line. Harry was amused to see Hagrid sitting on the cart, holding the reins, and dressed in large black robes. The robes were made in the same style as the students but used a lot more fabric. The Hogwarts crest on his chest looked very small. Sitting next to Hagrid was Gary Stone. The man was dressed in a long black coat with a double row of buttons up the front. Gary and Hagrid both waved cheerfully to Harry, who returned the gesture. As he followed Cho into the second school carriage in line, Harry could not help but feel some comfort knowing that his friends on the cart would be in the village too. When the carriage lurched into motion, Harry felt a wave of anxiety roll over him. He was about to be put on display in front of the whole village of Hogsmeade and he was not looking forward to it at all. Harry liked going to the village during the weekend trips with his classmates. With the abundance of school-aged children and teens in Hogwarts robes, it was easy for Harry to blend in. It was Harry's best chance to be a part of the wizarding world without being the boy who lived. He did not want to give that up. The anxiety he was feeling was almost enough to make him forget about the sense of anticipation that had been nagging at the back of his mind. As the carriages carried the student to the village of Hogsmeade, Harry tried to understand the feelings lurking in the back of his mind. It was anticipation. Harry recognized it from all the times he looked forward to being left home alone by his aunt and uncle. It was close to the way he felt to the start of each school year after he had learned about his heritage. It also felt like he had forgotten something important and time was running out. Harry tried to pursue the stray feeling, but it was like trying to catch a greased snitch. He tried to concentrate on the out-of-place sense of anticipation. He followed the feeling through his mind, like watching the twisting flight of the golden snitch. He traced the thought down through his nervousness and anxiety. Harry lost his concentration when he felt a hand work into his. Cho had slipped her hand into Harry's and entwined her fingers with his. He looked down at his hands, then up to her face. She looked beautiful, and he said so. Harry was instantly rewarded by seeing Cho smile. "Harry," she asked softly. "You all right?" "Yeah, I guess I am just nervous." Harry gave a heavy sigh. "How are you doing, Cho?" "I'm nervous too. Did you have a good visit with your grandfather last night?" Harry asked as a way to change the subject. "Yes," Cho brightened as she welcomed the distraction from what lay ahead. Not very many family members get to visit during the school year. He was a little disappointed that he did not get to know you better. "Me?" Harry's voice cracked with surprise. "Why would he want to get to know me?" "Silly. He is the head of our family. In the Chinese culture, it is very important for the family to know about who is interested in one of the daughters. Mother and father will probably spend all day asking grandfather about you. Oh, Harry suddenly felt more nervous than before. I am sure my parents will approve, Cho said with a smile. You are a hero, and a hero is always a good thing to have around. Harry was lost for how to answer that. He was not even sure what she meant by it. Before he could consider her words for more than a few seconds, the sense of anticipation surged within his head. It made him feel dizzy. At the same time, his scar burned with pain. With his free hand, Harry reflexively clutched at his forehead and squeezed his eyes shut as he fought the pain and dizziness. Harry. Cho's voice was sharp with concern. Harry, what's wrong? Cho was remembering what had happened last October. The vision of Harry silently crying while blood wept from his scar was suddenly in her mind. Ron and Hermione, who were sharing the carriage into Hogsmeade, were alerted to a problem by the tone of Cho's voice. Harry. Ron's voice was a low sound under Hermione's nearly frantic cry. Harry, what is it? Voldemort, Harry hissed, and the others flinched reflexively. Harry. Cho was almost panicking. Harry, what do you mean? The pain didn't ease, but a year and more of an angry Voldemort had hardened Harry against the pains. He was able to get control of his breathing and let go of his head. As he looked at Cho, he realized that he had never gotten around to explaining to her about his scar and its connection to the Dark Lord. I'm all right, Cho. Harry tried to sound convincing. It's just my scar. Something about it lets me know when Voldemort is angry. But Harry, her eyes were wide with concern and no small amount of fear. Cho, Harry said softly. I don't want you to be scared. It is because of how Voldemort tried to kill me as a baby. My mother sacrificed herself to protect me, and it worked. When Voldemort tried to kill me, my mother's love protected me and he destroyed himself. But something else happened too. Voldemort and I are connected through my scar, connected by the magic that saved me and destroyed him. Harry, that's horrible. Cho looked terrified. The thought of being connected to the Dark Lord was like something from a nightmare. Harry, it's like the Auror being sent to Azkaban with the Death Eater he arrested. You are being tortured for surviving. I know, Cho, Harry sighed. After a moment he looked to Ron and Hermione. When he spoke next, his voice was firm and determined. Something just changed. I was feeling off all day, but something just happened to get Voldemort. Harry's face was filled with the dark light of a horrid realization. The sense of anticipation that he had been feeling had not been his. Voldemort had been filled with anticipation. Something had just happened to change that. He was suddenly feeling impatient, almost excited. Harry touched his scar as he looked at his friends. My scar isn't hurting because Voldemort is angry. He isn't angry, Harry said, but his friends just looked at him with blank expressions. They did not understand what Harry was saying. Voldemort isn't angry. He's here. With the words of his declaration still in his friends' ears, Harry flung open the door of the carriage and leapt out. Cho was right on his heels with Ron only a moment behind. Hermione, more used to academics than athletics, had trouble exiting the moving carriage and was last to reach the ground. Harry had not waited for his friends. He had not expected them to follow him as he ran ahead. Harry saw at once that the carriages had already entered the village and were almost to the square. He had to hurry. He ran up to the first carriage and started to pound on its side. Professor McGonagall's stern face instantly appeared in an open window. What is all this about, Mr. Potter? The head of Gryffindor wanted to know. Professor, Harry was almost yelling. It's a trap. Hold. Professor McGonagall spoke the simple word and the line of carriages rolled to a stop. As she opened the carriage door, Professor Flitwick took her place at the open window. Now what are you talking about, Harry? The possibility of a trap was too dangerous to ignore. Professor McGonagall, followed by the others, exited the carriage so they could look around and take precautions. Harry focused on his head of house as he spoke. Professor, my scar hurt as soon as we entered the village, he began. I had been feeling something in my head all day. It was like trying to remember a part of a dream. When we crossed into the village, my scar started to hurt and I felt some kind of excitement. It made me dizzy. I can still feel it. Harry had been taking in a rush. The importance of what he had to say had filled him with an urgent need to explain his actions. He had not been aware of what had been happening as he spoke. Harry was once again at the head of a body of students. When the carriages had stopped, everybody had wondered why. Starting with Cho, Ron, and Hermione, students came forward to see what was happening. Cho stood behind Harry's left shoulder. Ron was beside her behind Harry's right shoulder. Hermione was behind Ron on his left. Without any thought, the four students were in a diamond pattern with Harry at the forward point. As students exited the other carriages, they made their way to the front of the line and fell into place behind Harry and his friends. Soon all of the carriages were empty. The professors were standing in a loose arch around where Professor McGonagall stood talking with Harry. The students made a narrow wedge formation. As the students joined together, they positioned themselves according to their strengths. There was no plan to it. The students with more training and confidence took the outer edges, while the others filled in the middle. So, Gary said in a casual voice. What's up now? The man walked around the formation of students with Hagrid at his side. A little pre-ceremony planning. Unfortunately, that is not the case, Professor McGonagall explained. Some new information has come to light that suggests rather strongly of a trap. She looked at the gathered students, then around at the other members of the school staff. We shall return to the school at once. Everybody back into the carriages. Excuse me, Gary Stone said before anybody moved. This is not your place to make decisions, Mr. Stone, Professor McGonagall said in crisp tones. You are well aware of the laws you must adhere to. I know, Professor. I just wanted to point out that there are a good number of students already in the village, along with the residents and visitors expecting some sort of ceremony. If everybody here returns to the safety of the castle, then who will protect the people in the village when the trap is spoiled? The deputy headmistress considered Gary's words. It was a bit of a surprise that Hagrid was next to speak. It occurs to me, if I may be saying so, that it would be best if we were going ahead. And why do you think so, Hagrid? Professor McGonagall asked. Well, Hagrid paused while he picked his next words carefully. This is just from my own experience, you understand. But what I am saying is that when something is waiting to attack from hiding, it kinda puts himself in a corner. No hunter ever did very well when the animals it's hunting knows where the trap is. Hagrid's face was red and he was breathing hard. Hagrid never talked much. Now he was talking with some confidence, but it was in front of the most respected teachers of Hogwarts. Hagrid was clearly feeling the strain of being the center of attention. Hunters watching a trap are a mite bit easier to take by surprise. I seen some powerful critters that had to run when they were caught off guard by the prey. I'm just saying is all. I mean, we know about them, but they don't know we know. Hagrid's voice trailed off and there was a moment of silence. I think you may be correct. Professor McGonagall looked at the students once more. I doubt that you could be trusted to return to the school, and the faculty must be in the village if there is even a chance of a problem. The students looked back with determination and nervousness. You can count on us all, Professor, Harry said in a voice that only trembled a little. Other voices behind him gave words of support as well. Very well. Professor McGonagall started issuing orders. Hagrid, go ahead into the village. Go to the 3 broomsticks as if you suspect nothing is wrong. Professor Flitwick, you go to the bookstore. I will pretend to search Zonkos for our missing pair of pranksters. Professor Sprout, if you would please go to the apothecary. Professor Vector, you go to Honey Dukes. Professor McGonagall sent the other teachers to the places where students were most likely to be. It also sent fully trained witches and wizards to strategic points along the main street of the village. The students are to stay together and walk into the village as calmly as you can manage. Professor, Hermione spoke up. But shouldn't somebody go back to inform the headmaster? I assure you, Miss Granger, that the headmaster is already aware of the situation. Professor McGonagall sent the carriages back to the school with a short command. Mr. Potter, you and your cohorts are to stay together. Stay sharp, all of you, she spoke to the students. Stay together and stay alert. You are to walk directly to the center of the village. No side trips and no wandering off. We will make sure that you are all perfectly safe. She gave the students a final, critical look. Then with a nod of her head she turned and headed down the main street. What did she mean by that? Hermione asked. Nobody in particular. Harry would have felt better if he had not noticed how tightly his head of house had clenched her fists. Harry gathered his thoughts into words. Not sure how to be a leader, Harry took advantage of his greatest strength in the wizarding world. Quidditch. There were experienced Quidditch players among the other students. Even the ones that didn't play knew the game well enough to understand how important teamwork was. All right, everybody, Harry spoke with all the authority he could summon. Right now we are a team. We are the Hogwarts team. This is going to be our second match, so we know we can win this. We need to work together, so think of the team. Harry tried to think of more to say, but Ron spoke up at that moment. All right, Ron said. He had seized on Harry's idea of thinking like a team. Harry's our seeker for this. He will keep his eyes open for the win. The rest of us are the beaters and keepers. Don't worry about attacking, just block. Defend. We'll get our chance to send some bludgers of our own, but don't forget to keep your teammates safe from the other team's bludgers. We've been through this before, Harry spoke up again. We were a team and we won. We have had time to get better. Now it's the Hogwarts team and we have the home advantage to boot. Are we ready to win? We are ready, Harry. Cho was the first to answer, with a few her students murmuring similar replies. What? Harry asked. I can't hear you. Is Team Hogwarts ready to win? Team Hogwarts. Ron shouted. Team Hogwarts. Team Hogwarts. On the third shout, Cho, Harry, and Hermione joined with Ron. Team Hogwarts. They all shouted. Team Hogwarts. Other students joined in with each cry, until they were all shouting. Team Hogwarts. Let's go, Harry ordered. The students cheered and together they set into a march. They were 16 nervous students. They stayed together in a group with Harry marching at the point. With alert eyes, the students of Hogwarts watched every shadow, every doorway and window, every alley and side street, and every person they passed as they marched towards the center of the village. Trying to sound confident and ready, there were short conversations about what counter curses and hexes they knew. There was a little boasting, but most of the talk was honest and determined. 16 students held their wands so tightly their knuckles were white. Harry held his wand close to his side. While he could leave his wand as a ring and cast with a point of the finger, the wood in his grip was comforting. As they marched on, Harry ran through all of the things he had done that would help them make it through the afternoon. Harry prayed that he had done enough to keep his schoolmates and friends safe. From the moment Harry had recovered from the Triwizard Tournament, he had focused on finding ways to defend himself against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Every trick he had learned, Harry looked for a way to use it to make himself better prepared. Many witches and wizards, some of Hogwarts students among them, did not wear anything but the barest necessities under their robes. Harry, raised away from robes, felt naked if he did not have trousers and a shirt. His nervousness this morning had made him take every precaution. Under his robes Harry wore his dragon fiber underrobe and matching belt. He had also reapplied Tiffany DeFay's elixir to his glasses so he could see hidden enchantments. Trying to at least appear calm, Harry marched towards the center of town while trying to keep his first spell ready in his mind. As the body of students approached the village square, a loud noise started to build. As they entered the normally open space, Harry and the others were greeted by a cheering crowd. Harry had not seen so many witches and wizards since the Quidditch World Cup. All of the heroes of Hogsmeade students were taken by surprise. It was as if half of the wizarding population of Great Britain had turned out. The students stopped short at the edge of the village square. Harry looked at the crowd that filled the square. Thousands of unknown faces that could be Death Eaters or innocent bystanders were there. Thousands of robes that could be concealing a wand held ready to attack. Harry prayed that nobody would die because of him. Team Hogwarts, Harry said firmly. Team Hogwarts. Ron and Cho answered. Team Hogwarts. All 16 students shouted together. Unified behind the idea of being a team, the students started forward again. A stage had been set up at the north end of the square. Harry led the students to the stage, and felt like a lamb walking towards an altar. The crowd cheered in response. The shout of, Team Hogwarts, from the students was heard by the crowd around the village square. Students, villagers, and guests surrounded the square and cheered. Team Hogwarts, was shouted back. Team Hogwarts and Harry Potter. Harry was filled with pride for his school at the same time his body wanted to quiver with fear. Walking stiffly, Harry led his friends and fellow students to the stage, all the while he kept scanning the square for any sign of danger. He nearly jumped out of his robes when a child started to run towards him. The boy looked to be about 10 years old. He was dressed in what were probably his best robes and was carrying a broom. It was a battered, 82 Starshower that showed signs of being loved and used for a long time. Harry, Harry, the boy was yelling as he ran up. Can you sign my broom, Mr. Potter? The boy stood eagerly in front of Harry, forcing him and the other students to stop. Bishop. A woman's angry shout named the boy and announced the approach of his mother. A buxom and winded woman ran up behind the boy. Bishop, what did your father tell you about bothering Mr. Potter? She took hold of the boy's shoulder. He's too busy for the likes of you. Harry felt a measure of anger rising inside of him. The woman was putting the boy down for only being excited. The scared look on Bishop's face made Harry suspect that the boy's mother was more than capable of excessive punishment. We'd be happy to, Harry announced in a firm voice. Won't we? Harry looked to his friends for support and saw his own emotions reflected in Ron's and Cho's faces. They nodded briefly and Harry turned back to the boy. Study hard and fly proud, Bishop, Harry spoke as he reached his wand out top touch the old broom, Naminis a sabot. From the tip of Harry's wand a thread of burning green ran down the handle of the broom. Harry's words of advice and his signature appeared in brilliant emerald green script in Harry's own handwriting on the polished wood. Teamwork and hard work, Cho said as she touched the broom with her wand next. Naminis a sabot. Golden script appeared next to Harry's green. Remember your friends. Naminis a sabot, Ron said, adding his red lettering to the broom handle. Harry stepped around Bishop and started towards the stage again. It didn't matter that most of the students with Harry did not know why he had decided to sign the boy's broom. It was enough that Harry had done it, so they did it too. The student heroes of Hogsmeade made it to the stage without any further incidents. It was a platform of polished wood at the north end of the village square. At the front of the stage was a podium decorated with the crest and banner of Hogsmeade. The back of the stage was lined by a double row of uncomfortable-looking folding chairs. As Harry and his companions approached the stage, a man in ornate robes appeared from behind the stage. Good day to you, young Master Potter, the man said in a firm, warm voice. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jonathan White. I am the mayor of Hogsmeade. If you and your friends would permit me a moment of your time, I will inform you of the agenda for today's ceremony. Harry and the mayor came together by the edge of the stage and the other students soon clustered around them. The mayor did not appear to notice that the students' attention was more on the surrounding crowd than on him. The school has provided a list of each of your names, the mayor started to explain. As I call your name, come to the front of the stage. You will be presented to the audience and given a token of recognition. If you feel that you positively must say something, please be brief. Then please return to your seat so we can continue as smoothly as possible. Now, once everybody is in place, we will start the ceremony. We will start with my opening speech, and then Minister Fudge will make a speech. I believe you know Mr. Clark, Harry. He will give a speech on behalf of the Hogsmeade Congress of Merchants. After the opening speeches, we will have the presentations. Then I will make a closing speech. Once I finish my closing speech, you will be free to enjoy the hospitality of Hogsmeade. Now, if you and your friends would please have a seat in the first row of chairs, the mayor said with an ushering motion. We should be starting soon. Wordlessly, Harry started up the steps to the stage. He felt very exposed and vulnerable as he crossed the wooden platform to his seat. As he sat between Ron and Cho, Harry could not help searching the crowd. He did not know what he was looking for, but it helped him to forget his own vulnerability for a moment. He actually felt relieved when Minister Fudge arrived at the edge of the stage and adults started to fill in the back row of chairs. Finally, everybody appeared to be in place and the mayor approached the podium. Citizens of Hogsmeade and distinguished guests, I welcome you here today. Harry tuned out the speech. A useful skill learned from enduring the ranting of his aunt and uncle. Harry could ignore most of what was said and still pick out anything that specifically applied to him. While the mayor demonstrated a lung capacity to rival the Minster of Magic, Harry tried to watch the crowd for signs of danger. He also tried to measure the feelings in the back of his mind coming from Voldemort. There was only a short pause in the droning as Minister Fudge replaced the mayor at the podium. With great effort, Harry continued to scan the crowd. The faces looking back were becoming increasingly glassy-eyed. Harry could only hope that any Death Eaters in the village would be bored into incomprehension by the political hot air. Harry himself was on the edge of sliding into a doze when he was jerked to alertness by the change. Voldemort had left Hogsmeade. Harry was sure that the Dark Lord had been nearby only a moment before. That sense of anticipation had been building slowly during the mayor's speech and had spiked when the Minister of Magic had stepped up. Then the feelings of anger and anticipation had vanished. Something had prompted the Dark Lord to leave the village. Harry was almost overcome by a sense of relief, but didn't let his guard down. Something still did not feel right. All too soon the ceremony reached the presentations. The mayor was back at the podium and was starting to call names from a scroll. Predictably, Harry was called first. Feeling almost like a wooden puppet, Harry met the mayor at the front of the stage. He shook the mayor's hand in his right, accepted a scroll in his left, and then returned to his seat as the next name was called. Glad to be back from the front of the stage where he was an easy target on display before the whole village, Harry almost missed an important thought. When Voldemort had departed from the village, Harry had almost missed what the Dark Lord had been feeling. Voldemort was a man of violent tempers. If he had been forced to leave, he would have been angry. Instead, when the Dark Lord had departed, it had been with a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly the ceremony was too long for Harry. He wanted it over with as soon as possible. The thought of a satisfied Voldemort made Harry feel nauseous. Harry sat at the back of the stage as the last speech dulled the senses of the assembled crowd. He desperately wanted to talk to his friends about what he felt in his head, and what it could mean, but he had to wait until they could have some privacy. Harry looked around the village square, waited for the ceremony to end. Finally, a roaring cheer marked the end of the formal speeches and presentations. Harry knew he had to talk fast before he and the other student were surrounded by admirers and possible enemies. Remember teamwork, Harry said as he stood and turned to face the other students. Stay in groups of 4 or more. If you can, try to get to one of the professors and stay close to them. No going off by yourselves. Listen to Harry, Hermione said as she stood up next to him. Remember that we are here to represent Hogwarts. Be on your best behavior. Any more instructions were cut off by the arrival of enthusiastic admirers. For Harry, it turned into a tense and long afternoon. He had to use every bit of manipulation he had learned from dealing with the Dursleys. He also had to use a heroic level of self-control. Harry had chosen to stay close to Cho, Hermione, and Ron. Nobody would think it was unusual to see the 4 of them together. The trick was keeping them together. When young men, and some not so young, tried to talk with Cho, Harry played the part of the jealous boyfriend. For some reason that made Cho smile, even while talking to the strange men. When girls approached Harry with invitations to tea, or to join them in some unspecified dalliance, he put on an appearance of indifference that he often used to keep Dudley from knowing when there was something he liked. Cho was smiling in a mysterious way during those encounters that Harry wanted to ask her what was going on in her mind, but wisely kept his mouth shut on the matter. In spite of his discomforts, Harry could not ignore the festive atmosphere of the village. Harry and his friends were given endless plates of food and flagons of drink. There were brooms and Quidditch balls to sign and albums to autograph. Harry and Cho were pressured into having their picture taken together while holding a golden snitch between them. In record time, the picture was magically developed, presented to Harry and Cho for their signatures, and put on display in quality Quidditch supplies. When the friends passed by the bookstore, Hermione was asked to pose for pictures beside tall stacks of books. Ron was presented with a large collection of samples from Honeyduke's sweet shop. When they finally managed to join the other students in the 3 broomsticks, Harry saw that everyone had had an eventful day. Nearly every student had a sack full of treats and presents that they had collected. Harry's own pockets bulged with chocolate frogs. Once they found a table in the crowded pub, none of the students could pay for a single thing. Butterbeers, Sweet rolls, meat pies, whatever a student asked for was delivered to their table and they were told. Compliments of the gentleman at the bar. Or to Neville's considerable embarrassment, from the ladies of the Hogsmeade Gardening Association. Finally it was time to return to the castle. Harry was almost weak with relief when the professors started to usher the students out to the carriages. Miss Chong, Professor Flitwick intercepted her at the door. If you would please ride with me, he directed her to a carriage at the front of the line. I have something to discuss with you. Mr. Potter. Professor Fletcher appeared in front of the infamous Gryffindor trio. The end carriage is for you three. There is something that needs to be discussed. Harry felt his stomach sink. He had raised an alarm when he felt Voldemort in the village, and it had turned out to have been a false alarm. He was sure he was going to be called to account for it. He was more certain of it when he climbed into the designated carriage and found two adults sitting in it with the hood of their cloaks pulled forward. Get in, said a gruff voice. All of you sit down and close the door. Harry, nervous, hurried to obey. Hermione and Ron entered on his heels behind him. The trio waited in tense silence with the two hooded figures as the carriage lurched into motion. About this afternoon, the gruff voice said as both adults reached to remove their hoods. Whatever you expected to happen in the village never happened. As soon as the hoods were pulled back, Harry recognized the faces of the two adults. Sirius. Harry gave a happy shout. Professor Lupin. Hermione and Ron exclaimed at the same time. We wanted to congratulate you in person, Harry, Sirius said. Old Moony and I were going to have you over for a little party with some friends. Unfortunately, we have had to change our plans, Professor Lupin continued. You will hear all about it in the papers tomorrow, but we wanted to let you know ourselves. Why? What's happened? Harry wanted to know. Voldemort didn't attack the village, Ron interjected. I think that was just a distraction, Harry said quickly, becoming thoughtful. A distraction for what? Hermione entered the discussion. Why would he come to the village and not try to do anything to Harry? Too many witnesses, Ron answered her. Very good, Ron, said Lupin. Voldemort is not ready to come out in the open. He is still collecting his forces. What did happen today, Sirius? Harry asked. Azkaban, Harry, Sirius looked grim. The Dementors have fled to Voldemort's banner. His followers hit the prison and freed a bunch of their fellows. Some of the others there were killed also, but nobody is sure why. Harry tuned out the conversation for a moment as dark emotions guilt welled up inside of himself. He had helped Voldemort return, even if it was against his will, and it still haunted Harry. Now Voldemort had soldiers that could overwhelm most wizards with just their presence. Harry had to wonder if his anxiety and alarm had made it all the easier for the Dark Lord to pull off his plans. What was going to be a happy gathering turned glum. When Harry returned to the conversation, his celebratory cheer was long gone. He looked into the faces of his friends and saw some measure of the same fear and nervousness that he felt. So, Harry asked in a flat tone. What happens now? The rest of the journey back to the castle was spent in dark speculation and nebulous plan making. With some last hugs, the students said their goodbyes. On the steps of the school, Cho stood waiting for Harry. When he climbed out of the last carriage with his friends, she could see the troubled look in his eyes. She started towards him, but Harry just walked by without even seeing her. Cho watched him pass and felt a coldness grip her heart. Monday came with the determination of a collapsing mountain, and was about as welcome. Harry and his friends had lost hours of study and sleep time over wondering what would happen next. Hermione was more upset about the loss of study time, while Ron was determined to catch up on sleep by refusing to be alert to his surroundings as the infamous trio went down to breakfast. The early morning hour did nothing to lessen the chaos of the Great Hall. Students from all four houses were eating and talking, with a good bit of yelling going on besides. The Great Hall was back to its normal arrangement of tables and banners. Each house was, more or less, sitting at their own tables. With the cooperation demonstrated by the heroes of Hogsmeade, some of the inter-house lines had been blurred. Slytherin was still held apart from the other houses, but the other houses had good number of students mingling. Hermione was chatting excitedly about going to class. Ron looked more like an animated corpse than a living, breathing student. However, his stomach was making it clear in a loud voice that it was awake and food better be coming soon. Harry was still trying to settle his mind after the bad news he had had yesterday. He was hoping for a quiet week so he would have time to think things through. Harry, Marcus Marshall, a sixth-year Ravenclaw that had stood behind Harry during the Battle of Hogsmeade, was calling out to Harry around a moth full of muffin. Come, air. The older boy was motioning to Harry and his friends. You need to read this. Following the summons, the Gryffindor trio made their way to the Ravenclaw table. What's this now? Harry wanted to know what had gotten the sixth year worked up. In answer, a copy of the Daily Prophet was thrust into his hands. In almost the same instant, it was taken away again by Hermione, who started to read the front page aloud. "Egos out of control," was the headline. In a display of pomposity and endorsed by a ministry desperate for a positive image, leaders of the magical community of Great Britain abandoned their responsibilities for an ill-thought-out holiday to the village of Hogsmeade. Readers will recall that the out-of-the-way village was the center of some excitement on March 3 of this year. While credible accounts of the original incident are still few at best, all persons interviewed agreed that Hogwarts student Harry Potter was involved in helping to restore order. Sunday, the 14th of April, with little forethought, a local celebration was to be held for young Mr. Potter and the other students and villagers that had held to their responsibility to the community by not backing down from such upstarts that would attempt to bully and intimidate innocent shoppers and other citizens enjoying the day. Playing things down some, aren't they? Ron sounded offended. Hush, Hermione chided him before continuing. In a display of total uncaring for the responsibilities of their positions, many key members of the ministry traveled to Hogsmeade. The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, said they wanted to waste their time watching the students march in parade. Dumbledore's own little army. While the ministry was fussing over Dumbledore's army, the unthinkable happened. Please read the following statement from the ministry's Department of Magical Safety and Law Enforcement. We are, at this time, unclear as to the exact order of events, or what event held the role of impedes in this incident. What is clear is that a dispute erupted between two or more prisoners of Azkaban. Before order could be restored, one of the prisoners was gravely injured and soon died painfully. It is believed that the high level of emotions related to this event agitated the Dementors that serve as guards for the prison island. Evidence indicates that many prisoners were driven insane during what was a combination of a Dementor feeding frenzy and brawl. Open cells and the remains of deceased prisoners and Dementors gives witness to what must have been a horrific scene. Aurors are searching the island and surrounding waters for the bodies of some of the prisoners that are still unaccounted for, but expect little success. It is unfortunate that my fellow members of the ministry allowed themselves to be distracted from their duties at such a critical time. Lord Matthew James IV. Department for Magical Safety and Law Enforcement. Ministry of Magic. United Kingdom. It is this reporter's opinion that the ministry demonstrated an appalling lack of intelligence when it failed to correct the problems with Azkaban's procedures following the escape of the murderous Sirius Black just 2 years ago. The Minister of Magic promised to investigate the incident thoroughly and to see that appointments will be made to prevent any further disruption of his administration. Hermione finished reading and looked around. The students that had come to be known as the heroes of Hogsmeade were gathered together around her. Every one of them was watching Harry. As for Harry, the boy who lived was standing as still as a statue. His arms were held stiffly at his sides with clenched fists. His eyes were focused on some distant point. And the famous lightning bolt-shaped scare was an angry red. Harry. Cho had expected some kind of outburst after hearing about the story. His posture said he was furious, but the lack of any other response was scaring her. Cho had no way of knowing what was going on in Harry's mind just then. Harry let his gaze focus somewhere beyond the students that stood around him. He wasn't really seeing them anyway. His attention was held by a lavishly furnished office. It was somewhere where the sky outside was filled with thick clouds. On the desk lay a copy of the Daily Prophet. Around the desk stood 4 figures dressed in long black robes and bone-white masks. Harry heard something in that office that chilled his bones and made his heart want to stop. Voldemort was laughing. Harry and his friends left the Great Hall and headed for the first class of the day. So caught up in the conflicting emotions and worries running through his head, Harry didn't even care that he was headed for herbology. Terry Shire had not given up on getting a rise out of Harry, and because he had been getting better at maintaining his composure, she was threatening to become more forward and aggressive. If he hadn't been distracted, that threat would have been enough to bring Harry's Monday down. Terry was running true to form that morning. She had caught up with Harry just outside of the greenhouse. "Good morning, Captain," Terry said as she latched onto Harry's arm. She had obviously read or heard about Dumbledore's army in the Daily Prophet. "Would you like to inspect my privates?" Harry just gave a noncommittal grunt. "Why so glum?" Terry was still trying to get an answer out of him as they took their seats. After Professor Sprout took the roll, she gave the class a reminder of what was expected of them and turned them loose to their work. "What do you want to do with me today, Harry?" Terry breathed in his ear while pulling his hand towards her lap. "Let's get the rest of our sprouts transplanted and make sure the plot is in good order," Harry said without rising to her bait. Terry was never sure if he was ignoring her suggestions, or if he was really just missing her meanings. "Whatever you say, Harry," she sighed. Harry had only half of his mind on the work he was doing. It was much like what he had been doing in his aunt's gardens for nearly 10 years. He was pleased to see how his healing herbs were growing and hoped to have enough to make a large batch of basic restoration potions. His potions OWL test included a practical exercise of writing and mixing a basic potion that was not specifically taught in class. By planning ahead, he would have fresh ingredients, always a good thing, and he would have the potion to take home over the summer break. Harry also liked the idea of using the time in herbology to lessen some of the stress of potions. Transplanting, weeding, and turning the soil was simple enough work to do, but it is physical work. Terry was willing to let Harry work without being in the way and was even willing to do her share. She was not, however, interested leaving him alone. She was next Harry as he tending his rows of herbs and she hers. "We're getting hot and dirty again, Harry." Terry smiled slyly as she watched her partner for a sign that she was getting to him. "Isn't it rewarding?" she chided. "Working in the spring. Bringing new life into the world." "I guess," Harry responded absently. "I like making things grow," she purred. "What do you think, Harry? Am I good at making something grow tall and strong?" Harry, not entirely sure what Terry meant, but having a sneaking suspicion, wasn't going to say a word to that last question. Unfortunately for him, Terry did get the small satisfaction of seeing him blush. That was something she found encouraging. "Do you have enough space, Harry?" Terry asked sweetly. "If you want to, I'll let you plant your seedlings in my furrows." Harry's mood had not improved by the time he reached Hagrid's for care of magical creatures. The girls in the class had lost some of their fascination with the different horses. They still liked looking at them, and even grooming them wasn't so bad. Cleaning wheelbarrows full of manure was never something they considered when fantasizing about the beasts. Because of the magical nature of the demon steeds and fairy steeds, using magic to clean the corrals was an uncertain method. The students had to do the work the old-fashioned way. Harry really didn't mind. He had spread fertilizer on the lawn and flower beds for years. He did enjoy watching Draco Malfoy collecting blisters as the spoiled Slytherin learned how to use a shovel. The younger Malfoy had tried to pass his work onto his pet thugs, but Hagrid had put an end to that. The gentle giant had Crabbe and Goyle holding reins and keeping the animals to one side of the corral as Malfoy scooped up the droppings. When Draco complained, Hagrid simply said he was too small to control the horses. The one time he had insisted on holding reins, the stallion, because Draco insisted he should only work with the best in the corral, had pulled Draco off his feet and dragged him through the mud. Later he tried to get people to believe that Hagrid had set him up. Nobody listened. Aside from that, the classes had been uneventful. Hagrid would give a short lecture each class about the animals' diets, social patterns, normal behaviors, or preferred environments. Hagrid may have a simple outlook on life, but he did know about creatures. True to Monday tradition, the day just could not go right for a change. The Gryffindor trio was assigned, along with Neville Longbottom, to take care of the demon steeds. Hermione was not comfortable around the dark horses, while Neville was clearly afraid of them. The creatures felt this fear and agitation and responded to it. The stallion kept following Hermione around the small corral, looking down on her, pawing at the ground, and snorting hot breath into her face. The mares crowded in around Neville and kept milling around. They were threatening to stomp the boy into the mud and kept forcing him to move around the corral so he couldn't do any of his part the work. Harry and Ron moved to the rescue. While Ron was the bigger of the two, so he wrestled to get the mares under control. The beasts had loose bridles with short reins that Hagrid put on them every morning. While Harry caught the stallion's bridle and slowly managed to lead him away from Hermione. Draco and his stooges perched themselves on the fence and laughed at the trouble the Gryffindors were having. Harry continued to lead the stallion away from where Hermione was trying to work. With both hands holding the bridle, Harry was forced to walk backwards past the Slytherins, ignoring them as he focused on his immediate task. Keeping next to the fencing as he continued to coax the stallion, Harry didn't see the mare that slipped away from Ron. The mare bent its neck down to give Harry an evil nip on his left rear. Startled by the sudden pain, Harry gave a surprised yelp and tried to jerk away from the attack. This threw his center of gravity off and he started to fall. This forced Harry to cling to the stallion's bridle. The stallion did not care for the sudden downward pull on his head, and tried to jerk away, pulling Harry from his feet. Cling to the bridle to keep him from falling on his face. Harry struggled to regain his balance. The stallion responded to Harry's pulling and unsteady attempts to right himself, by twisting and sidestepping. The stallion's tail, thrashing from the creature's agitation, slapped a laughing Malfoy in the face. Without a thought for the possible consequences, Draco reached out to give the stallion's rump a smack. The demon stallion was in a foul mood. The pulling and jerking on the bridle was giving him a stiff neck. The short humans were crowding his already limited space. To top off the insults, something was attacking him from behind. The stallion launched a blind kick towards whatever had dared strike at him. The hard hoof extended between the fence railing and the stallion felt the satisfying vibration of a good solid connection, followed by a tortured scream of pain. A final sweeping motion of his head finally dislodged the hands that had been clinging to the bridle, and the stallion pranced freely to the middle of the corral. Harry was tossed from his feet by the stallion. Before he had time to consider his new airborne status, it ended as he hit the fence. The railing caught Harry in the ribs with enough force to drive the air from his lungs, and scrape some skin free as he sagged against it trying to catch his breath. Ron and Harry had distracted the demon steed long enough for Hermione and Neville to finish their work, and as they made their escape from the corral, enlisted Ron's help in pulling Harry to safety. Hagrid, not seeing the beginning of events in the corral, only became aware of the problems when Malfoy had fallen to the ground. The Slytherin was clutching his leg and yelling a string of expletives. For Harry and Draco, and their respective sidekicks, care for magical creatures ended early with a trip to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey received the injured students with her usual decorum. Draco's leg was easily mended, but remembering the boy's beeping and complaining in his third year, decided some extra measures were needed. Now the cast does not take color well. Madame Pomfrey explained the reasoning for the fluorescent green brace in a patient voice. This is as close as it can get to your house colors. You can take it off when you are sure your leg is completely healed. Next, she produced a battered pair of crutches. The pair was made from wood and had bright yellow stripes around the base. These are to help you get around and should be safely visible if you need to make a late night trip to the water closet. Draco Malfoy was forced to accept the cast and crutches for at least a day. Harry was less fortunate. Madame Pomfrey cleaned and bandaged the scrapes on his ribs and the bite on his left beeps, gave him a jar of a healing ointment to put on his injuries after he showered, and a lecture about knowing when to let go when a problem, or a horse, is out of his control. Limping slightly, Harry left the hospital wing with his friends in tow. He had trouble sitting for the rest of the day. Tuesday was just as sour for Harry. Professor Snape, ever on the lookout to make Harry miserable, had him helping Malfoy during potions. Divination was filled with lectures about how to see omens in animals, specifically horses' behaviors, and predictions of Harry's humiliating doom. The divination's instructor had not forgotten that Harry's prediction of the fate of a hippogriff at the end of his third year had been correct, and her prediction proven false. Sitting his broom for Quidditch practice was a new kind of unpleasantness. To make matters worse, Cho was giving him a bit of a cold shoulder. During his prefect duties Wednesday evening, Harry's week finally started to pick up. Harry had made a quick patrol of his area before finding a padded chair to use while he studied. With one eye on the marauders, Harry dove into a chapter in his Dada book entitled, Pre-Defense, Proactive Measures to Ensure Better Protection. Anything Harry could find on protecting himself was worth studying. The chapter was mostly a review of general strategies. If somebody tried to follow most of the suggestions given about how to avoid being attacked by dark arts, they would quickly be labeled as paranoid. Trying to follow all of the suggestions and a person would be acting almost exactly like Mad-Eye Moody. Unfortunately, most of the strategies given were not an option for Harry. Things like never sleeping in the same bed twice in a row would be difficult at Hogwarts and impossible at number 4 Private Drive. Likewise, always growing or hunting his food was out of the question. Harry did find a promising section on pre-charged enchantments. Remembering Professor Flitwick's lecture on layering enchantments and Gary Stone's demonstration of setting an idea into an object, Harry started considering ways he could have some spells ready in case of an emergency. While rolling ideas around in his mind, Harry noticed a pair of dots moving in his area on the Marauders' map. Crabbe and Goyle were moving along a corridor that was close to the Dada classroom. Harry wished he could humiliate Slytherin House by catching the two snogging, or better yet shagging, but didn't think that was what he pair were up to. Gathering his things together, Harry used the Marauders' map to sneak up on Draco's goons. Moving with all the stealth of Troll, which is hardly any at all, they didn't see Harry until it was too late. Goyle was in the lead, carrying a bull's-eye lantern. Crabbe followed carrying a small bundle. The pair were alternately chuckling and shushing each other. Harry watched them from the shadows in a recessed doorway. The pair was not thinking to look sideways, only directly forward. They were almost even with Harry's place on concealment when he decided to interrupt their plans. 10 points from Slytherin, Harry said in a clear voice. Crabbe gave a startled shout and dropped his bundle. Goyle made a choking noise and started to turn in Harry's direction, then jumped when he heard Crabbe and spun to face him and shining the lantern light in his eyes. Crabbe shouted again and tried to swat the lantern light away, knocking the bull's-eye lantern from Goyle's hand. The light went out as it crashed to the floor. Lumos, Harry said, and a cone of light from the tip of his wand, holding a wand being more intimidating than just pointing a finger, illuminated the startled pair. The pair from Slytherin decided they had had enough and bolted. Harry watched them round the corner and heard them running back towards their dungeon. When it was clear that they were not coming back, Harry investigated the dropped bundle. He found a pair of butter beers, the bottles miraculously unbroken, and an assortment of small pastries and candies. The small picnic was wrapped in an old dressing gown with a faded Ravenclaw house crest. It was clear to Harry what their plan had been, and he sighed at the simple-mindedness of it. He pocketed the butter beers and snack items, then used a severing charm to turn the dressing gown into so many rags. Once the mess was all cleaned up, Harry went about his business with a feeling a little better about his week. It was a sunny spring Saturday. April 20th had people in a good mood. The end of the school year was in sight. Tomorrow would be a Hogsmeade weekend, but today was for Quidditch. The school was ready for a game like a starved man was ready for a feast. It was the match that always managed to get the school worked up, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Fred and George Weasley, the dedicated businessmen that they were, had started marketing the collectible souvenir for the game the night before. A plushy cross-eyed snake with a paw print on its head was turning into a popular item. Professor Snape was handing out detention to anybody he caught with one. A steady stream of bodies was making its way from the castle out to the Quidditch pitch. As the stands filled with boisterous students, the teams were preparing themselves down in the changing rooms. Harry was looking forward to the game with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. The dread of being made a spectacle warred with his desire to fly. Somewhere in his mind was an awareness that by beating Slytherin, again, would make Professor Snape hate him even more. "All right, everybody," Angelina Johnson called for her team's attention. "We know that Slytherin is out of the running for the Quidditch Cup. They need the points for their shot at the House Cup. Weasleys," she addressed the 3 red-headed brothers as a group. "You have the responsibility to keep them from scoring." Fred, George, and Ron gave a firm nod. The twins held their beaters' clubs like they were out for blood. "Harry," Angelina continued, "get the snitch. Are die trying? Harry finished for her. Right. She gave the team one last looking over. All right then. Let's do it. The Gryffindor team marched out as a group to the pitch. The stage was set. The stadium was filled. Madam Hooch stood at center field with the box holding the Quidditch balls. The Gryffindor team was just reaching center field as the Slytherin players exited their changing room. The stands grew quiet and tension rose as the Slytherins reached center field. I expect a clean, honest game, Madam Hooch said in a firm voice. Mount your brooms. Madam Hooch opened the chest at her feet as the teams pushed off from the ground. Harry immediately climbed to his accustomed place high above center pitch. As soon as his feet left the ground, all of his problems fell away. It was all about Quidditch now. A moment later he was joined by Scott Mitchell. Harry faced the Slytherin Seeker with determination. Unlike Malfoy, Harry had actually been able to talk with his opponent person to person, and felt some respect for him. Scott faced the famous Gryffindor Seeker with a knot in his gut and a death grip on his broom. Harry noticed the tension in the younger Seeker and felt for him. The pressure was always greatest on the Seeker. The game was not over until the golden snitch was caught by one of the Seekers. It was also worth 150 points to whichever team's Seeker caught it. All of this meant that the Seeker could win or lose the game for their team with a single decision. With the season Slytherin had this year, Harry knew that their Seeker was under pressure from his entire house. That Draco's old broom? Harry asked casually as he scanned for the snitch. Scott Mitchell was mounted on a Nimbus 2001 that had obviously been abused at some point. The team felt that it could be put to better use than just taking up space in the dorms. The Slytherin Seeker gave Harry a small smile. It is a better broom than I can afford, and Draco won't be using it again this year. Some of the Slytherins' notorious determination to come out on top no matter what showed through in his voice and choice of words. Harry glanced at the other Seeker, then turned his head to look at some point below and behind him. That was all the warning Scott had before Harry went into a dive. Going into a sharp dive, Harry flew under Scott and started towards the Slytherin end of the pitch. Scott was only a second behind him, frantically looking for the snitch. Harry leveled off and flew in a perfectly straight line, without the slightest change in speed. Scott started to catch up, then saw the figures ahead. Harry's flight path would put him between two Slytherin chasers. Scott was just starting to suspect a feint when Harry pulled hard on his broom handle and shot straight up. The space he just vacated was immediately occupied by an angry bludger. Without the expected body of the Gryffindor Seeker to stop it, the bludger continued forward and struck one of the green-clad chasers from behind. Scott watched his teammate drop the quaffle and nearly fall off his broom. It had been a feint, Scott realized. Not only had Harry drawn Scott off on a useless chase, he had beepered one of the Slytherin beaters into breaking a play by their own chaser. Scott started to climb back to an observation point over the field and looked for Harry, and couldn't see him. Scott felt an icy hand grip his stomach. Harry had always shown an alert eye for the snitch. Draco Malfoy had insisted that Scott had to keep with Harry at all times. Now Harry had seemed to have disappeared from the pitch. Scott climbed higher and cast about frantically for the Gryffindor Seeker. Scott even tried counting the players. 6 chasers, 3 from each team, were a rolling cloud of activity. 4 beaters were clearly visible, as were the 2 keepers. Scott even counted the number of players on the Gryffindor bench, 7, and still no Harry Potter. Scott started to wonder if Harry might have left the stadium altogether. Everybody in Slytherin House had heard of every time Harry had fallen from his broom. There was even a story about how his broom had gone wild in his first game in his first year at Hogwarts. Scott looked back down at the pitch and tried to think of what he was missing. It was in that instant that everything happened. When he looked down, Scott saw the golden sparkle off of something cutting diagonally across the pitch. As his mind screamed at him that the only thing that it could be was the snitch, Harry dived past the surprised Slytherin Seeker. Harry had been above Scott, flying in his blind space all along. The cleverness of it was not lost on Scott, but it did leave him confused for a crucial second. Scott managed to gather his wits and put his broom into a dive after Harry. He didn't think he could catch up to Harry's firebolt, but he had to try. Scott's attention was fixed on Harry's back, which was suddenly getting closer. Scott was cautious for another trick and slowed his own dive, only to see Harry rush forward again. Scott gave out a blistering choice of obscenities and gave chase. Harry's dive came to an almost total stop. It wasn't until he had flown past him that the Slytherin Seeker understood why Harry had ended his dive. Red-faced and swearing, Scott pulled out of his own dive. A sickening happy voice could be heard over the cheering crowd. Has the snitch. Harry's done it again. Gryffindor wins 180-0. Scott felt like he was going to be sick. The stadium was quiet by the time a sour and sore Scott Mitchell started back towards the castle. After giving up on drowning himself in the shower, Scott decided that sulking in his dorm would be an acceptable way to spend the rest of the day. At that moment there were 6 people that Scott did not want to face. In no particular order they were Harry Potter, Eleanor Branstone, Cho Chang, his own head of house Professor Snape, Draco Malfoy, and Voldemort. Actually given a choice, Scott thought to himself, of the lot he would prefer Voldemort at the moment. What was left of his innards turned to stone as he passed into the castle and saw Eleanor waiting for him. You lost it, the Hufflepuff Seeker said in a rush. I know, Scott signed. My whole house is going to remind me that I lost the match. Not the match, silly. She threw him a dirty look. You lost your concentration. What? You started out fine, but when Harry pulled that fade and got in your blind side you lost it. Why do you care? Scott was feeling put out about having his performance picked apart by a second-year girl. You don't seem to be having any problems. Fat lot that you know. My first match I was so busy being moon-eyed over being in the same sky as the boy who lived, I didn't know what I was doing. Bullocks. I saw you. You stuck right with him. Eleanor shook her head slowly, a blush creeping into her cheeks. I just did what he told me to do. What he? Why would he tell you what to do? I think he felt sorry for me, she said in a small voice. After a short pause she gave herself a shake and spoke again. Harry taught me loads about being a seeker. Cho Chang taught me a few things too. But Harry let you have it right between the eyes. That should tell you something. Yeah, Scott demanded. What? That he thinks you're a seeker that doesn't need any help. And what makes you so smart? Well, Eleanor shot him an impish grin. I'm a girl. That means I'm naturally going to be smarter than you. With that she hitched up her robes and dashed off towards her dorm. Scott watched her disappear around a corner. Mental, he sighed with a small grin and started towards the dungeons. Harry ate breakfast as if he was a robot. He was not really looking at his plate of eggs and sausages. It was as if his hand and mouth were running on automatic while his brain was still asleep. Harry was preoccupied with his worries about Voldemort and what the Dark Lord could be planning next. Harry would have scrapped his place clean and not noticed if Cho had not appeared in his field of vision. Cho had spotted Harry as soon as she entered the Great Hall. She had been keeping herself at a distance from him after they had returned from the ceremony in Hogsmeade. She had felt slighted when Harry stepped out of the carriage and disappeared into the castle without saying a word or even looking at her. It had occurred to her a few days after that perhaps he had one of his episodes. Like the one he had in early October. Coming down for breakfast, Cho was surprised to see Harry sitting so limp at the Gryffindor table. He had just trounced Slytherin at Quidditch, and had completely outflown their new seeker. Cho had been laughing so hard at the way Harry had shadowed the confused fourth-year Slytherin she thought she might hurt herself. With a day in Hogsmeade ahead of them, Cho would have expected to see Harry bright and excited. Watching him eat with all the expression of a clockwork toy made her heart ache. She had started to feel guilty about having avoided Harry for the last couple of days. If something had upset him, she was not being a good friend by giving him a cold shoulder. Hoping that she would still be welcome, Cho took a seat across the table from Harry. The change in Harry was striking. As soon as the sight of Cho registered in his mind, Harry brightened. She saw his green eyes open a little wider when she sat down in front of him, and Harry instantly sat up straight and rushed to swallow his mouthful of food. Morning. Harry's voice was light and he was smiling. The total shift in his behavior and the emotions behind his eyes made Cho feel torn. She was thrilled that she had such a powerful effect on him, but at the same time she had to wonder about how her actions must have hurt him. She had felt stung when Harry had ignored her for a moment. The thought of how he must have felt over being ignored for a week threatened to take away her appetite. Good morning, Harry, Cho said warmly. That was some marvelous flying yesterday. Thank you. I was hoping to do that to Malfoy, but it still worked out all right. Harry paused to drink some orange juice and to screw up his courage. Even after the time he had spent with Cho, he was still nervous about how to act. Well, would you like to walk around Hogsmeade? With me, I mean. Of course, Cho beamed. I was hoping you'd ask. Harry's morning had taken a positive turn. With Cho's hand in his, they left the Great Hall. Ron and Hermione, who were still arguing the moral implications of Harry's flying the day before, just took Cho's presence as a given fact. It was on the steps of the castle that Harry's morning had its first bump. The Auror Marcus Wright was walking up to the castle with the look of someone with too little sleep after a night of too much ale. Fortunately, the man didn't notice, or didn't acknowledge, that Harry was there. Harry's friend did notice, however, that had missed a step when he saw the man. As the four of them walked to the village, Harry told of his first encounter with the Auror. Hogsmeade was filled with people. Students from the castle were at all of the normal places. There was also a surprising amount of other people in the village. There were couples and even families that looked to be taking a holiday. A collection of musicians could be seen and heard busking. Walking down the main street, Harry and his friends overheard 3 different people telling 3 different stories about the Battle of Hogsmeade. And people were taking pictures. Lots and lots of pictures. Harry suddenly wished that the Hogwarts uniform included a cap, or that the wizard's hat was more popular with the students. It was quickly obvious that the tourists were thickest around the places the students normally congregated. Harry started to get a sinking feeling in his stomach. A relaxing day in the village was not likely if he and his friends were recognized. Harry slowed down as he viewed the crowded street and wondered if Cho would mind if they went back to the castle for his invisibility cloak. Preoccupied by their running argument about whether or not Hogwarts, a history should be amended to include Quidditch scores from each year and highlights of some of the more outstanding games and plays, Ron and Hermione got a few steps ahead of Harry and Cho. Ron's tall build and red hair stood out among the students and tourists. Look! Someone gave a shout. A small crowd of the curious started to close in on Harry's friends. Excuse me, a middle-aged witch with a pointy chin addressed Ron. She gave a quick look at the badges he and Hermione were wearing. You're Potter's lieutenant, aren't you? The Weasley boy. Wah. Harry could see the back of Ron's neck turning red at the sudden attention. Why, sure he is. This from a man only as tall as Hermione. Marvelous, said the witch. And, can I be having your autograph? She held out a quill and a journal open to a blank page. Surely, this is an honor. As the witch was pressing Ron for his signature, a girl of about 8 years old looked up at Hermione. Hello, she said in a small voice. Petty. What's name? Thank you, Hermione answered. My name is Hermione Granger. As soon as it was out of her mouth, she knew she had set a cat among the pigeons. Oh my goodness. The witch that had been talking to Ron practically screeched. You're that girl from the tournament last year. Oh, the things that Skeeter woman wrote about you. This from a second, older witch that was holding the little girl's hand. I shudder to think what you would have done if you could have laid your wand on her. Ron gave a loud cough as he struggled to keep from laughing. You all right? The short wizard asked. Just a bug, Ron choked. Then it was Hermione's turn to suppress a laugh. Harry, watching from a few feet back, let himself snicker as he watched the commotion. What's so funny? Cho wanted to know. I'll tell you later. Cho didn't like Harry's answer and was tempted to do something to change it. Before she could take action, Harry started to pull her towards the other side of the village street. Where are we going, Harry? Ron's always felt put out because he was the youngest of all his brothers, Harry explained. He can enjoy the spotlight for a while. Cho understood what Harry left unsaid, that he wanted to avoid the spotlight as much as possible himself. After leaving Ron and Hermione to fend for themselves, Harry and Cho tried to enjoy their day in the village. While they walked hand in hand, Harry shared the story of Rita Skeeter's capture. The pair laughed and talked as they wandered the village. Cho was enjoying Harry's company, but she could feel his growing frustration. There were a number of well-known places in Hogsmeade where students could go and unwind. Each and every one of them had an assortment of witches and wizards in the area, frequently with a camera in hand. Quality Quidditch supplies was probably the most crowded, followed by the 3 broomsticks. Harry felt his luck completely abandon him when he approached Honeydukay's sweet shop. Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan had found themselves a money-making opportunity that the Weasley twins would envy. Dean, the talented artist, had made up a paper mask that was a startlingly realistic image of Harry. The mask was being worn by Seamus, and for a modest fee posed with tourists while Dean took their photograph. Cho could not help but laugh at the sight. Harry was irritated by what his dorm mates were doing, but was not going to try to stop them. He was about to ask Cho if she would like to go for a walk beyond the village, maybe find a shady spot to sit for a while, when Seamus saw them. The sandy-haired Irish Gryffindor raised his hand to wave at Harry. Harry realized that if he did not act quickly he would become the center of attention of every tourist on the street. Not wanting to be buried in a crowd, he desperately searched his brain for an idea and chose one he had seen in numerous movies and television shows. It was not a particularly good idea, Harry knew, but he grabbed for it anyway. "Hey, Harry!" Cho watched as the boy in the Harry Potter mask waved in their direction. Looking to Harry, she saw a moment of panic flash in his green eyes. Suddenly Cho's vision was filled with Harry's bright green eyes and felt his arms wrapped firmly around her waist as she was being thoroughly keyed. Harry felt the urge to just forget about the world around him. Harry and Cho had shared keys before, but always someplace private. He was usually too timid to initiate things and had waited for Cho to offer the first move. His years of social deprivation under his relatives' care had always made Harry feel more shy and awkward around girls than other boys his age. Desperate to avoid notices, the boy who lived, Harry leapt at what, at least according to Aunt Petunia's afternoon television shows, was considered normal for young men and women. Harry keyed Cho with all of the exaggerated passion and aggression he had seen on afternoon soaps. It helped that she did not resist his sudden ardor. It was tempting to let the world go and lose himself in that key asterisk, but he didn't. Even as he made sure to key Cho as if his life depended on it, Harry listened to the voices around him. "Hey Harry," the voice of Seamus sounded loud to Harry. Should be at the 3 broomsticks by now. Why are you yelling?" Dean's voice questioned. The moment of danger had passed and Harry had gone undiscovered. Reluctantly he broke off his key. Cho swayed for a minute while her eyes tried to focus. "What was that?" Cho asked breathlessly. I'm sorry." Harry tried to apologize. "I'm not." Cho started to blush when she realized how shameless she sounded. "Come on." Harry started to lead the way down a side alley. Cho, holding his hand, followed without hesitation. Now that Harry was on the lookout for people that might give him away, he stared to notice something out of place as he and Cho slipped through the village. Scattered among the students, residents, and tourists were wizards and witches that looked like they were searching the crowded streets for something. Concerned, Harry stopped in a shaded spot on a side street. "Listen, Cho," Harry said as he held her hand while looking up and down the street. "I think something is going on." "What do you mean?" There was a concerned look in Cho's eyes. "Look." Harry made a gesture towards the main street. "There are area people just standing around and watching. What do you think they are doing?" "Well," Harry said slowly, "we saw one or already. I think that these must be more of them." Harry slowly, clumsily drew Cho into a hug. "But why are they here?" Cho was more puzzled by Harry's public display of affection than the presence of the witches and wizards that stood watching the crowds of Hogsmeade. "You think there is going to be another attack?" Once Harry had her close to him, he was looking everywhere but at her. "Harry, what are you doing?" "I'm trying to hide," he said in way of an excuse. "Couples are always together around the village." "Now you are being ridiculous," Cho accused him. "No. Just paranoid." "Harry," Cho said sternly. "It does you no good to be paranoid." "Just because I am being paranoid doesn't mean someone isn't out to get me," Harry quipped. Besides, Harry looked at Cho and made a silly face. He squinted his left eye while keeping his right eye as wide open as he could. Then with his lips turned in a grimace he growled, "Constant vigilance." Harry's impersonation of Mad Eye Moody sent Cho into a fit of laughter. He watched her face as the moment of merriment made Cho smile and her whole face brightened. "Harry," She tried to chastise him for making fun of the retired Auror, but seeing he had kept the twisted expression on his face sent her into another fit of laughter. Stop it. Cho managed to say once she caught her breath. The two of them stood together a moment longer before Cho decided that there were better places to be than a village street. Come on, Harry. She stepped out of his embrace, grabbed his hand, and guided their way through the village. Where are we going? Harry asked. I want to sit down for a while. She pulled Harry to a small coffee shop he had never gotten around to visiting before. The sign over the door said, Madame Puttifoot's. When he saw the name, Harry had to suppress a snicker. What? Cho asked. The name reminded me of somebody. Harry said carefully. The moment passed as Harry surveyed the coffee shop. He was used to the warm, if dim, layout of the three broomsticks. That was a pub and looked the part. This coffee shop appeared to be rebelling against the idea of looking like a pub. The main room was well lit with a long counter running along one side. Deep booths set opposite the serving counter and along the back wall looked cozy but offered little in the way of privacy. An assortment of armchairs and loveseats were arranged around coffee tables to make three conversation areas that took up much of the floor space. The customers appeared to be seventh-year couples and local residents in Nice robes. Harry said. This way, Harry. Cho drew him over to a side booth. Together they slid into the booth. As they settled in a which carrying a thin menu approached. A good day to ye, she said in a warm, cheerful tone. Oh, goodness, she exclaimed with a beaming smile. Harry, I'm so glad you finally made it to my coffee shop. Harry felt a chill in his guts. He had been recognized again and expected that it was only a matter of time before he would be the center of attention. Goodness, you have grown, the witch, Madame Puttifoot was rushing on. I remember when your mother first brought you home. You knew her. Harry suddenly became interested in what the woman had to say. Oh, I'll say I did. We were at Hogwarts together. I was one of her bridesmaids. It occurred to her then that she was practically rambling. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Madame Puttifoot. Gladys to you, Harry. Here's a menu. Take a minute to look it over and I'll be back. Gladys slipped away and returned to the serving counter. Harry tried not to watch as she whispered excitedly to a young witch in an apron behind the counter. He said as he returned his attention to Cho. I'm sorry, Harry. I didn't. Cho's cheeks colored with embarrassment. It's okay. It always catches me off guard too. He paused a moment, just looking into Cho's eyes. When he felt himself start to blush, he looked down at the menu. Cho could see something in Harry's face. Something was troubling him. What is it, Harry? She asked softly. She reached out to touch his hand on the table. It's nothing, he mumbled. Harry. Well, Harry had to search for the words. You now that I never knew them. My parents, that is. Harry drew in a deep breath. Every time I come across someone who did know them, I learn more about them. But I also learn how much I missed by not knowing them myself. Harry. So, Gladys said brightly as she returned to their table. What will it be? Harry looked to Cho. 2 of the house blend, please, Cho said after only a moment's hesitation. Oh, and maybe some pastries, if you have some. There was a small frown on Gladys' face as she scribbled down the order on a pad. When she left, Cho smiled to Harry. Can I tell you a little secret? Anything, he answered. I like being the customer. Working in my parents' apothecary, I started just washing herbs. Then cleaning counters and washing jars. When I was old enough to be trusted, I started packing orders, then finally working to counter taking orders. She gave a mischievous smile. It has always been a guilty pleasure to sit and wait for people to serve me. That makes sense, Harry nodded, thinking of all the time he spent playing the role of the Dursleys, house servant, cook, and gardener. Sometimes I daydream about what my life will be like after Hogwarts, Cho went on. I would like a house in a quiet neighborhood, with a maid that comes in twice a week. I'm not against taking care of myself, I just want to be pampered a bit. You could get a house elf, Harry suggested. Oh, Cho looked scandalized. If Hermione heard you say that. What? You could pay it, Harry said defensively. If you just want it for 2 days a week, you could work out a sharing plan with the neighbors or something. I guess. Cho's mind was playing with the idea when their order arrived. Harry dear, Gladys smiled warmly. Are you having a good year? While being polite to Harry, Gladys made a point of using the serving tray to push Cho's hand away from him. Oh, the things you've done. Your parents would be so proud of you, Gladys prattled on as she transferred the cups of coffee, pitcher of cream, bowl of sugar, etc. from the tray to the table. Well, I hope things settle down by the time you graduate Hogwarts, Harry. Maybe by then we'll have a proper ministry. Then you can find a nice girl and settle down. Harry didn't miss the way Gladys Puddifoot was dismissing Cho's presence. He decided to derail the woman's train of thought before she started, suggesting who Harry should consider as a nice girl. Madam Puddifoot. Please, Harry. It's Gladys. Gladys. Harry started again. Did you know any of my parents' friends from Hogwarts? Oh, certainly. Gladys was ready to take off on the new topic. Lily, your mother, myself, Evelyn Shire, and Regina Cooper. The four of us were a tight bunch. We used to tease the boys something awful. Gladys giggled at the memory. Your father was a prankster in those days. He had his friends. They were called the Marauders, were always up to something. Oh, it was something to see. A hint, a well-placed complaint about someone by one of us girls, and in a matter of hours the boys would be ready with a prank. Again Gladys giggled over her memories. It's a pity the way things turned out. Her merriment seemed to have run its course. She gave a long sigh and wandered back to the serving counter with a parting, "Let me know if there will be anything else, dear." I'm sorry about that, Cho, Harry said as he reached across the table for her hand. I know it's not your fault, Harry, Cho said with a sigh. You know, Harry fumbled for a topic to help lighten the mood. I always wonder what pranks my father pulled. He and his friends were the greatest pranksters in Hogwarts history, but I never hear what it is they actually did. I imagine they did about the same thing as the Weasleys, Cho suggested. There is only so much teenage wizards can do. Cho lifted a pastry from the plate. Open, she said as she aimed for Harry's mouth. Harry tried to protest, but not too hard. As the pair sipped their coffee, Cho kept trying to feed the pastries to Harry. I can feed myself, Harry said at one point. Then why are you so thin? Cho demanded. You could use some meat on you. You're just trying to make me too fat to fly against Ravenclaw. Harry, you are too skinny. What foods do you like? Normal food, I guess. Harry shrugged his shoulders, suddenly feeling sheepish. Do you like Chinese food? Cho was probing. I don't know, he muttered looking down. Never tried it. Never tried it. Cho was shocked and it was clear in her voice and on her face. Surely your family has gone out to a Chinese restaurant, haven't they? A few times. Well, what? Well then you must have had Chinese food then, Cho insisted. Harry felt himself blush. The Dursleys would go without me. This left Cho speechless while she tried to understand what he meant. Were you in trouble for something? She asked at last. No, Harry muttered. Harry, Cho's voice dropped into low, almost threatening tone. Is there something I should know? It's just my relatives, Harry said slowly. They don't care for anybody that's different. You mean they won't like me because I'm Chinese? Probably, he grumbled. But that won't matter as much as the fact that you are a witch. Excuse me. The Dursleys think we are all a bunch of freaks and weirdos. Does this have anything to do with what the Hufflepuffs were saying last fall? I don't know, Harry said. It might. One of them is partnered with me in herbology and I told her about my aunt's rose beds. Harry, Cho's voice softened. Everybody knows you have some problems with you Muggle relatives. It's all right, you know. All right. How? Harry's voice went up in pitch a full octave. Well, she began. My family, I told you, they are a little put out that I am away at school and can't help out in the restaurant. When I go home they either want me to magically make the work easier, or they keep looking at me strange when I try to study. I guess it is normal for Muggle families to have some trouble getting used to have a witch or wizard in the family. I should be so lucky, Harry frowned. The Dursleys only moved me out of the cupboard when they thought someone might know how they made me live. The cupboard? Cho tried to ask. I didn't even know what happened to my parents until after I finally got my Hogwarts letter. But how could they not tell you? They had to know. They knew. Harry was practically growling now. My aunt and uncle thought they could cure me or something. They thought that they could beat the magic out of me, or starve it out, or something. Harry looked Cho in the eyes and she saw something there that made her stomach turn into knots. I'll take Hogwarts with Malfoy, Professor Snape, and all over being trapped at the Dursleys any day. I don't like being the famous boy who lived. Harry made the title sound derogatory with a sneer that would have made the potion's mater proud. But at school I am considered a person. At the Dursleys I am just an embarrassing thing. Oh, Harry, Cho said in a whisper. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Cho. Harry visibly deflated. I just get so angry when I think about it. He gave a heavy sigh. I guess we should just go back to the school. Harry stood up and Cho joined him. With an offhanded gesture, Harry dug a handful of silver sickles out of his pocket and tossed them onto the table as he and Cho headed for the door. Customers that had been discreetly watching the boy who lived saw how he had said very little to the shop's proprietor. Also evident was the way the famous boy left the coffee shop in an obviously poor mood with much of his order untouched. It was late Monday evening and Harry trudged into the Gryffindor common room with a scowl on his face. Practically throwing himself into a padded armchair, Harry wondered if becoming the Minister of Magic would give him the authority to ban school on Mondays. Or maybe he should dig through the restricted section of the library to see if he could find a way to banish Mondays altogether. Or maybe I should just wear my invisibility cloak every Monday. He thought. At the very least Harry regretted not sleeping in. A very typical Monday of feeling groggy and tired, and the nagging feeling that he had not spent enough time studying and been interrupted before Harry had made it to breakfast. Harry Potter. The screeching yell made Harry jump and look around for his aunt. The Gryffindor trio was halfway to the Great Hall for breakfast when Terry Shire intercepted them. Like an arrow intent on a target, she went directly to Harry. With her hands on her hips and her chest thrust out, Terry planted herself in front of Harry and proceeded to screech in his face. How dare you? She began. You have got to be the most, clearly in a towering snit, the girl had trouble choosing the words to express her anger. What the hell did you think you were doing? It's all over the castle. She accused. You were snogging out in the middle of the whole bloody village. Breathing heavily, Terry stared Harry in the eye for a full minute before continuing in a very low and deceptively soft voice. I'll get you, Harry Potter. Then the angry Hufflepuff stormed off. Harry finally made it to the Gryffindor table for breakfast, while Ron and Hermione looked like they had hurt themselves trying not to laugh. As Harry started to fill his plate, a grouchy and determined-looking Ginny Weasley shoved her way between him and her brother. She didn't say a word all through breakfast, but every time Harry tried to take a drink of juice, Ginny jabbed him in the ribs with her elbow. It had shaped up to be a typically bad Monday. Harry spent the evening trying to study, but something was nagging at the edges of his concentration. Every few minutes he looked up from his books to try to figure out what felt out of place. Hermione was a few feet away lecturing Ron on the best ways to study. The older Weasleys were working hard at something in their normal corner. The common room was filled with a scattering of Gryffindors from every year. Giving his head a shake, he bent back over his books. Something wasn't right, but he couldn't tell what. Saturday morning was gray and damp. Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room with his Dada books and a large pot of tea. He had not slept well all week, and had passed on going with his classmates down to Gary Stone's house to watch movies. Harry had decided to see if he could dig out something on the topic of intuition out of his books. While something seemed to be on his mind, Harry was grateful that he was being spared any nightmares or visions. With no distractions planned and the weather being less than pleasant, the whole castle felt quiet. Like Harry, most students had staked out a place to spend the day trying to study. A few people were less dedicated to the books. Harry knew that Ron only got out of bed in search of food. The Weasley twins were noticeably absent, something that made students and staff alike more than just a little nervous. After 2 hours of unproductive reading, Harry gave up. He had Quidditch practice after lunch, but that didn't mean he was confined to Gryffindor Tower until then. After putting his books away in his room, Harry left the tower. The trip through the castle was quick and uneventful. Harry thought about visiting Hagrid, but thought he would have more luck in a different direction. Harry didn't consider how unusual his actions were. He never thought about how he was the first student in half a century visit the staff lounge on a Saturday by his own choice. When Harry reached the door to the lounge, he knocked twice before letting himself in. As expected, Harry found him sitting in front of a warm fire dozing lightly. "Excuse me, Professor Binns," Harry said. "I was wondering if you could help me with a problem." The sky was dark blue and darkening to black with stars starting to appear. The Gryffindor Quidditch players were worn out and moving slowly. As Harry entered the castle with his teammates, he felt a sudden lump in his stomach. Waiting patently in the entryway was the stern-faced head of Gryffindor House, Professor McGonagall. She was standing next to none other than Professor Dumbledore, the headmaster of the school. Harry was wondering if he should be ready to apologize for breaking a school rule when he hadn't been paying attention. "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said in clipped tones. "If you will please come with us." "All right," he said, knowing there was little chance he could refuse. Harry passed his firebolt to Ginny Weasley. "Put this up for me, please." He turned back to the professors and waited for them to make the next move. "Walk with us, Harry," Professor Dumbledore said in a mild voice. Within 10 paces, Harry was walking between the two professors. "Now, Harry," the headmaster spoke as they left the entryway. "I know that this has been an especially difficult year for you. I know, in spite of what others might say to the contrary, you do not go looking for trouble. I know you also do not go looking for attention or special treatment." Harry was nodding vigorously in agreement with Dumbledore's words. "With all that has happened this year, it will be harder than ever for you to be just another student, to be just another face in the crowd." Harry had a sinking feeling that the headmaster was setting him up for something. The three of them had entered the Dada corridor, and Harry suspected that something unpleasant was waiting for him. "Now, Mr. Potter, Harry," Professor McGonagall said in a soft voice. "A lot of consideration went into this decision. We hope you understand that we do not mean to treat you unfairly." "She is right, Harry," Professor Dumbledore continued. "As I said, I know you do not want additional attention or responsibility for yourself. However, it is important for people to have role models. Someone they can look to for inspiration and some kind of support. I am sorry to do this to you, but I am afraid that I am going to ask more from you." "I understand, professors," Harry said as his stomach clenched. "You wouldn't ask me if there was anybody else." "Very good, Harry." Professor Dumbledore smiled warmly as he stopped in front of a door. He rested his hand on the recently polished doorknob. "Remember that I will help you as much as I can." "All of the professors will," McGonagall said reassuringly. "Here we are, Harry," Professor Dumbledore said as he pushed the door open. The door opened with only a hint of a squeak from its hinges. Harry had only a glimpse of more than a score of busy house elves before they vanished with a sound like a string of firecrackers. With a hand on Harry's shoulder, Dumbledore gently urged him into the room. Harry saw the evidence of a quick and thorough cleaning. The room was lit by candle chandlers and oil stand lamps. The desks had been dusted and the floor was still damp in places from being mopped. Harry recognized the room from his evenings spent performing his prefect duties. The room was a small lecture hall with tiers of desks looking towards the front of the room. It was here that Harry now stood with the two professors. The front of the classroom was a semicircular open space. Opposite from the door through which Harry had entered was a modest desk. Behind the desk was a door leading to a small office. "This room has not been used for close to 3 centuries, Professor Dumbledore said. When there were fewer choices for young witches and wizards to be trained, Hogwarts held more classes than could be taught by today's staff." The headmaster moved to face Harry. "This room is for you to use." "Excuse me," Harry croaked. "Harry, you and your classmates turned the tide of events when Hogsmeade was attacked," Professor Dumbledore explained. "I know you did not plan it that way. Now you and your followers are heroes, after a fashion. The students that, wisely, stayed low feel left out. But they still have some prestige because they were in the village at the time of the attack. These things are dividing lines among the students. It's not serious, Harry. Not yet anyway." Dumbledore's expression was a mix of determination and apology. "Harry, I want you to help build on the success you had at Hogsmeade." Harry felt himself staring wide-eyed at the headmaster. What do you want me to do, Professor?" he stammered. "Good show, Harry." Dumbledore beamed proudly, Then after a moment explained his plans. Harry, I want you and your team Hogwarts to continue. You have more experience than anybody your age should. He has more than many adults should ever have, headmaster, Professor McGonagall interjected. Too true. Dumbledore sighed. Harry, I want you to help your fellow students. I want you to help the others to learn the things experience has taught you. But professors, Harry felt close to panic. Why me? I mean, how can I? You see, Harry, Professor McGonagall explained. Students will learn what the professors teach, but they won't take the lessons to heart. Miss Granger is an exception, but most students don't see her as someone they want to be like. You, on the other hand. I'm the boy who lived, Harry said, trying not to sound bitter. I'm the one that stopped Voldemort. Professor McGonagall flinched at the name of the Dark Lord. I'm the one that other students want to be like. Harry was cut off as pain exploded from the scar on his forehead, at the same time what sounded like an iron triangle being beaten rang in the room. What is it? Professor Dumbledore spoke to the ceiling as the ringing cut out. It's the village headmaster, a disembodied voice answered. A moment later the fat friar rushed down into the room. You will want to look for yourself. You can see it from the castle. Show us. This way, headmaster. The ghost sped out the door and down the hall. The two professors and Harry followed as quickly as they could. Down 2 halls and through a disused office, Harry skidded to a stop and joined the two professors on a small balcony. In the distance they could see the glowing green dark mark hanging over the village of Hogsmeade. Harry stared at the obscene image and clenched his fists. Every trace of bitterness and anger started to rise to the surface. Every problem in his life came from that abomination. Life without his parents. Abuse from the Dursleys. Separated from his godfather. Years of loneliness and pain. All connected to that one ugly apparition. Harry acted without hesitation. He brought his right hand up with a flourish, suddenly grasping his wand. He then brought it slashing down. Incartum morti. Harry yelled and a spinning arc of red energy was sent out. In a single second his counter spell reached the floating dark mark. The grotesque green light was extinguished like a doused match. The release of energy made Harry lightheaded and he sagged against the balcony wall briefly. He missed the thoughtful look of his headmaster and the shocked look from his head of house. Harry didn't know that it usually took a team of Aurors to banish a dark mark. He did not know that what he had done should have been impossible. He did know that he wanted to do everything in his power to get rid of every dark mark, every tool of terror that Voldemort and his goons ever used. I'll do it, Harry said after a long moment of silence. I'll help the others learn. Them and anybody else that wants to join. Let's go back, Professor Dumbledore said. He led the others back to the classroom. Once they returned to the classroom, Dumbledore took a seat at one of the desks and the others followed his example. With the headmaster leading the discussion, the three laid out a basic plan for what he wanted Harry to do. You won't be teaching anything new, he explained to Harry. This will be their chance to practice what they know and to learn from your experience. With no tests or professors, it should, I hope, be easier for your fellow students to focus on improving on what they know. However, Professor McGonagall added, I expect you to notify the appropriate staff if you have problems. We will help you with planning and materials. Just be sure you keep us apprised of how the group is doing. Remember, Harry, the headmaster continued. As a prefect, you have the authority you need. Officially, you are merely supervising a sanctioned study group. Any prefect could be assigned to do that. Do you understand? Yes, Professor, Harry said as he considered the headmaster's words. Good. When can you start? Harry looked at Professor Dumbledore thoughtfully before answering. Thursday evening, Harry said at last. That will give me time to look a few things up and give me an idea of what to say to everybody. Excellent. The meeting broke up after that. With his head swimming with ideas, Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.